My daughter grew up to be SRank Adventurer. Volume 4. The Daughter Who Can't Go Home. Chapter 43. Cold and inorganic iron bars. It looked like a dungeon. It looked like a dungeon. Cold and inorganic bars creaked occasionally. There was a rattling sound as someone cowered in the dark. There were shackles on both ankles with chains extending from them. A dim torchlight illuminated the stone walls and floor. A number of rusty chains extended from the windowless walls. On one of them someone was lying on the floor, chained to the wall. However, he looked exhausted and was unable to move. He was on his back with his bare legs thrown out in front of him. His arms pillowed on his back, and his Tsubagakero Yamataka hat on his face. He looked as if he were taking a nap with several empty bottles of alcohol laying around him. Before long, a squad of armed soldiers appears on the other side of the bars, making the sound of armor clattering against each other. "Get up." A man in black armor, who looked like a captain, said. He has a neat face, a little over 30 years old. His blonde hair is cropped short and his blue eyes have a sharp gleam in them. But the person in the cell just crossed his legs and did not even try to get up. The man in the armor kicked the bars in frustration. "How long do you plan to stay like that?" "Forever. It's not like I'm not gonna die." Quote. The figure in the cell said in an aloof tone. The voice was that of a man, but it was somewhat high, but faint. The man in the armor crossed his arms in dismay. "You pathetic bastard. Yet you're still considered one of the great demons?" "I'm not interested in what people call me, am I?" The man in the prison raised his upper body in a cumbersome manner. He put back on his high hat that was once on his face. He had the appearance of a 40-year-old man. He is dressed in a long-sleeved shirt and trousers, which are very thin and skinny. His dull brown hair, which stretches from underneath the hat, is much longer than his shoulders. A thick beard that looked like it had grown out of too much due to laziness covered the lower half of his chiseled face. "I was dreaming." The man in the hat muttered to no one. His voice was a little happy. "The old dream. Ola and those guys, they were all young, and I was the youngest. It was fun, those were the days." Quote. Then the man in the hat hugged his knees and breathed. The man in armor chuckled. "Clinging to the illusions of the past, the heroes of the past have fallen. Well, to our advantage." Quote. "Hero." The man in the hat huffed and giggled. It wasn't a laugh of amusement, but a mocking laugh. "A fool." The man in the armor scowled. "Humph. Well, that's fine. Get out. Work. Fuck it." Quote. "What did you say?" "I don't feel good. I don't want to do anything." Quote. Then the man in the hat rested his chin on his crossed arms in his lap. The man in the armor furrowed his brow as he grinded the ground with his toes. The soldiers behind him raised their weapons in unison, threatening the man in the prison. "Don't be silly. If you're too arrogant." Quote. "Do you want to try it?" The man in the hat glared at the soldiers. "What do you propose to do if you're going to take me? You guys think you can do what you want with me? You think you can take me? Do you guys want to try it? Dying?" The man in the hat chuckled and pointed his index finger upward. The magic around him swirled, causing a wind that shook the cloaks of the soldiers. Even though there were no windows, the soldiers gasped. The man in black armor stared at the man in the hat for a moment with a straight face. But then he clicked his tongue and gave a small nod to the soldiers. The soldiers sheathed their weapons and turned around and left, no longer making wild footsteps. The man in the hat waved his outstretched index finger in a circular manner. The shackles on his ankles came off and he rolled to the floor with a jerk. He picked it up with 2 fingers and threw it into the distance. He turned his eyes to the ceiling in a daze. The fire of the torch flickered as the shadows danced on the ceiling. The man gave a wide grasping motion and sighed sadly. wiping the tears that had floated around his eyes with his fingertips. "Percy, Sati, Belle, I hope you're all well," he muttered and tilted his Yamataka hat towards his face. Hollow circle. The ears of the soon-to-be harvested spring wheat were swaying in the wind, slowly bending downwards as their weight increased. Belgriff touched a cluster of ears to check the weight and grain content. This year's results were not bad either. We are now looking forward to the harvest. Soon, there will be more food to come from the mountains. Wild grapes, rock peaches, akabi, and mushrooms. If we are lucky, we will be able to get some natural honey. This is the time of year when we usually go into the mountains alone. But we often bring young people with us. However, more and more young people seem to be going out to the mountains by themselves since Duncan is now here, as he provides us a countermeasure against magical beasts. With the autumn festival coming up, the village has been bustling. There is a lot of work to do, harvesting the spring barley and the beans, preparing fuel and preserves, and making food for the livestock for the winter. Belgriff and Duncan have been assisting others during this time while tending to his fields. Duncan has been doing the same. While I was going over all the arrangements in my head, Mito plodded over and hung onto my leg. His long hair is tied up behind his head because the scissors can't cut through it. "Otto-san?" Belgriff picked up Mito. "What's wrong? Where's grandfather?" "Grandpa, that way." When I looked in the direction of Mito's pointing, Graham was facing Marguerite and holding a wooden sword. Even Marguerite, who usually played around with her sword, was visibly nervous against Graham, holding her sword with a serious expression and looking intently at the opportunity. This elven master and apprentice were now completely at home in Tornella. Although they hadn't set up this place as a home, with Mito's presence, it seemed that Graham had no intention of leaving here for a while. Marguerite also seems to have realized her lack of strength after the series of disturbances. And while Graham was training her, she was going into the forest with Belgriff and others to learn the basics of exploration as well. He grew up in the forest, and the forest he saw as a mere elf and the forest he saw as an adventurer seemed to have a different perspective, and Marguerite seemed to enjoy it as well. While she acted as crudely and thoughtlessly as before, it was obvious she was troubled by something as she was deep in thought, and was nowadays taking walks on the plains on the outskirts by herself. The troubled look on her face at that time seemed terribly fragile, partly due to the beauty of the elven race. Belgriff, on the other hand, had drastically reduced the sword training he used to do. He only misses the early morning and evening sword training. But now he was training more and more in meditation and breathing exercises. At 43, it was clear that training the body would no longer increase one's ability. It's a very good idea to know what you're looking for. It's a good idea to know what to expect when you are young. The sensitivity to the sword and the efficient movement of magical power within the body, taught by Graham, made Belgriff, who had been struggling to make any progress, take a step forward. From a dynamic sword to a more static sword, although it was hard to tell from the side. Belgriff himself felt the change for sure. Ironic, Belgriff thought. Ever since he had fought as an adventurer, he had felt his talents as a vanguard had come to a halt. But the loss of his legs had forced him to wield a different sword than he had then. He didn't expect it to blossom like this. "I'm not sure if it's a good idea for you to be able to get your hands on a new one. Marguerite, who is that strong, looks like a beginner with a sword when compared to Graham." Mito made a strange face and pointed at it. "Grandfather and Marie, are you fighting?" "Well, it's not exactly a fight, is it?" "But he was." "What?" "No, it's just training." Quote. Belgriff drew Mito closer, who was on the verge of slipping off. "Well, we have a job to do. Mito, what do you want to do now? Are you coming with your dad? Or, are you going with your grandfather? I'm with my father. Quote. Okay. With Mito in his arms, Belgriff walked down the side of the field. Sowing and plowing songs could be heard from all around. We have to dig up the potatoes for the spring planting. The potatoes are one of the most important staple foods, along with the wheat. They grow well even in Tornera, which has a cold climate. Once dug, we have to put them in the basket. It's a job I'm used to, but it's work where I have to bend my back. I have to occasionally stand up and stretch my hips when I have to do it for a long time. Next to Belgriff digging the potatoes, Mito sits down gazing into the air. There seemed to be some insects flying around, and he followed them with his eyes. Suddenly, one of the crickets jumped up. As soon as Mito found it, he caught it with his hand and tossed it into his mouth. Munching on it, Belgriff gave it a sidelong glance and went over to Mito with a furrowed brow. Hey, Mito. I told you not to pick them up and eat them. Quote. Did you think I didn't see you? Mito hesitantly gave a small nod. Belgriff sighed. I'm not sure if it's because of the fact that Mito is not human. It's not just bugs. I've seen Mito while in the middle of a meal chewing on a plate with food on it, or eating leaves, branches and stones from the garden. It's a very good idea to have a good idea of what you're talking about. The villagers also think of Mito as an ordinary abandoned child and love him. But I don't know what their reaction will be when they see such a scene. You can laugh it off as a strange child. But you don't want to be avoided as an unknowable entity. That's why Belgriff was always flabbergasted by this part of Mito's life and never let the kids play with him alone or leave him with anyone other than Graham, Duncan and others who knew what was going on. It didn't seem like something that could be hidden forever. And there was no end to the worries at hand, such as what to do when his identity was exposed to the light of day. But apart from this kind of bad habit, Mito was completely harmless. He is innocent, curious, and adorable. Even though he's a bit younger in speech and behavior than he appears. The villagers also love him well. What will be, will be. Quote. Belgriff muttered and threw the dug-out potatoes into the basket. Mito glanced to the side, his eyes closed and swayed from side to side in a daze. Oi, Lord Bell. Suddenly, Duncan appeared in front of him. Belgriff looked up from the ground. What's the matter? It's almost lunchtime, you know. I'd like you to join us. Quote. Oh, is it that time already? It's true, if you look up, the sun is close to the zenith. Before I knew it, my basket was full of potatoes. Yeah, let's go. Come on, Mito. Belgriff called, and Mito came plodding over. Belgriff put the potato basket on the edge of the field and picked up Mito. Hollow circle. The Tornella wedding party is going to be a failure. In the guild lobby, Angeline plopped down at the table and muttered to herself. The man sitting across from her shook his head in relief. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm sorry for your loss. Quote. Mr. Ed, do you know of anyone who would be good candidates for being a wife? No, I don't. What do you mean by a potential wife? Are you looking for one? It's not for me, it's for my father. At Angeline's words, the man called Mr. Ed nodded his head. Your father doesn't have a wife? Well, I'm adopted, so. I see. Quote. The man who was called Mr. Ed nodded in amusement. This man with dark brown hair cut short, almost black, and a bandana wrapped around his head was called Edgar. He was a former member of Lionel's party and one of those who had come from the Imperial City. He is an active adventurer in the Imperial capital and has a rank of AAA. And since returning to the Orphans Adventurer Guild, he has been supporting Lionel by doing various jobs, whether it be on the front lines or in negotiations. Edgar doesn't cover much of the same ground as I do. as we both specialize in different things, so we've only had some small talk. But this is the first time we've been able to sit down and leisurely chat like this. The search for Belgriff's wife, which Angeline had planned, was already on the verge of failure because none of the prospective wives were willing to take the plunge on their own volition. Angeline herself has not yet given up, but she has been rejected by all the women she thinks her father can marry. And now she is out of options. Angeline, who had hoped that she could have a mother, has been complaining to everyone she meets these days. Edgar sipped his flower tea and said, "Angie's father is a red orge, isn't he? Is that the same as me in terms of generation? How old are you, Ed?" "I'll be 40 this year, the same as Lionel." "Ah, I'm getting old," Edgar said and leaned deeply into the back of the chair. "I'm sure you'll find that the wrinkles around his eyes are becoming noticeable and that his white hair is beginning to show. So, how old is your father?" 43. I heard you were an adventurer." Quote. "Yeah." Angeline sipped her floral tea. Edgar's gaze swam as he thought, "I've never heard of it. Are you sure he was an adventurer in Orphan?" "Yes." Edgar crossed his arms and snorted. He seemed to be deep in thought, but there was no way he could remember this alias, since Angeline had created it on her own in the first place. Angeline's eyes fluttered. What kind of person is famous in Ed Sand's generation? Our generation? Yes. There were a lot of strong guys. But I'd have to say, High Sword King. However, he left Orphan early. Quote. Imperial City? Yeah, I heard he left Rhodesia. Not to Lucretia or Tildus, but to the Eastern Federation, or something. It's a rumor, so I don't know exactly where he is. Quote. He's stronger than father. No, I don't know, but is your dad that strong? Stronger than me. That's great. Quote. Edgar scratched his cheek with a dry laugh. Angeline's ability was not unknown to the adventurers around Orphan. The slaying of the Demon King was widely known, and even when she matched her skill to others, the more capable ones understood that she was skilled. Even if you gather all the adventurers in the duchy, you can be sure that she is one of the fastest among the top adventurers. This was the man Angeline raved about. It sounds good even to some of the former S-ranked adventurers who have returned. It had piqued their interest, whether they liked it or not. Edgar scratched his cheeks with a curious look on his face. I wonder why such a great man is in the northern frontier. Is your town at war with the elves? Just then, the receptionist called. Edgar stood up and answered, bidding Angeline goodbye. Angeline drank the remaining floral tea and leaned back into her chair. She looked around without a care in the world. The building is crowded today, with adventurers coming to take requests and people bringing in new requests. With so many people in the building, Angeline thought that it was no wonder she was kept waiting. Right now, she was in the middle of applying for a vacation. It's not like back then when we had a large outbreak of monsters. We don't need to be shy when asking for a vacation. But there are many systems put in place when creating an independent guild. And when it comes to vacations requests from S-ranked adventurers, even if it's just a formality, it seems that the guild can't just say yes to them. So Angeline was waiting in the lobby. Angeline rubbed her hands together in boredom. Charlotte and Byaku are being taken care of by Anessa and the others. And there's nothing to do now that I finished chatting with Edgar, who came out for a break. I can't leave though, so I sat quietly. At times like this, I have to play with my imagination. I will return to Tornella when I have a vacation. I will decide when I get there and whether I will return to Orphan before the winter, or whether I will return in the spring after the winter. The vacation request calls for 2 months off, but I'm not going to keep it. And there shouldn't be any problems if I don't keep it. When I return to Tornella, I will introduce father to Charlotte and Byaku. Your father will be surprised, but he will welcome you warmly. With Belgriff with us, Charlotte won't feel lonely and Byaku's navel gazing will be cured. Then we went into the mountains to pick up some rockberries. We'll also collect wild grapes, akabi and mushrooms. If we're lucky, we'll be able to catch some shiragi birds. I'm sure the potato harvest will be over by now. What about the spring wheat harvest? If you're done pruning, you can bake bread with the new flour. The kneaded dough can be torn into small pieces and boiled. If you have lamb, you can put it between 2 slices of bread. Haha, fun. Angeline giggled to herself. A party of young adventurers walked past her with a dubious look on their faces. As she was playing in the imaginary forest, she eventually heard a voice from the receptionist. Angeline stood up. Yuri smiled and put the papers out on the counter. Yes, please go over them and sign here if you're satisfied. Quote. Angeline runs her pen smoothly without any particular issues and returns the documents to Yuri. There's no way the Guild of Orphan would do something like last time and trick me after all. This time, and I have enough trust in them. It's a little annoying that you have to sign a single document only to get tricked again. It's a lot more complicated than that. Yuri nodded as if she was troubled. I'm sorry, it's not a problem for the guild at all. But the aristocrats who financed us were pestering us about how we're going to send our strongest adventurer elsewhere, so we have compromised a little bit. Well, I'm human too. I'm not a device that kills monsters. When you need to rest, you need to rest. Quote. Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm sure Leo will take care of these issues. Imagining a blue-faced Lionel, Angeline chuckled. Guildmasters are too feeble-minded. Leo is a coward by nature. That's why he's survived, you could say. Quote. Well, my father also said that a certain amount of cowardice is necessary. Yuri, come and visit Tornella with me. Yuri laughed in annoyance and patted Angeline on the head. No thank you. Have a good time, Angeline. The idea of going to visit Tornella about an arranged marriage was completely rejected. Angeline's mouth twitched, but there was no point in forcing her to go. She gave up and turned on her heel and went outside to head to her usual tavern. The wind was becoming a bit chilly, but the smell of summer lingered in the sunshine. Chapter 44. Everyone had a hunch. Everyone had a faint hunch that it was going to rain. But the clouds that had been hanging over us since the morning had covered the sky so thickly that it finally started to rain around noon. At first it was just a light rain, so I pulled out my rain gear and continued to work. But the rain was gaining momentum and by the time the sun was starting to set, it was finally bouncing off the ground and splattering. The villagers retreated back into their houses and stared at the rain clouds with a vexed feeling that this was no longer workable. Belgriff had also cut off his wild work and returned home. He had dug up the potatoes at his place. But he hadn't finished reaping the spring wheat from the field he was helping to plant. Once it gets wet, we have to wait for it to dry, which takes time. There is still a lot of bean crop to be harvested. It rarely rains in Tornera at this time of year. When winter comes, the clouds cover the sky and there is more snow. But the weather is usually good all through the autumn. But when it turns into a downpour like this, I'm in a bit of a funk. It's just the way nature is. Belgriff muttered as he looked out the window. The thick clouds made it oddly dark, even though it was still before nightfall. Behind him, Duncan was building a fire in the fireplace, Graham was dealing with Mito, and Marguerite was chopping up vegetables and putting them in a pot. Before I knew it, I had gotten used to this awkward communal life that had begun. And I had somehow begun to divide up the roles of each of them. Hey Belle, can I use the dried meat over here? Yeah, sure. Quote. Marguerite deftly cuts up the dried meat and throws it into the pot. Marguerite has a bold personality, but surprisingly, she is a good cook. It's not that she's a finely seasoned cook, but she seems to be able to make something that will appeal to anyone's taste buds. The result of practice, or rather the result of being able to imagine the taste by sense. Graham, holding Mito, came to the window and stared up at the sky. It's not going to last long. It's going to be down for the rest of the night. Well, I guess it was a blessing in disguise that I was able to dig up some potatoes. Quote, it's unusual for it to rain this time of year in the north and I hope nothing bad happens to it. Quote, oh come on Graham, don't be too sinister. It's going to be real when you say it. Quote, Graham chuckled and scratched his head at Belgriff's words. I'm sorry Belle, it's a bad habit. Quote, Grandpa, are you mad? Mito tugged on Graham's long hair. Graham laughed, as if he wasn't full of it. Yeah well, I'm no match for Belle. Since the forest mutation, Graham had treated Belgriff as a good friend and wanted to be treated as such himself. It seems that this elven hero, due to his fame, has only a few people he can call friends. At first Belgriff was a bit reserved, but after learning the situation, he responded to Graham, calling him by his name and talking to him in a friendly manner. Graham was more than twice as old as Belgriff, but they still seemed to trust each other as equal friends. He was not an adored and awe-inspiring hero, but he seemed to hunger for an entity that would treat him as a single personality. Now Graham is a complete babysitter. He's not used to working in the fields, so he can't help out much. But he likes to take care of Mito. Although he claims that he's just observing the Demon King as well as investigating him. The expression on his face when he's dealing with Mito is the very same as that of a grandfather who treats his grandson. In any case, a different lifestyle was created in Belgriff's house. And it was beginning to take hold. The stew was simmering and steaming. Boiled potatoes are milled, mixed with flour, kneaded, and boiled again. And the stew is poured over the boiled potatoes. Then he sprinkled a little shaved goat's cheese on it. It's done. Hasn't it stopped raining yet? It's not stopping. Either way, the ground's too muddy to work today. Quote, Belgriff replied as he laid out a plate of food. Duncan sighed. I'm sorry to hear that. The wheat has not even been reaped yet. Quote, that's the way it is. Quote, yeah, it's a bit stubborn, albeit a bit unavoidable. Quote, Belgriff laughed at the hilarity of Duncan, who was completely steeped in peasant ways. Duncan is a strong, hard-working man who is well known to the villagers in Tornella. His skill with an axe has earned him the respect of the lumberjacks as well as the fields. Duncan himself doesn't seem to feel bad about his peaceful life, which is different from that of an adventurer. And in the end he seems to have missed the opportunity to leave the village. As I ate my slightly early dinner, I listened closely to the sound of rain. It pattered against the roof, dripping and hitting the ground. It's called the sound of rain, but it's not the rain itself. It's the sound of the rain hitting things. It should have been unbroken forever, but it seemed to increase the silence in return. You may feel daring to break it, but everyone is listening to the sound of rain in silence. Marguerite wiped the stew from her mouth with her thumb and said, Hey, it's hard to get out of Tornella in the winter, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, I know it's not as bad as the elf territory, but the snow is deep here too. The roads aren't well maintained and it's hard to get out. I see. Marguerite was silently bringing the stew to her mouth, but eventually she looked up. She looked disgustingly serious. There was a light in her eyes that seemed to be full of determination. I'm thinking of leaving Tornera before winter. Quote. With a twitch, Graham's eyebrows moved. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Marguerite. Well, where do you plan to go when you get out of here? South. Tornera is a nice place, but I still want to be an adventurer like my great uncle. I want to see something different. Quote, I don't think it would do any good to stop him. Quote, Graham sighed and patted Mito on his lap. Mito looked at Marguerite with a strange look on his face. Marie, are you going away? Yeah, but not forever. But not forever. I'll be a top-notch adventurer and I'll definitely be back. Quote, Marguerite reached out and popped Mito's head. Mito still looked at Marguerite with a strange look on his face. It's kind of a nostalgic feeling, Belgriff said, the edge of his mouth loosening in a smiling mood. Thanks for the treat. He stands up with his plate and says to Marguerite, well, either way, we'll leave after the fall festival. What? Why? There will be many caravans and vendors at the fall festival. You can go with them when they leave. Quote, Belgriff said, and Marguerite frowned. No, it's not cool. Besides, it's easier to travel alone, isn't it? Graham shakes his head, eyes downcast, as if he's dumbfounded. Belgriff says with a wry smile, you'll never be a top-notch adventurer like that, will you? Are you going to go alone and get lost again? Marguerite's cheeks colored. Duncan laughed. Dear Marie, adventurers must think first of all about reducing the burden and risk. Unnecessary burdens can slow you down in times of crisis. Quote, Duncan is right, Marguerite. I guess I'll have to teach you a few things again. But I'll do my best. Quote, Marguerite looked down with a shrug, probably imagining Graham's rigorous training. Hollow circle. Byaku rolled to the ground as he bounced off the ground like he was being hit. Across from him stood Maria, her eyebrows furrowed in a sullen manner. What the hell are you doing? You can't even dodge this much? Gehoho. Shut up. Byaku stood up in frustration and held his arms out in front of him. A three-dimensional magic circle emerged and her hair began to turn black. But Maria waved her finger quickly. Space shook, and Byaku fell to the ground slumped on his back as he was pushed from his back. That guy is a pair. Don't rely on the Demon Lord's power. Shit. Byaku forced himself to stand up and waved his arms. A sand-colored three-dimensional magic circle flew toward Maria. But they were blocked as they hit an invisible wall before they could reach Maria. But Maria nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's fine. Be aware of that body's magical organs. Separate the Demon King's magic power from your own. Goho, goho. Gee. But as he ran out of breath, Byaku's hair was dyed a speck of white and black. Then instantly, Maria's magic struck him down. Byaku falls to the ground. Too soon. Let me lean back more. You old bitch. Get on with it. Quote. Byaku stood up with a roar of rage and made his three-dimensional magic circle huge, dropping it at Maria. However, Byaku's angry blow is also blown away by Maria with a single finger. It's a good idea to use magic again to knock Byaku down. Maria spat grimly. Do you think screaming will make you stronger? Don't be a spoiled brat, you little. Haha. Whoa. Whoa. Go ho ho ho. Quote. Angeline rushes over to Maria, who is moping spectacularly and seems to have gotten tangled up in her throat or something, and rubs her back. Grandma, are you okay? Geez, damn it. Quote. Maria frowned and spat on the ground with a peck. Across the way, Charlotte is helping the sand-covered Byaku up. This was the Orphan Guild's teaching hall. It's more like a hall with a dirt floor surrounded by stone walls. It is a facility used for the training of fledgling adventurers and for the independent training of adventurers, surrounded by sturdy walls carved with hardening formulas, and not easily broken by unleashing powerful magic. At first, Maria started investigating the Demon King with only a handful of hours. But she became more passionate than she thought she would be. And she threw away her previous research to devote her time to research related to the demon. King. It hasn't been that long since I started. But it seems that I'm already getting an overview of the existence of the Demon King. One of the great demons that are renowned in the Empire, as expected. In such a situation, it also coincides with Angeline's desire to do something about the demon King inside Byaku, and this is how she investigates things related to his magic power while teaching him how to handle it and battle tactics. Although Byaku can handle a considerable level of three-dimensional magic circle, his magic power relies a lot on the latent demon kings. Angeline did not like that. Byaku himself realized that his personality was being eroded by the demon king's magical power when he abused it, so he took Angeline's suggestion and went through Maria's training. However, Maria's training is intense. I'm sure you'll be able to find a great deal more to say about it. But that doesn't mean that they will be merciful and praise you if you succeed. Until now, I had only heard about it through rumors, but after witnessing the actual scene, Angeline gave a small laugh, saying that she could certainly understand why Miriam was twisting and talking badly about Maria all the time, somehow. But she also thought that it must be coming from Maria's tremendous clumsiness. Byaku got up and coughed. Charlotte rubbed his back. I'm sure you'll be able to find it. Quote. Tisk. He bent forward, thrust his hands into his knees and glared at Maria with a glare. Hag, again. I've got the sense. Don't call me an old lady. Don't call me old lady, just come see me. Beho. As they began to fight again, Angeline and Charlotte lined up in front of them, pulling back. Sister, Byaku, I hope you're okay. Quote. Don't worry, kiddo. Even my grandmother didn't try to kill me. Byaku moved around the training grounds in a low stance while controlling the magic circle. His hair occasionally started to dye, but it never completely did. He seemed to be getting the knack of suppressing it gradually. Maria is uncommonly tough, but she's never wrong. It seems to be a little frightened before the tremendous battle. Charlotte gently took Angeline's hand and squeezed it tightly. Angeline also squeezes back. Charlotte took a breath as if she was relieved. Afraid to fight? Yeah, I felt like I could have done anything with that power when I had Samasina's ring. Quote. However, Charlotte bit her lip as she felt herself growing in her versatility. The people she meets in these peaceful days with Angeline and the others are all very kind and friendly. When she was an itinerant priestess of Solomon, she hated blood. But she had no qualms about hurting others. All she had was vengeance and the inflated pride of having been the daughter of a nobleman. But when you become a powerless little girl like this, it seemed terribly frightening to put yourself in the middle of something like a battle. So I couldn't help but stick to Angeline and hang on to her warmth. Angeline hugged Charlotte's shoulder and patted her. But I don't know what's in store for you, Charlotte. You'd better learn some magic sooner or later. Quote. From your Aunt Maria? Or someone a little kinder? Quote. Seeing Byaku being blown up in front of her, Angeline smiled bitterly. The training was cut off as Byaku finally seemed to have reached his limit. Byaku stood on Angeline's shoulder with a humiliated expression on his face. Don't be embarrassed. You'll be safe with your sister. Quote. Byaku wrinkled his brow and shook off Angeline to force himself to stand. But he quickly staggered to his knees. Angeline took Byaku's arm in dismay. What the hell are you doing? Shut up, Byaku, don't be embarrassed, okay? Your sister is thinking of you. I'm not embarrassed. Quote. As they were rambling on, Maria came over, looking as unhappy as ever. As soon as she came over, she bent down and grabbed Byaku's face with both hands. Then he gingerly brought his own face close to hers. The breath touched, so close that their foreheads touched. Angeline and Charlotte's cheeks are stained with haya, and they cover their faces with their hands, but peek through the gap between their fingers. Byaku's eyes widened as he giggled. Yeah, stop. What? It's not a kiss, you misunderstood me, you little maze guy. Quote. Oh. Quote. Byaku's cheeks shot up and he stared at Maria. Maria looked into Byaku's eyes. A sullen face was reflected in her black eyes. She squinted her eyes and concentrated, searching for the figure of the Demon King, who was hiding in the depths of her eyes. Only a faint shadow wavered a little and disappeared like a mirage. Well, you seem to have it under control more than before. Quote. As she was about to say it, a twisted staff struck Maria's brain from behind. Fire came out of her eyes. Maria held her head and cowered in agony. Go. You old, color-blind, old bitch. What the hell are you doing to Byakan? Quote. Miriam was standing in human form with a look of indignation on her face. Maria stared at Miriam with tears in her eyes. You, stupid disciple. You beat up master. What kind of a concept is that? Don't play dumb. That close to my face. Miriam's cheeks colored as she said this. Maria frowned evasively and stood up. Bounced Miriam's hat off and grabbed her by the cat ears and pulled. What's the matter with you? You're being so quick. I don't want this stupid cat to be turned into a cat pot. Quote. T3. What are you doing? Miriam threw down her wand and grabbed onto Maria. As it is, the two of them are jostling each other languidly. But since they are both wizards and one of them is a sick old man, it's just not very powerful. Anessa, who seemed to have come with Miriam, came in beside Angeline, who stood with a dumbfounded look on her face. What have you been doing? Grandma saw the Demon King in Byaku. Millie misunderstood that. I mean, all that. Oh dear, I don't know if we're friends or not. Both Maria and Miriam's day job is magic, so they're apparently not very good at fighting. And before they could go at each other that much, both of them were on their knees. Out of breath. I knew we were close. Yeah. Angeline and Anessa looked at each other and giggled. Byaku, supported by Charlotte, came wobbling over and clicked his tongue grimly. Damn, that's one hell of a hag. Humph, you're pretty when you're embarrassed, too, baby. Quote. Don't call me Byakan. First of all, if you're investigating the Demon Lord, you should be able to find out what happened to you. How many times have I told you I owe my strength to my father? Tisk. Byaku, don't say that to your sister. Quote. Charlotte slapped Byaku's forehead with a slap. Byaku sighed as if he had given up. Chapter 45. The red-haired boy looked somewhat nervous. The red-haired boy ran his hand over the hilt of the sword at his waist with a somewhat nervous expression. Under the blue sky, across the grassy plains, many demonic beasts roared in groups. At the boy's side, adventurers of all ages were facing the demonic beasts, each carrying their own weapons. But it seems that most of them are young people. That's no wonder, the adventurers who came here were generally only about C-ranked. The number of people is quite large. It was a joint request to defeat them. A massive outbreak of humanoid monsters had flooded the dungeon. They were not high-ranking monsters. That's why the guild had gathered adventurers in parties of up to C-rank adventurers to form a strike team to help the lower-ranked adventurers gain experience. Hey, don't get sunburned this time. Quote. Ha. The red-haired boy turned over as the strong adventurer standing next to him told him. He had joined a party of adventurers since the beginning of the month. They too were a fledgling party and had been recruiting in the guild. The red-haired boy had gone through several parties. He himself was only a mid-level swordsman with good sword skills, but was also adept at observing the battle situation, which came from his natural prudence, and was more than capable of preparing and alerting himself beforehand, as well as being more than humanly possible. However, he was a swordsman, even if he was really smart. His primary role is to step forward and be useful. Because of this limpidness, the boy was rated poorly in every party and did not stay for long. The same is true of the current party. The bloodthirsty fledgling adventurers don't take a step back to assess the battle situation. But that doesn't mean they think anything of it. In fact, they can often get through requests from lower-ranked adventurers with gusto. If anything, the red-haired boy, the type who first looks for the other party's way out, was labeled a coward and was already beginning to be looked down upon even within the party. The high-ranking adventurer with a guild who was commanding the whole thing moved the defeating party forward. The demonic beasts also roared and pushed forward. The adventurers excitedly raised their weapons and rushed out to take more credit. Let's go, ORAA. The party to which the red-haired boy belongs also pushes forward to be the first to go. The red-haired boy is also running, but somewhat slower. The spears clashed with each other, and in the blink of an eye, the battle took on the appearance of conflagration. Weapons clashed, arrows flew, and magic sparkled. With shouts and screams ringing out all around him, the red-haired boy didn't move forward much, trying to take stock of his surroundings while focusing on defeating the demonic beasts that appeared from the other adventurers' blind spots. The adventurers were preoccupied with slaughtering the enemies in front of them. The fact that they were all lower-ranked demonic beasts and it didn't take much to defeat them seemed to add to the boar's rush. As much as he defeated them, he would be able to promote his rank and his reputation. It's not like a soldier being led anyway, and even if you do whatever you want, the results are all that matters. That's probably why no one but the boy noticed it. Yuck. Quote. The red-haired boy ran out to the right wing side. A group of demonic beasts that had been making a large detour was heading straight for us from the flank of the strike force. As he ran, the red-haired boy looked for his commander. However, with the bite of the adventurers who were individually rampaging, he found out that they seemed to have no time for that. Moreover, he was too far away to reach his voice to tell them. Ha! Come on! They're coming from the side. Quote. Still, the red-haired boy shouted as he held his sword at the ready. Several adventurers nearby looked at him, and with their weapons at the ready in surprise, they intercepted the oncoming monsters. Although they were the first to arrive, it seems that they managed to avoid a surprise attack. How long has passed since then? The battle ended in a victory for the defeating team. Not that it was a close call, but there were few dead or seriously injured. Some moaned at the pain of their wounds, but most were in a good mood, drunk with victory and making a lot of noise. The red-haired boy leaned on his sword as a staff and breathed heavily. In the end, he was only able to deal with the flanking enemy himself at first. But then another group of adventurers who noticed came to help. Once that happened, the number of demonic beasts they defeated would be a problem. The commander was struggling to get a handle on the front line, and people wouldn't even know about the red-haired boy's achievements. Then the leader of the boys' party came in angrily. You've escaped by yourself again, haven't you? No, I'm not. Shut up. We don't need a bunch of pussies. Get out for today. Quote. The leader left with an angry shoulder, saying he wouldn't listen to a rebuttal. The boy shrugged. Either way, he wouldn't have been able to stay at that party for long either. The boy chuckled, disgusted at his own lack of worldly wisdom. Hey! As the boy was about to leave, someone called out to him. When he looked, he saw a boy about his own age, with dead grass-colored hair, looking straight at him. The red-haired boy swam his gaze a little impatiently. There was no sign of anyone else. Me? Yeah. You're awesome. What's that? That flank ambush. How did you notice that? Yeah, well, quote. A decent compliment, and I felt somewhat embarrassed to think that I was getting a decent compliment, and I couldn't get the words out. The boy with the dead grass-colored hair smiled pleasantly and patted the boy on the shoulder. I like it. You want to join my party? It's night. The streets were lit and people were coming and going in a hurry to get home. After the sun went down, the breeze was slightly cooler than before and made Angeline want to put on another layer of clothing. After wandering around during the day and buying various items, Angeline was preparing to return home. We'll be leaving in a few days. We planned and packed our bags so that we wouldn't miss anything. You can't forget to bring a souvenir, either. The more I prepared a change of clothes and laid out the souvenirs I bought, the happier and more elated Angeline was, the more she was. And the more her smile stuck to her face and never returned. We're going home. Wait for me, Rock Cockerel. Byaku raised an eyebrow at Angeline, who was laughing in front of the array of souvenirs. You're turning into a pervert, Twig. Shut up, Byaku. I have a home to go back to. I've never been happier. What are you talking about? This woman is even dumber when it comes to her father, Byaku sighed. In contrast to Byaku's affectionate expression, Charlotte was smiling with the same glee as Angeline. It was like she was looking forward to going to Tornella and had no specifications. Charlotte took up a colored yarn scarf. She bought a ball of yarn and knit it herself. Charlotte said with a smirk, apparently happy that something she learned as part of her education when she lived in Lucretia would be useful in this way. Sister, I wonder if your father will be pleased with this scarf? Well, Tornella is cold, she'll be glad to know and she'll teach me how to knit. Quote, yes. Hey. Byaku sighed. Tami's dad is that red-haired old man, right? What's the point? Angeline and Charlotte looked at Byaku together. Byaku couldn't help but shrug at the stinging seriousness of their gaze. Byaku-kun, you'll understand when you see your father, too. Quote, yes. My hands are so warm. Quote, you don't even know the guy. And yet, Byaku wondered dubiously what this fascination was. And he was more or less curious as to what kind of person Belgriff was. But at the same time, he was somehow afraid to meet him. After a few intense training sessions, Byaku had been able to suppress the Demon King's power more or less. Maria says that as long as you don't have to fight a very strong enemy, you'll be fine. Therefore, he was told to refrain from using the three-dimensional magic circle even in the invisible state. Byaku's own magic power content was not that high. And with a magic formula that was assembled into a form that depended on the Demon King's powerful magic power, by continuing to use it, he could unconsciously connect to the Demon King's magic power in his body. Even if he could suppress it while he was conscious of it, he wouldn't be able to think about it all the time at all times. In fact, if he had the time, he wanted to teach her how to efficiently assemble a magic circle. But he didn't have enough time. Byaku raised his eyebrows. But it seems that he doesn't want to fight without another reason to fight, and he obeys meekly. Depending on the situation, he didn't think he would be able to leave Orphan until Byaku's training was complete, but this was a relief. If he went to Tornella, he would have less chance of fighting than he would have in Orphan. And he wouldn't have to use his magic power. Angeline hoped that Byaku's strangely oblique personality would soften in the calm life. Maybe then he would call her big sister in time. As for Charlotte, she doesn't think there's any need to be too hasty. It seems that Lucretia's home country is in turmoil. And if you go to Tornella in the extreme north of the duchy, there shouldn't be any pursuers all the way to Tornella. It's a little worrying that you haven't trained in magic as a self-defense. But even Miriam can teach you the basics, even if she's not very good at teaching. Even though Charlotte is the power of the Demon King's jewel, she has experience with magic and is well educated. So if you go and borrow a few grimoires from Maria, you should be able to practice a decent amount on your own. At the very least, as long as you can protect yourself until help arrives. That's all that matters. I've been thinking a lot about this homecoming in Angeline's own way, but in the end, I'm still most happy to see Belgriff. It's a good thing that you're able to have a good time with your friends. This time we didn't prepare our own carriage, we used a shared carriage. We're not going to be able to get our own carriage, but we will be using the carriage. We'll take advantage of that and return to Tornella for the fall festival. The perfect plan. I'm afraid of my talent. Quote. Angeline sniffed with a huff. Then she picked out the souvenirs. Even if you think this is what you're buying, you realize that there are a lot of them. I can't take them all with me, so I have to sort out the good ones among them. This is fun. Then Anessa and Miriam, who had been separated during the day on business, came over. They are with us this time to Tornella. They had arranged to meet in Angeline's room tonight to discuss their plans. They entered the room and laughed in dismay at the amount of souvenirs that they could not even step on. Wow, you're putting up quite a fight again. No carriage this time. Can you carry that much? I'm in the middle of choosing and you're going to help me. That's the way it is. Alright, I'll pick one for you. And so the four girls, squealing and discarding the souvenirs. Aside from Miriam, who often gets into a bad mood with Angeline. Bayaku was a little surprised because even Anessa, who usually takes a step back and tweaks herself, did so. Hey, Anessa? What's the matter, Bayaku? Do you want to meet his father? Mr. Bell? Well yes, I would like to see you if I could. Like this, it's kind of reassuring to know that you're there, Belle. Anessa smiled shyly and scratched her cheek. Bayaku shook his head in relief and leaned against the wall in silence. Hollow circle. The axe swung down with a mighty swing, splitting the firewood in half. He picked it up as it rolled to the ground with a dry thud and released it into the pile of firewood beyond. After lunch, Belgriff had finished his lunch and was quietly chopping wood at noon. Fuel is an important and indispensable commodity in the middle of winter. He chopped up the wood that was cut into balls and dried last summer. Even if a house is too short of people to prepare firewood, they will be given enough fuel to last a winter. But there is no need to worry about how much firewood we have. If you want to keep warm, you need to use a lot of firewood. Each household had to prepare the extra wood for its own use. Setting the axe up on the log in the wood-splitting table, Belgriff stretched out his hips. Mito and Graham carried the wood to the woodpile, holding it a little at a time and piling it up. Graham holds up several in batches, but the smaller Mito holds one at a time. As they carried it, Mito looked up at Graham. Grandpa, do you want to buy this? Quote. Warm enough for you? Well, Grandpa, do you like to burn? No, I don't like it. Quote. So you don't like it? No, it's not a matter of liking it or not liking it. Quote. What's the matter? To take the next one, Mito. Graham said, grabbing Mito's head as he tried to gnaw on the wood he was holding. Unconsciously or not, Belgriff, who was watching, chuckled. Mito had learned to help these days, and he was trying his hand at this and that as he watched. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I think it's a good idea. He was younger on the inside than he looked. And maybe it was because he was skinny and not human. Or maybe it was because he was terribly light to pick up. That seemed to contribute to its overprotectiveness. Granted, the job was generally undertaken by Graham. It was funny to Belgriff that the taciturn Graham was in the company of Mito, who was also not very talkative, and occasionally engaged in tawdry conversations, which Belgriff found amusing and unspecified. The strong rains had passed in a day, and the fall work had begun again. although he was somewhat troubled by the muck he had left behind. A few days of sunshine had reaped the dry wheat and harvested the beans. The grained barley was spread out to dry, and the beans were sorted nightly, one by one, to sort out any insect bites or small ones. The bean hulls were piled up and rotted to make fertilizer. The wheat hulls were used to preserve potatoes and vegetables. And the wheat straw and beans were used to feed sheep, goats and donkeys. The ingenuity of trying to use up everything without wasting it is something that has been passed down from generation to generation. Belgriff finishes chopping and puts the pieces away in the cupboard. The rain of the other day had cleared up like a lie, and the high autumn sky was blue and piercing. There was a circle of steeple jackets and hawks circling, perhaps aiming at insects or small animals that were trying to get at them. Across the yard, Graham, with Mito's hand in tow, was walking along the path. He is Mito's good luck charm, wanting to go for a walk. A farmer from across the street greets him in a friendly manner, to which Graham replies modestly. A cold wind from the north unexpectedly caresses Belgriff, who is watching it with a smiling mood. Belgriff shuddered and stood up. Well, winter's coming, you know. Put away the axe and tidy up the fields. Clean up the dead summer vegetable plants and spread out the fertilizer I've been laying around since last year and leave it there. Mito was big enough to walk on his own now, which was fine. But Belgriff wondered if Angeline had done this kind of work when she was a baby, sitting on her back with her back strap. Don't get nostalgic about it, Belgriff chuckled. Maybe it's a sign of my age. Come to think of it, he hadn't heard from Angeline since their last visit to Bordeaux, where she had said she would return in early autumn. I'm a little worried that we haven't heard a single letter from her. However, since there was no prior notice when he came back before, this time may be the same. When it comes to S-ranked adventurers, Belgriff nodded to himself, saying that there must be many busy things that he couldn't have imagined. And he nodded to himself. Once he convinced himself like that, he was somewhat less worried. As he finished up the field and sat up to go help someone else, a young man from the village came running in from the other side. Oi, Mr. Bell. Hey, how you doing? I was in the woods with Marie and the others, and we got this huge deer. Help me take it apart. Quote, where are you going with this? I lost my head. The rest of the gutted. And now I'm dipping them in the river to bleed them out. Belgriff followed the young man who came to call him. There is a river flowing outside the village, and all the water work that cannot be done at the well is done there. When he went, he found the body of a deer whose head had been dropped and its belly opened, immersed in the current of the river. The blood had continued downstream in folds. A young man was sharpening a knife for dismantling. Marguerite, standing at the river's edge, proudly threw out her chest. How's that, Belle? That's a big one. Quote, yeah, that's pretty impressive. Quote, it was a big, fatty female deer that must have been hoarded for the winter. We could make quite a bit of dried meat out of it. It would make the table at the autumn festival more colorful. First of all, we had to remove the skin. If you are careful not to damage it, and if you lick it properly, you can use it for clothes or rugs. Belgriff didn't take care of it himself, but watched the youngsters grow and gave them timely instructions and prayed in his mind as the deer gradually turned into meat. 46. The cold fighting spirit that Angeline emits. The cold fighting air that Angeline emitted caused the guild's office to freeze as if winter had arrived a step ahead of them. Not to mention Lionel, even Dortos and Chabolg involuntarily felt their bodies squirm and seemed to gasp. Say it again. So, Mr. Angier, this isn't from us, Grand Duke Estgar. Thump, Angeline stomped her foot. Lionel shrugs and shudders. Don't be silly, I don't know if you're the Grand Duke or what. But you don't have the authority to pull me out. Quote. Angeline slammed the crushed letter to the floor as hard as she could. Lionel said, "Hi," and backed away. Dordos stepped forward to soothe him. Angie, you must calm down a little. This is not Lionel's fault. Quote. I don't care whose fault it is, old-timer. If you go to Estgar now, winter will come. And then I won't be able to go back to Tornella. There's a rock peach waiting for me. Sorrowfully, Angeline fell to her knees and held her head in her hands. The people around her looked at each other, not knowing what to say to each other. It had started with a letter that had arrived to the guild just a few days ago. Lionel was first surprised when he saw the letter's seal. And then again when he saw the contents. The letter was sealed by the Grand Duke of Estgar, the great aristocrat who ruled the northern part of the empire. And it stated that he had sent Angeline to Estgar, the official capital, to confer a medal on her for her achievements in defeating the Demon King at the Deep Autumn Ball. Naturally, Lionel's head was in his hands. It was no secret that Angeline was making preparations for her return to Tornella. He also knows that he is looking forward to it in an unusual way. For what it's worth, there's also the guilt of forcing him to stay back during the previous demonic beast fiasco, I'm afraid to say it. However, the other party is a great noble of the empire. If you're going to be the first to return to your hometown and abandon your award, Angeline will not be able to get away with it. But even so, I tried to keep my ignorance to myself, but there were many twists and turns. And I had no choice but to tell them. And so it is now. Angeline looked annoyed and walked over to Lionel and poked her hand on the desk with a bang. Anyway, I'm not going. Great lords ordained, I don't give a damn. Quote. Lionel said with a tearful look on his face. Duh. The guildmaster will end up getting his head cut off anyway. Quote. It's going to be a physical thing to talk about cutting off your head. Uncle. I don't want to die yet. Angeline looked at Dordos and Shabolg. However, the two old soldiers also just frowned as if they were troubled. Old Man Shiragain and General Muscle agree with you. There's a problem with the contents of the Grand Duke's letter. If it's Angier himself who's telling you to come, you have a certain amount of excuse to go or not go, depending on your decision. We can pretend to ignore it, but the letter is addressed to the guild and asks you to come to the capital. It is no longer a matter for you alone, Angier. Gumu. Angeline bit her lip. I don't know if it was intentional or accidental, but if you poke around, the guild is now being held accountable as well. The Adventurers Guild itself will never go away. But if Lionel and the current management team were to have their heads changed all over the place, we would probably revert to the old Central Guild's skeletonized ways. That was not what Angeline wanted, and more importantly, she felt sorry for Lionel and the others. For what it's worth, Angeline also liked the Guild of Orphan. Dordos said admonishingly. Above all, the nobles are people who value their physical appearance. Angie. We are S-ranked adventurers, and no matter what we call ourselves, we are no different from the average person in terms of rank. It's a good thing that you're not the same as the average person who rejects your offer. And since the other party is a Grand Duke, they won't keep their mouths shut if they lose face. But I don't like what I don't like. Adventurers love freedom, don't they, old man? Dordos looked down, as if in trouble. At that moment, Shaborg raggedly scratched his head and said, Hey, I mean, you're all so sloppy. It's about to happen. Let's just shove it up your ass, man. What? Wait, what are you talking about, Mr. Shabolg? Quote. It's good. What if they don't like it and they harass us? Let's just crush them. I don't care if you're a Grand Duke or not. A bunch of miscellaneous soldiers can't be an enemy to us. Quote. Of course you can't. Hey, Mr. Dortos. Quote. No, it's possible, depending on what you think. There's me and there's Shabolg. We can pull Maria out as well. In terms of strength, they are second to none of the Grand Duke's forces. If we can hit them and show them the difference in power, we can show the independence of the Orphan Guild. No. You're going to turn Orphan into a battlefield. Quote. Well, you can do something about that, can't you? Well, I'm sure we'll figure it out. I won't be. Quote. Unable to look at Lionel, who was pale in contrast to the two old men who were strangely tense, Angeline leaned forward. Perhaps it was because of the heat that was beginning to rise around her, but she was strangely cold-headed. Fine, I'll just go, right? What? Angier, what did you say? Quote. I'm going to Esgar so I don't have to fight. Ah, Mr. Angier? It would be fun to fight the Grand Duke's army, but you don't have to do that, and if you do, your father will be mad at you. Shabolg clapped his fists together in disappointment. What the hell, you ain't boring. It's been a long time since I've felt like I could go on a rampage. Quote. That's not the point, Mr. Shabolg. Quote. Lionel sighed and looked at Angeline with sullen eyes. Thank you, Angela. And I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bother you so much before. Okay, I'll get out of here and I'll be back as soon as I can. Quote. Angeline spun on her heel and picked up the letter she had just tossed, and left the office with a brisk pace. Lionel breathed heavily and Doltos and Shabolg raised their eyebrows. My goodness, Angie has grown up. Quote. Very true. I am both happy and sad, but I do not like the Grand Duke of Esgar. You should have done this a long time ago. Quote. I agree with that, but I feel like there's some kind of political agenda. I hope the guild can support Angier San in some way. I'm sorry, said Lionel, scratching his head and turning to Dortos and Shabolg. But I'm sorry to have you both play the clown. Thanks to you, Angie-san, you've kept your cool. What? Well, I was joking. Right? Hey, don't you dare shut up. Why are you looking away? Quote. As I walked roughly back into the lobby, Charlotte greeted me with a surprised look on her face. Oh, sister. What's the matter? I don't know what to do. Quote. Angeline sat back in her chair with a thud. Byaku, who was sitting across from her, looked up from the book he was reading. What the hell are you mad about? Tornella will be postponed. Quote. Angeline said, and Charlotte came running up to her in surprise. She grabbed the hem of Angeline's clothes. Why? We're supposed to leave tomorrow. Angeline mused and handed the crumpled letter in her hand to Charlotte. Charlotte looked over the letter and her eyes widened as she looked at Angeline and the letter. In turn. From the Grand Duke? Sis, are you going for this? I don't want to go, but if I say no, the people in the guild will get in trouble. Quote. Byaku closed the book with a snap. He has an amused look on his face. Great for a mad maniac. Quote. Shut up, Byakan, rock cockerel. Freshly picked rock cockerel. Angeline's angry expression from earlier turned at once to one of disappointment and despair as she plopped down on the table. Charlotte timidly rubbed Angeline's back. It's okay, sister? Thanks, Char. But I can't go to Tornella. Then, what should I do with Byaku and me? I've been thinking about it. Quote. Angeline looked up with tears in her eyes and sighed heavily. She kept Charlotte and Byaku in Orphan because, apart from Tornella, they were the safest. I've also installed the full cooperation of the guild. And the returning S-rank adventurers are reliable. However, Esgar is a completely unfamiliar land. There was nowhere to run to and no one to rely on in the face of a surprise attack. Even though the possibility of an attack is infinitesimally low. It would be regrettable if the two of them lost their lives or were taken away by Lucrezia. After getting high and letting their guard down, Angeline closed her eyes for a while and listened closely to the hustle and bustle of the guild, but eventually she stood up. I'll go to Arn and Millie to discuss this. Wow, me too. Quote. Charlotte grabbed Angeline's hand. Angeline squeezed his hand back and urged Byaku to scoot his chin. Byaku stood up with a slight smile on his face. Angeline's mouth twitched. Is it so much fun to have your sister in trouble, Byaku-kun? Don't call me, baby boy. Just pick your brain and see what you can do. Quote. Byaku chuckled at that. Angeline poked Byaku's head with her fist bone. If only you had the magic of spatial transference. Don't ask for anything you can't have. Quote. Angeline walked outside with Charlotte's hand in tow. The traffic before noon was crowded with people coming and going, with music coming from everywhere. Angeline weaved her way down the street, holding Charlotte's hand so she wouldn't get separated and weaving her way through the people. Charlotte says to Angeline with a worried look on her face, Sister, are you okay? You don't have to go to Estgar to force yourself. If it were just me, I would have pushed him, but it's not. Charlotte looked down sadly. She was looking forward to going to Tornella with Angeline. Extraordinarily well. All the excitement she had been feeling until this morning is now at rock bottom. Grand Duke Estgar, Angeline bit her teeth. I'd feel bad if I didn't do something to return the favor, but I can't think of anything. He almost wondered what Belgriff would have done if he were in the same situation. But he huffed and shook his head. Your father wouldn't get back at you for nonsense. That's right, we can't let this get us down. I am your father's daughter, Angeline said. It's a good idea to have a good time. It's not a bad idea. Quote. I muttered to myself and quickened my steps. Anessa and Miriam's house is located in a corner of downtown. It's a little close to the church orphanage and easy to get to the market. Because of its location next to the slum, the rent is apparently cheap for its location. I knocked on the door and said, Me. I called out to her, and a surprised-looking Anessa opened the door. What, Angie? What's up? We have a problem. Anessa ran a hand over her forehead and wrinkled her brow. Up for the moment. Quote. The house was littered with miscellaneous things. Some of the dishes were unwashed and some of the laundry was unfolded. She had been so busy preparing for her trip that she had neglected the housework. In the back room, Miriam was sitting in front of her travel bag and groaning. What should I do? Millie. What? Angier, what is it? We leave tomorrow, right? The thing is, as Angeline explained, they both fell silent. Miriam's mouth twitched in an angry manner. That's up to the nobles. Even though they give us a medal. It's already been a year since Angier defeated the Demon King. Hey, Arn. Quote. Yes, but it's no use. You can't just shrug it off against the Grand Duke, can you? Anessa patted Angeline's head, looking a little impressed. Angeline huffed and sniffed. I'm a grown-up now, I'm sorry for you too. Quote. Well, it can't be helped. I guess I missed Mr. Bell. The two of them were visibly disappointed, but apparently understood that it was dangerous to disrespect the Grand Duke's intentions, and reluctantly gave up on going to Tornella and rearranged their plans for the future. We brewed a cup of flower tea and sat around the table. You can't just go and come back. I'm sure they'll keep you around for a few days. Quote. Where are Char and Bayako? Are you taking me with you? Angeline shook her head. Unlike Orphan, I don't have any allies. I don't even know the land. It's too risky. But if you're not with your sister, I am. Quote. Charlotte hugged Angeline's arms anxiously. Angeline sighed and patted Charlotte. Charlotte turned over and squeezed her arms tightly. Although Rosetta's injuries have healed considerably, she is still not in her prime. Although he is laughing at himself. Both Angeline and Charlotte felt responsible for him and went to visit him. Even though it was an unexpected event, it was a reminder to Angeline of the limits of her own strength. No matter how strong she was, there was a limit to what she could do on her own. That's why it's important to rely on others. I was made aware of that. That's why it's impossible to take Charlotte and Byaku with me. It's fine if it's just sightseeing, but if they're going to send me a medal, there won't be a good time to be with them. Anessa tapped on the table. What shall we do about Millie and I? It doesn't look like I'll have to go with you. The letter says that Angeline, the black-haired warrior maiden, is the only one who has defeated the Demon King, and even though she is a member of the party, she is not sure if she can attend. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to attend a party, even if it is a party member. Because Angeline is the only one who actually defeated the Demon King. But if the two of them are together, we can bring Char and Byaku in too. Quote, Angeline said, but Anessa gave her a difficult look. I don't know. The attack the other day was a surprise and close call, right? We are confident that we won't lose, but it's a little difficult to protect someone else. Quote, yeah, there are things Angie would feel, things we don't understand. Indeed, they are an archer and a wizard. Basically, they are better at providing logistical support than putting up a vanguard. If it's escorting on the battlefield. But I'm not as good at escorting in everyday life as Angeline is. It's not just a matter of time before you'll be able to get your hands on a new one. Angeline leaned deeper into her chair. Then what do we do? Rather, if Char and the others are going to stay, it might be better for us to stay with them instead of Angier. Even though the people in the guild are willing to help us, we have our own work to do. Or do you miss them? I'm not going to miss you because of who you think I am. Quote, oh, yeah. How about Arn and I take Char and Byaku to Tornella? The preparations won't be wasted, and I'll get to see Mr. Bell. Miriam was about to say jokingly, when she looked at Angeline and giggled. Angeline had large tears raggedly spilling from her eyes. Acting alone was nothing, but leaving her alone and going to Tornella with only her companions seemed to leave her out of the group and too deep in despair. Angeline wiped the tears that were pouring incessantly with the back of her hand, sniffed and shuffled her nose. The first thing that comes to mind is the fact that you can't get away with it. Don't leave me. Wow. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. There's no way I'm going to Tornella without Angier. Come on, good boy. Quote, Miriam was in a great hurry to pat Angeline's head and rub her back. Even Charlotte was frightened and a little teary-eyed. Anessa sighed. Millie, I'm sorry. I didn't think I was going to cry. Angeline scoffed for a while, but eventually calmed down. Her eyes, nose, and cheeks were red, and she poked her cheekbones at the table with a mushy mouth. Well then, I'm going to go by myself, so everyone else will stay at Orphan. That might be a good idea. I'm light and you'll be back on the road as soon as we're done. Quote, don't run off to Tornella. Never. Right, Millie. Angeline looked angry and grabbed Miriam's cat ears and jiggled them around. Miriam blinked her eyes in annoyance. Ah, that's why I said it was a joke. Is that right for Char and Byaku? Charlotte nodded reservedly at Anessa's question. Byaku is silent, leaning against the wall. It would be a sign of approval. Anessa nodded. You'll have to keep them at home then. Sorry for the clutter, but oh, I'll help you clean up, Arn. Quote, thanks. So, Angier, when are you leaving? Tomorrow. I've already packed my bags. I'm not going to leave a souvenir. Quote, yeah, right. Miriam stood up with a yakuza. Alright, let's go to the tavern, the usual tavern. I'm getting desperate today. Quote, Millie's buying you a drink? Ugh. Okay. Angeline stood up with a giggle, apparently feeling a little better. Outside the window was filled with the red light of nightfall. Chapter 47. Rain. It was raining. It was hitting the ground in a flurry of splashes. There were puddles everywhere, and people were moving fast. A red-haired boy waited in the eaves of an overhanging shop for the rain to pass by. Wet from the sudden rain, water dripped from his bangs and he wiped it away with his hands. Repeatedly. It was good that it was summer. But it was uncomfortable to wear clothes that were wet and yet oddly warmed by my body heat. The basket in his hand is filled with freshly picked herbs. The boy glanced at it and sighed in annoyance. He grabbed his staff back in his other hand. Eventually the rain slowed down. It hadn't stopped completely, but it wasn't so much raining as it was covering him with water. The boy stepped slowly out of the eaves. Every time his unaccustomed prosthetic leg touched the ground, he wobbled and had to use his walking stick to support it. A group of adventurers of his generation laughed at him, pointing their fingers behind their backs. "We've been collecting herbs for years. You're pathetic. I don't want to be that guy." Quote. The boy bit his lip with a guffaw and quickened his feet. But it's a prosthetic leg, so he can't get much speed. Suddenly, the boy turned around as a familiar voice called his name. A boy with brown hair came running up to him. The red-haired boy looked a little surprised, but immediately smiled in a friendly manner. "Long time no see. You're looking good." "Yeah, you too," I was about to say, and then stopped talking, stopping to look at my right prosthetic leg. The red-haired boy chuckled. "Are you still doing well? Well, I'm sure you guys won't have to worry about that. What about you?" "Me? I'm as good as I look. I'm doing it in small steps." Quote. The brown-haired boy turned over, his mouth squirming. "Ollie, I'm glad you're back, but I'm sure they'll be happy to have you back." Quote. "Oh, come on, I don't want to be a drag on you." The red-haired boy chuckled and rang the ground with his right prosthetic leg. "I can't even be a decoy in this state. You guys are already B-ranked, right? You're one step closer to reaching the high rank. I'm sorry if I'm dragging you down." Quote. But that's not." The red-haired boy gently stroked the brown-haired boy who looked like he was about to cry. "Don't look at me like that. As long as we're both doing well, that's all that matters." Quote. "But Isla, without you." The red-haired boy laughed in annoyance and showed him the basket in his hand. "I'm on my way. I've got to get to the guild." Quote. The red-haired boy popped the brown-haired boy on the shoulder. "Bye. So long. Give them my regards." Quote. Before he could hear a reply, the red-haired boy turned on his heel and walked away. Every time the vibrations through his prosthetic leg reverberated through his body. He felt an ache in his right leg that shouldn't be there. Behind him, he could see the brown-haired boy standing there, looking at him. His hand tightened in his grip on the cane. "Don't be jealous. You know your limits." Quote. I muttered to myself as I told him. I was uncomfortable with the throbbing black emotions that tingled deep in my chest as I stood in front of the brown-haired boy. And as I exchanged words and pictured the faces of my former party members, I was sick of suppressing it and putting on a fake smile. Maybe it was time. The red-haired boy walked towards the guild, seemingly oblivious to the rain that had begun to intensify again. Hollow circle. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, and it drifted away, white and massive, and melted into the air with a gentle momentum, as if it didn't want to collapse. The morning was beginning to get completely cold. The farm work was generally settled, and it was enough to get the remaining minutiae out of the way. The frost had begun to fall at night, and it seemed that the first spear of winter had finally come to Tornella. There might even be a bit of snow on the hilltop in the early morning, when the sun had not yet risen. Belgriff sat down on a stone and quieted his mind. Without looking at anything, he glanced half-eyed into the distance and dropped his attention to his own breathing. The cold air seemed to sting against his skin, but he didn't care. And soon each breath seemed to be terribly long. Then I could feel the warmth flowing through my body like a whirlpool more clearly. The boundary between body and space became blurred and my body seemed to change shape. According to Graham, as events shifted, the magic power also increased in quality and quantity. Dawn. In other words, it is the moment of transition from night to morning. The dark of night makes the magic in the atmosphere more dense. And it melts with the light of the sun. I've been training my body to take in that magic power through breathing techniques. It is said that if you are a master, a single breath can be felt indefinitely. However, Belgriff hadn't yet reached that level of training. Originally, when he was swinging, he was aware of the sensation of his whole body as if in half meditation. So the sensation itself was grasped fairly early on. Now I'm in the process of deepening it, but if you can master it so quickly, there's no need to worry about it. We're only at the starting point. The same Marguerite and Duncan were sitting a short distance away from the meditating Belgriff. But this one seemed to be unable to concentrate and occasionally cowered. Also walking away from the three of them was Graham. On his back, he was holding a dozing Mito. When he shook him to soothe him, Mito said something muffled. Eventually the sun shone in, and the frost on the grass leaves glistened. Belgriff stood up and stretched. The line between body and space, which had been blurred, returned to normal in the blink of an eye, and he shivered in the cold morning air. It's cold. Let's go back. Marguerite stood up as if she couldn't wait. It's hard. Hey Belle, do you have any tips or tricks? Well, don't think it's going to be quick. Quote. Marguerite tied her mouth together and her cheeks stained. Belgriff chuckled. They walked together down the hill and back to the village. The fields of spring sowing wheat, which had been shimmering with golden ears just a few days ago, had been plowed up and were now brown. The potatoes and beans will be planted here next spring. In another field, fall sowing wheat was being sown. Every house was already awake and bustling about. There was the sound of water and knives tapping on the cutting board. In the square, peddlers and troopers were raising their tent cloths and laying out their wares. Today was an autumn festival. This year's rain delayed work for a few days, so the peddlers had to wait until the festival. But that seemed to be a lot of fun. The village was also in the mood for a slightly earlier festival, and the children and youngsters welcomed it. As Belgriff was walking along, looking around casually, Duncan came up to him. It's early, isn't it? Yeah. It's going to be quick. Winter is coming. Quote. On the calendar, generally around 2 weeks after the fall festival, thick clouds drifted in from the north and covered the sky, and with the snow, the Tornella winter began. Strangely enough, that didn't change every year. That was why the people of Tornella struggled every year to finish their work before the autumn festival. Duncan was silent for a while, but then he said quietly, I'm afraid I can't say this, he said. It's hard to say, therefore, I'm afraid it's at this time. A certain man is thinking of leaving the village piece by piece. Quote. Belgriff tilted his head in surprise. That guy is all of a sudden. Well, it's just that I'm so comfortable with my new home I haven't been able to decide how to proceed with my departure, but there are still a few people I'd like to see here. Well, you won't be able to get out when winter comes. Yes. I thought a certain person, too, when Lord Marie said she was leaving. But I couldn't bring myself to say it at the time. I can't do it, but you're okay with Hannah? We've talked about it and a man has decided that our next trip will be our last. Quote. Well, did you ask me to wait for you? Duncan huffed and scratched his head in a ragged way. Belgriff smiled and patted Duncan on the shoulder. Don't make me wait too long, okay? Yes, I'll do my best. Quote. Duncan smiled shyly. I'm going to miss you, Belgriff thought. Back at the house, he prepared breakfast. He warmed up the rest of last night's stew and stretched out the dough he'd kneaded before going outside to cook on the griddle. Belgriff looked around the house. Thinking about it, he had become accustomed to a bustling life with lots of housemates. Marguerite and Duncan. He chuckled at the fact that the house was going to feel like a huddle. If the two noisy people were gone every now and then. It's too quiet for Graham, Mito and myself. Mito jumped on his back and climbed up on top of me. He was lighter than a fully loaded basket of potatoes and his bare feet were cooler than a fully loaded basket of potatoes. Otto-san? Oh, your feet are cold, Mito. Gripping Mito's toes in his hands, Belgriff laughed. Mito nuzzled his face into Belgriff's hair and huffed. Smells like an old man. I don't know what you're doing, but here, I'm going to make you a meal. Quote. It's the usual dinner table, but there's something sad about having two people who are leaving. Marguerite dipped her thin bread into the stew and bit into it. Her eyes deepened with some emotion. I'll have to say goodbye to this taste for a while. I feel like I've been here for a very long time. Ha ha, it all goes by in a flash, Master Marie. Yeah, it feels more like home than the West Woods, doesn't it, Belle? Belgriff, who had been wiping Mito's mouth, looked up. Marguerite was flabbergasted. Thank you for everything. If I hadn't come here, I'd be in a lot of trouble. Ha, you should have known better. Quote. Is that so? But, you know, I guess I didn't understand the common sense of an adventurer and all that. Someone could have tricked me or something. That's a good lesson for you, isn't it? But at least I had fun having you around, Marie. Heh. Marguerite scratched her cheek in embarrassment. Then she popped her knee. Good. Then, when I find the elf named Sati, I'll bring him to Tornella. Quote. Hey, it's okay. Quote. What are you so embarrassed about? Marguerite laughed and poked Belgriff in the face. Belgriff chuckled. Graham sighed in dismay. Don't get carried away, Marguerite, it's not like this village in the south. You'll lose your footing if you have a buoyant mind. Yeah, I know. God, your great uncle is such a stickler for. Belgriff and Duncan laughed aloud, while Marguerite's cheeks colored and her mouth twitched. After finishing their meal, they each wandered out of the house and headed for the square. Already people were beginning to gather, and amidst the merry music of the gypsies, a group of young men were carrying out a statue of the Lord God Vienna from the church. Father Maurice shouted restlessly to the right and left, shouting hysterically every so often. Each time, the people watching laughed out loud. Marguerite walked around with Mito's hand in tow, her eyes shining as she looked at the goods the peddlers were laying out. It seems that some of the goods are not seen in the elven territory. The merchants seemed to be amazed at this young elf. As Belgriff made his way around the square, he looked for a peddler or a squadron of merchants who could send Marguerite to him without a doubt. None of the merchants who would come to Tornella were vicious, but still, Marguerite was an elf. Humans would be more likely to be afraid of things. It would be nice to have someone I know. But I also wondered if it would be a specification if I only knew them. Speaking of which, Angeline, who was making a lot of noise about her return in early autumn, didn't come back after all. If she doesn't come back this time of year, she may not be coming back this year. She said she wanted to eat some rock cockles, but I wondered if she was busy with her work. As I was walking around thinking about that, I heard, Mr. Belgriff. Someone called out to me. I looked and saw a blue-haired female peddler I had met last year standing there. She came up to me with a smile on her face and bowed her head. Do you remember me? Last year, here. Yes, I remember. As I recall, my daughter took care of me. Yes. Thanks to Angeline for the help with the ... Hey, thank God. I'm glad you remember me. I see that Mr. Belgriff has done well in Bordeaux. Quote. The blue-haired merchant laughed and took Belgriff's hand. Belgriff chuckled, but squeezed it back in a friendly manner. I'm afraid you know, I'm not so much active as active, but have you heard any rumors of my daughter over there? He said he would return in the fall. Quote. Oh, is that so? I haven't seen you since last year. Sorry. Quote. Oh, no, don't worry about it. As he said this, Belgriff suddenly had an idea. Where to after the fall festival? I'm going to Orphan by way of Bordeaux. They love the processed goods here. I don't mean to ask you the unthinkable. But do you think there's enough room for a man in the wagon? Wagon? Yes, it's okay. Either way, I often hire an escort when I'm away from home. So I try to make sure I have plenty of room. Quote. The woman peddler laughed. I mixed with the troopers when I came, though. So I was able to save that expense, too. Do you have plans to go out, Mr. Belgriff? If you're as good as you are, I'd be happy to give you a ride. Quote. The female peddler said. She has seen how Helvetica stands up against the SS. Belgriff stroked his beard. No, not me, but there is someone who would like a ride, if you don't mind. His sword skills stand up better than mine. Quote. Yes. The peddler rolled his eyes when he heard that he was more skilled than Belgriff. That's great. What's he like? Hey, Marie. Belgriff looked around, found Marguerite and beckoned her over. Marguerite came with Mito's hand in tow. In her other hand, she held a spit-roasted meat that seemed to have been given to her by a young man from the village. What's up, Belle? What's up? What's the matter with you? I know it's fun, but you'll have to find someone to give you a ride to Orphan. Oh, I'm sorry. Quote. Ha, you know, you can't just apologize to me. Will Graham be mad at you then? The blue-haired female merchant looked at Belgriff and Marguerite in turn. Her eyes black and white. Elf? Huh? This guy? What? Who are you? Marguerite squinted dubiously at the blue-haired woman peddler. The peddler looked at Belgriff with a horrified, shrill look. Belgriff chuckled. Marie, you can't act like you're trying to pick a fight like that. This man is a peddler. Peddling. Maybe you're going south. A carriage. Quote. Yes. Quote. Hey, you know what? Why don't you give me a ride? I'm pretty good with a sword, so I'll be your escort. Huh? Ha. Ha. The female merchant looked at Belgriff with a troubled smile. This one says he's more skilled than Mr. Belgriff. Belgriff nodded. She's a bit crude in word and deed, but she's not a bad girl. I can assure you she's much safer than a few of those adventurers out there. Quote. Oh, well, I get it. I have to leave for 2 days, is that okay? Yes. Thank you. My name is Marguerite. Nice to meet you. Marguerite happily took the blue-haired female peddler's hand and shook it in the air. The peddler seemed to flinch a bit, perhaps because the other party was an elf. But when she saw Marguerite's innocent smile, her expression relaxed. Mito looked up at it with a curious look on his face. Marguerite excitedly asked her what the southern city was like and what kind of trip it would be like. The female peddler laughs, but answers her questions politely. Belgriff chuckled. A cheer went up in the middle of the square. The statue of the Lord God seemed to have been placed safely on the platform. The music of the gypsies got louder and people were stepping everywhere. Hoffman, the village chief, came pulling his horse. He is wearing a richly decorated harness and the cart he is pulling is loaded with the autumn harvest. The horses had been left behind by Angeline when she returned home. But they were too much for Belgriff, so she gave them to Hoffman. It is now working in Hoffman's field, with the harvest of the wagons and flowers. The children decorated around the statue of the god. The music of the gypsies grew louder, and here and there people danced happily hand in hand in a gentle circle. Come to think of it, Helvetica came here last year. Somehow the year seems to have gone terribly fast. The days seem to be repeating themselves, but they seem to be filled with a lot of events. In the spring, Angeline and her friends came home, then they went to Bordeaux. Then when they returned, Duncan was there, Graham and Marguerite showed up. There was something strange in the forest, Mito. Belgriff remembered many things. A lot of things happened. Belgriff kicked the ground with his prosthetic foot. The sun was rising fast, and the frost that had melted in the morning had melted and made it wet, but now it was all dry. Taking Mito from Marguerite, who was talking, Belgriff wandered around the square. Apple wine was being served, and the sound of jovial talk echoed through the air. He looked over and saw Duncan and Hannah sitting next to each other at the edge, happily discussing something. Belgriff chuckled. If they were that close, he thought, they wouldn't have bothered to go on the trip again. But he also thought that Duncan was trying to settle things within himself for the next step, in his own way, and he chided himself for not saying anything unnecessary. It reminded me of a time when I once traveled. As an adventurer, I traveled to many villages, towns and dungeons for requests. I talked with my companions, carried their goods, and fought the occasional monster, beast, or bandit that attacked me. There were rolls, failures and successes. And each day seemed to shine brighter than the last. Mito tugged on the hand he held. Oto-san, Grandpa. Graham was sitting quietly in the corner of the square. In the shade of the trees, he was inconspicuous. Belgriff took Mito to the side. Graham looked up. It's crowded. That's what happens every year. Quote. Mito jumped onto Graham and climbed up onto his shoulder. Grandpa, it's expensive. Quote. Belgriff sat down next to Graham and watched the festivities. It's a familiar sight by now. That's why he felt a sense of love for it. But there was also something missing. It's as if I had just returned to the village, when I still had a longing to be an adventurer. Is it the longing for adventure? No. It's a reminder of the past. I've started to think that I need to put an end to the past, that I've given up everything. That's why I only remember the past in this strange way now. In order to look forward, you can't look back. Graham said. Belgriff tilted his head. What's up, Graham? Something's bothering you. Belgriff's eyes widened with a guffaw and then stroked his beard as if he was troubled. Oh dear. You saw it coming. Quote. But if I can help you, my friend. If I can help you, that is. Quote. Thank you. Belgriff thought for a moment and spoke slowly and gingerly, as if choosing his words. Hollow circle. The man in the hat who had been lying down slowly raised his upper body and gave a great lack of movement. Bones made a popping sound under the thin flesh. There seemed to be no day or night in the dungeon because there was no daylight. The air was cold and still. But the man's clothes were thin and he was barefoot. The man tugged at his beard as if stroking it. He looked bored. It's a nasty dream. Muttering, he stretches his legs and looks at the ceiling. The flames of the torch create shadows like a tumbling creature. I turned my shoulder and it still crunched. If I remain silent, I can hear a faint clamor that seems to come from above. A ball is to be held soon, I hear. A large number of guests are invited to the ball. And beautifully dressed people come and go in the glittering space. I feel like I'm going to puke, the man muttered. Even those who are dressed up in splendor are black inside, the man sneered. The adventurers were much better, he thought. He went to sleep expecting to dream of the old days, but what came to him was a nightmare. It wasn't supposed to be, but he felt the smell of blood stinging the back of his nose. After days of brilliance, the position of strength he had desperately grasped after days of brilliance had only brought him more days of battle. His mind grew weary, his pessimism grew, and the man became cynical. If only he had the strength, he thought he could get back those days he had spent with his friends. So this is where we're headed. Haha. The man hugged his knees and sighed. He had tried many things to fill the gaping hole in his heart. But now he felt like nothing mattered. Still, I felt a terrible emptiness if I didn't do something. In the midst of all this, only the memories of the time when I was still in the lower ranks shone in my memory as a target. Even when I felt like dying, those memories always held me back. I wonder what we should have done for you, Belle. The man took up the bottles of spirits that had rolled around, but none of them were filled. When he tossed them, they hit the wall on the other side and broke with a crash. The man held up a choking finger and pointed it toward the broken bottle. Then the pieces of the broken bottle rose into the air one by one and clicked together. The bottles returned to their original shape. However, when the man put his finger down, it broke apart in the air into its original pieces and fell to the floor again. Well, once it's broken, it's no use putting them together. The man put his mountain high hat back on. Just then, he heard light, small footsteps. A figure appeared behind the bars. It was a girl with dark brown hair, about 12 or 3 years old. She was dressed in a beautiful dress with not a stain on it. It was a terribly unbecoming outfit for a dungeon full of cold stones. The man in the hat looked dumbfounded. "You're back here again. You'll be in trouble if you're found out." "No one comes here. We're too busy. The house is bustling with preparations for the ball. It's so noisy." Quote. His voice was like the sound of a bell. It was elegant and unholy. The man sighed. "Why don't you stay with your fiancé? It's cold in here, eh?" "You're not as cold as I am. So thinly clad." Quote. "I'm special. You're gonna catch a cold, okay? I'm fine for a bit. We all need a change of scenery. Hey, tell me another story. I'd like to hear about the time you went to the dungeon with the dragon." Quote. "I'll tell you about it when I get a bottle of booze." Quote. The girl stood up quickly, pinched the hem of her skirt and ran toward the stairs with a flutter, then turned around as she remembered. "I'll get it for you in a minute. Don't sleep." Quote. And so he went up the stairs. The man in the hat rolled over on his back in a cumbersome manner and put his Yamataka hat on. His face. 48. Riding in a carriage for days to get there. The official capital Estgar, which we arrived at after being rocked by carriage for days, has a somewhat refined atmosphere that is different from the miscellaneous streets of Orphan. Perhaps because it is closer to the empire. The style of the imperial culture is used here and there. And the walls of the streets seem to have been repainted, so you can't see any major stains. There is a big river running through the middle. It is said that in the past, the Imperial Army of the Northern Defenders and the Allied Army of the Northern Great Tribes fought across this river. The victorious Imperial Army built a town here. And Estgar prospered through trade using this river. Even today, ships of all sizes still come and go on the river. Here and there are piers and docks, and the piers extend deep into the river. And the houses are lined up on wooden floors that look like small boats pieced together. It seemed to be populated by people who made a living by steering and fishing. "What do you think they'll do when the water in the river increases, Mr. Gill?" Angeline muttered, frowning at the wind that was whistling in from across the street. The woman called Gill, who was pulling the reins, narrowed her eyes. "Here, look at that." Angeline looked at the end of the pier as she pointed. And it seemed that the end of the pier was just floating on the water. Using empty barrels and such. The house, too, seemed to be tied up in a maze, but could be paddled and moved, if she wanted to. Angeline nodded in admiration. Great, but why bother with, on the water? There's a legend about mermaids as an ancestor. Superstitious people believe this and try to live close to the water. Quote, really? Lies. Angeline leaned back against the back of the carriage with her mouth agape. It seemed that Angeline was going to be traveling alone. But one of Lionel's former companions was going to accompany her as a baggage carrier and miscellaneous attendant. His name was Gilmenia. She is an active AAA ranked adventurer with reddish-brown haircut. Short. He's the same age as Lionel and the others, so even though he's already close to 40, his face is so youthful that one could say he's in his 20s. In Lionel's party, he is mainly in charge of support and general behind-the-scenes work such as resupplying, searching for enemies, and preparing for the trip. And he is skilled and resourceful. He was a good choice for someone who would be able to help Angeline in that aspect. Angeline was quite fond of talking to her, as she was aloof and said the oddest things quite often. The streets were wide and the carriages could come and go, since the capital is under the direct control of the Grand Duke. There must be a lot of aristocrats coming and going. Angeline is also the first time in Estgar. It's not just the heart, but it's the feeling of going to an unknown place. The anger that had been burning at the time of our departure at being wiped out of our homecoming seemed to have subsided somewhat during our nearly half-month journey. But when I remembered the scenery of Tornella, I became angry again. And the scenery of Astogar suddenly seemed less interesting. Have you ever been to Estgar, Gil? There is. Across the river, the Imperial Guard of the North. On this side of the river is the Imperial Northern Frontiersman. And on this side is the great hero, Barabrian. The battle was a sight to behold. Quote, did that ever happen? About 300 years ago. Quote, well, so much for the joke. Gilmenia said. Do you want to go to the guild? Angeline shook her head. I'm not here to work, and I'm not interested in the Estgar Guild. Quote, you're not in a very good mood. You're ruining your pretty face. Quote, it's not pretty. You'll ruin your not-so-cute face. You don't have to restate it. Angeline mused and thrust her elbows on her knees and placed her cheeks on them. Gilmenia gave her an amused look and pecked Angeline on the head. Eventually they arrived at the Travel Basket. It's a large inn that also takes care of horses and carriages. There are a lot of adventurers, peddlers and travelers coming and going. The ball will be held in 3 days. The itinerary is going too smoothly and we have too much time on our hands. But now that we've decided to go, there's no point in getting swollen with Orphan anyway. The only thing that matters is to get the trouble done quickly. Angeline forced herself to open up. She carried her bags to her room, had her bring her tea and smoke. A room on the second floor. Since it was a riverside inn, there was a river running under the window. Gilmenia nibbled on a piece of sugar candy like a squirrel. I'll wait here, but you can go to the Grand Duke's house. Quote, what? Why? Because you are an invited guest, you should go to, and ask them to prepare a dress for you. You'll be entertained in a luxurious room, huh? So, Gil, why don't you come with me? I don't feel comfortable on my own. Quote, I don't think there's any point in going. Angie is invited because of his accomplishments. But basically the nobles don't get along with the adventurers. Quote, you're the one who comes in with all these requests and stuff. That's the thing about being an aristocrat. To them, it's like you're doing it with adventurers. Angeline leaned back in her chair in a bad mood and drank her cup of tea. I don't like it. I knew I shouldn't have come. I think so, too. Why did you come? Why is that? I thought it would be a problem for everyone. Gilmenia chuckled. You're serious, Angie. Well, I suppose so. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make your life easier for yourself. It's a good thing that you're not going to be able to find out what's going on in the world by yourself. Quote, what are the nobles for? It grows of its own accord. When it rains, they pop up everywhere. And then they grab money and medals out of their pockets and corrupt us. Are you kidding me? Yes. Angeline sighed as if she had given up. Even though they were the same nobles, Sasha, SRank, Helvetica and the others were good people. I wish all the nobles were like that, but it seems that the world isn't so well organized. In any case, now that you're here, you have to at least show your face. I don't know what a decoration is, but if it ends with giving me a medal, I can go to the ball, get a medal and go home quickly. I'd rather do that. Angeline stood up. Then I'll go, but I can't find my way. Show me the way. Sure. I don't know the way, either. Have you not heard of? No, I know. Angeline loosened the corners of her mouth and poked Gilmenia silently. They left the inn and walked down the street, not in the carriage. A cold wind was blowing, rubbing their bare ears and noses mercilessly as they went. You brought the invitation, didn't you? Yes. Angeline checked the envelope in her cloak pocket. It was crumpled, but it read properly. Gilmenia put her hand on Angie's shoulder. Angie, I know you don't like a lot of things, but you shouldn't explode, okay? Let's just phase it out, get it over with, and get the hell back to Orphan. Yeah. And be careful what you say. Aristocrats can't afford to have their navel bent. Quote, we're going to look into it positively. Quote, they walked along the river with Gilmenia leading the way and turned off in the middle of the road. Gradually the road sloped upwards, and the streets gradually became quieter and quieter. And each mansion seemed to grow larger. Some of them seemed to have small military camps for private soldiers. And we could hear soldiers training in them. At the farthest end of the building, high up, was a large building that stood out from the rest. Surrounded by high stone walls, it looked like a fort. It was built of stone, sturdy, and looked to be steeped in history. Looking back, we could see the city of Estgar spread out on both sides of the wide river. Perhaps it was a fort built to guard against foreign enemies across the river and is now being used as it was. The large iron doors were open. There are soldiers standing on both sides, staring at the area with wide eyes. They are probably preparing for a ball, but men and women who seem to be servants. A nobleman's carriage that seems to be loaded with souvenirs, a dress tailor, and people who seem to be wholesalers of various foodstuffs are coming and going. Angeline stood there for a while, but eventually spoke to the soldier at the entrance. What about you? This is not a place for poor people. Quote, the soldier responded to Angeline with obvious contempt. Angeline huffed and sniffed and silently took out the invitation and handed it to him. The soldier looked dubious, but when he saw the markings on the letter, he opened his eyes and looked inside and compared the letter to Angeline, who was even more surprised to see it. Well, the black-haired warrior maiden of the Demon King's Slayer. Do you have a problem with? No, go to. The soldier opened the way, dismayed. Angeline frowned. Hey, I don't want to just be let through. Isn't there anyone who can figure it out? Gum, we are just gatekeepers. Go inside and ask the servants. Quote, yes, thanks. Quote, Angeline bailed lightly, then turned around and looked at Gilmenia. I'm going to go, but, is it okay, Gil? Don't come. Quote, Gilmenia chuckled. I don't like to be in a glamorous place, and I don't want to fight with the nobility. I don't want to quarrel with the nobility, so I'll be waiting for you at the inn. Take care of yourself. Quote, I'm off to. Quote, Angeline walked through the gates with a large stride. The inside of the wall was a courtyard. with bare dirt, bare and clearly marked with the marks of carriage wheels where people walked by, but the rest of the place was covered in grass, with manicured flower beds and garden trees everywhere. The colors were subdued because of the season, but several trees and grasses were still flowering and seemed to be pleasing to the eye in their own way. Attached to the wall is what appears to be a former watchtower. Several buildings made of wood, stone and stucco stand in a row. I wondered if they were places where servants and guests stayed. Passing through such a place and going to the back, I found a dazzling large building. This must be the main house. The entrance door was wide and double swinging, and over the open doorway I could see the entrance with a wide terrace. It seems to be made of marble and it was very beautiful and shiny. The house of the Bordeaux family was magnificent, but this house was much larger and more splendid by comparison. Angeline stood there, a little pressured by the completely unfamiliar landscape. She had no idea who she was addressing. A group of noblemen who had apparently come to seek the Grand Duke's good mood with their souvenirs looked on, laughing mockingly and whispering to each other. At that time, someone called out to them, "Hey!" I looked and saw a middle-aged man standing there, who looked like a servant. "Who are you? Where'd you come from? Is your uncle from here? What about it? Dressed in such a shabby outfit, you're in the Grand Duke's mansion." "I was invited here by invitation." "Where is the Grand Duke?" Angeline handed him the invitation. The servant looked over the invitation and opened his eyes in surprise. "Oh, you're that dark-haired warrior maiden. I've heard rumors about you. But you're really young. Quote. Is there a problem?" No. Sorry for my irreverent mouth, just give me a minute." Quote. The servant walked into the pavilion at a fast pace. Angeline folded her arms and sighed. "I shouldn't be so tired. If you look around, the building and the people in it are all gorgeous. You'll find that you're the only one who looks shabby and stands out in a strange way. I'm not sure if that's a reason to feel depressed, but when it actually happened, I felt a little out of place and embarrassed." Fearful aristocrat. Angeline leaned against the wall of the mansion and closed her eyes. Eventually she heard footsteps and opened her eyes to find a servant standing there. "An intercession is ready. Come in here." "Thanks." Angeline was taken into the mansion by a servant. As soon as she entered, she slumped again. A huge chandelier hangs down from the ceiling of the entrance hall. It is decorated with glass and gold and silver, gleaming and glittering, and is said to be made of yellow sparkling stone instead of fire. Angeline is dumbfounded and interested in the use of so much yellow sparkle that it would cost a gold coin to buy one, but she is somewhat dizzying. The marble floor beneath her feet is polished and shiny and seems to reflect when she pulls her face closer to it. I can't help but notice that my shoes are dirty. I was led down a carpeted hallway and into a room. "He wants me to wait here." The servant man said something to the maid standing next to the entrance and left at a quick pace. It's not a very large room, but it was neatly furnished and seemed to have subtle designs here and there, as if it were for guests. There was an open door at the back of the room, and when I casually looked in, I saw the bathroom. I sat down on a carved chair and squirmed in it for some reason. The cushions under my hips are soft. It was supposed to be comfortable, but I felt like I wanted to get up. The maid made me a cup of tea, but I didn't want to put my mouth on it. It is certainly too beautiful and uncomfortable. It was no wonder Gilmenia didn't want to come, Angeline agreed. It's a good thing that you're able to get a good idea of what you're looking for. If you stand naked, everyone is the same. I muttered to myself. Regardless of whether he was dressed in gorgeous clothes or lived in a fine mansion, he would be the same person if he was thrown out into the wilderness, naked or otherwise. When that happens, if I'm going to return, I'd much rather be in front of a Tornella fireplace that smells of soot and straw than in this uncomfortable place. Just then, the door opened and someone walked in. It was a man a little over 20. He had a medium height and medium flesh body wrapped in small, neat clothes and stroked his habitual ash-brown hair. The man stared at Angeline with an inspecting look. Angeline didn't like it, but she didn't say anything but a slight furrow of her brow. "Are you the black-haired war maiden, Angeline?" Angeline nodded in silence. The man frowned and sat down across from Angeline, snapping his fingers grimly. The maid came hurrying over and poured tea into a cup. "You're a brusque fellow, aren't you? I've just presented your ordination to your father." "Who are you?" "Oh, hey, what's with all the talk?" Quote, "I'm a redneck, so please bear with me." Angeline bowed her head and hid her frown. I was tempted to slap her across the face right now, thinking that she had summoned me here. But that would be a disaster. He crossed his hands in his lap and squeezed them tightly. The man was indignant, but he sniffed with a huff to calm his mind. "Well, even if you're a demon king killer, you're still an adventurer after all. I'll forgive a certain amount of disrespect." Quote, "Thankfully happy." The man slumped back in his chair, perhaps slightly regaining his good mood at Angeline's condescension. "I'm VR Estgar. Have you ever heard of me?" Angeline shook her head to the side, but reconsidered and nodded her head. As I expected, VR raised the edge of his mouth in pride. "Ha, is it still known in the countryside like Orphan?" Angeline nodded vaguely, though she didn't actually know anything about it at all. VR leaned back with his elbows on the table. "The Demon King was strong, wasn't he?" "Yes, was strong." Quote, "Well, yeah, that's good." VR stood up and paced back and forth across the room. "I'm relieved. If you're going to offer a decoration to a poorly trained person, you'll be embarrassed. But when you have defeated a powerful magical beast, you deserve a medal. Shouldn't it be an honor?" Quote, "This will make your father think twice about me. I can't keep making your brother look good." Quote, "Get it over with," Angeline said bitterly, sipping her tea. Apparently, this man, VR, had offered Angeline's ordination for herself. Either to compete with her brother or to be remembered better by her father, the Grand Duke of Estgar. But anyway, it's disgusting to think that I'm being played along with the power games of the nobility. Putting down her cup with a clink, Angeline said. "So when will I get my medal?" "The sooner we can, the better, if possible." Quote, VR looked dumbfounded. "You don't just get a medal, do you? There is to be a solemn ceremony and you are to be foiled. Otherwise, who would know you were decorated? It's not going to be an honor of any kind." Quote, "I wanted to say that no one needs to know, but that's not going to happen." Remembering Gilmenya's words, Angeline nodded grudgingly. In short, they couldn't leave until the ceremony, which was to take place at the ball. VR stared at Angeline and sniffed with a huff. He snorted. "It would be a shame for me to go to the ball dressed like that." "Hey," VR called the maid. "You take care of this one. I want you to bathe him, clean him up, and give him a fine dress. Don't you forget that I have invited you to be my guest of honor? You have 3 days to get thoroughly cleaned up. You're a little skinny, so eat plenty of food. You should also teach me some minimal etiquette. Don't embarrass me." "Yes, sir." Quote, the maid nodded. VR smiled with satisfaction and looked at Angeline. "I'm busy, you stay here. Don't cause too much trouble, okay?" With that, VR walked out in a big gate. As soon as the door closed, Angeline gingerly relaxed from her body. Even if she fought a high-ranked demonic beast, she would rarely get this tired to this extent. They were supposed to be the same aristocracy, but they were completely different from the three Bordeaux sisters. I would like to praise myself for not exploding. Fearsome nobles. Angeline muttered and approached the maid. Can I have another cup of tea? Yes, sir. Quote. I sipped the tea that was brewed for me. It felt calmer and tastier than before. Angeline took a deep breath and spoke to the maid. What kind of person is that person? What? Didn't you know that? I don't know, names only. Quote. I added that in passing. The maid nodded in agreement. Lord VR is the second child of His Highness the Grand Duke. What do you think of that guy? At Angeline's question, the maid swam her eyes as if she was a little troubled. Angeline chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not an adventurer, nobleman's spy, okay? The maid chuckled too. Yes, I'd like to ask you to keep it confidential. Quote. Of course. Quote. According to the maid, VR is a typical young nobleman. He was born a nobleman, and unlike the upstarts, he doesn't have much of a desire for money. But he does have a strong desire for power, and is said to be trying to compete with his brother Fernando, the Grand Duke's heir, at every turn. However, Fernando is superior to VR in every way, and it seems that he is not doing so well. It was VR's idea to ordain Angeline, too. It was probably in response to the Grand Duke's words about something that would be the centerpiece of the ball. That's why the time of the ordination was oddly late, over a year, Angeline sighed. It was too silly a reason to be angry, and she seemed to lose her temper. Are you, siblings not getting along? What do you think? It doesn't look like that from the side. Two brothers? No, you have a sister downstairs. And you have a half-brother. A half-brother, for a total of 4. Quote. Angeline poked her cheekbones. Would she see them too sooner or later? The maids walked around Angeline in a daze, watching her sullenly. What? No, I was just wondering what kind of dress would look good on you. I'm not a fan of dresses. Quote. Not so fast, my dear. I think Lady Angeline is a gem when she's polished. Would you like to take a bath? So be gentle with me, okay? Angeline stood up. I wonder what her father is doing now. That's what he thought. Hollow circle. By the time Angeline arrived in Estgar, winter was about to arrive in Orphan. The first snow had fallen the other day, turning the traffic white, but like a shakeout. A warm day came and the snow melted, and then the cold winds began to blow again. A few cold and warm days like this come and go, and gradually winter is in full swing. Angeline's absence wasn't so much of a hindrance to the guild's operations as it was to the fact that the management team all knew each other. I feel as if I would somehow miss her if we didn't see each other. That day, too, in the guild that was crowded with clients and adventurers, Yuri was sitting at the counter, organizing documents. The reception desk for high-rank adventurers only, unlike a normal reception desk, does not have people coming in one after another. AB ranked demonic beast. This one at the equivalent of AD ranked place. Sometimes old request materials can be useful later on. Check the contents along with the report and keep them categorized according to the case. You can create a database so that you can look up past cases when a strange situation arises. This is a matter I learned from the Demon King fiasco. Lionel wandered over. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea. Yuri, near Asterinos, C-rank dungeon material. Hey, Leo, are you okay? Ha ha ha. I feel so guilty already. Ellipsis. Angier, are you okay? I hope Gil supports me properly. Already, then you should have told me earlier. You didn't have to be so cruel as to tell me the day before. I was going to pretend that I had already left, but the Lord of Orphan had a letter as well. And he knew that Angie-san was in Orphan. So I tried to turn a blind eye to it, but he nailed me right before I got there. Why are those people so afraid of you if you're not strong enough? Yuri sighed. That's what happened when you were on your own again. It's fine to try not to bother other people, but you're causing the most trouble as a result. So think about it a little more. Yes, it is. That's a bad habit. Quote. Lionel breathed heavily. Just then, a figure appeared on the counter. He slapped the counter with a thump. Ta-da! Huh? Yuri's eyes darted to the ground. Ears as pointed as bamboo leaves and silver hair as smooth as silk. It was an elf standing there. Its face was triumphantly suspended in its eyes. But it looked as beautiful as if it had been made up. The two of them were speechless at the beauty of the elf, which they rarely saw. But as opposed to her beauty, the elf girl screamed fornicately. This is the reception area? I'm here to be an adventurer. What do I do? Quote. Well, this is the reception desk for high rank only. Right, no problem. Because I'll be an S rank soon enough. Mr. Elf. There is an order to things. Order. Then make it quick. What am I supposed to do? Hey. Someone tapped the elf on the shoulder from behind as he leaned forward. Marie, I know you're happy, but you can't ask me like that. Is that so? That's right. Your staff is in trouble. Quote. Then the middle-aged man appeared behind the elf and chuckled. The man wore a fur vest underneath his cloak. His red hair was clipped back and an equally red beard covered his chin. His features looked like something I'd heard somewhere. Lionel and Yuri gaped and opened their mouths. What about you? Oh, I'm sorry. Quote. The red-haired man walked up to the counter and smiled in a friendly manner. His right prosthetic leg poked and prodded. My name is Belgriff. Angeline? I'm here to see my daughter. Do you know where she is? Chapter 49. The past needs to be cleared up. The past needs to be cleared up, Graham said. That's where your troubles will come from. It's like a thorn in your side. Until you pull it out, you will never truly overcome the past. Quote. I wonder if that's still true. Quote. Belgriff closed his eyes as he sipped his apple wine. The hustle and bustle of the autumn festival was pleasant to his ears. Indeed, from the time he had come to Tornella and started raising Angeline, he had thought he had parted with his past. In fact, up until the time I raised her, sent her away, and my first homecoming, all I could think about was Angeline. But when I learned that Angeline had grown up so much during the last homecoming and the riot in Bordeaux, I looked at myself in wonder. The past, which he thought he had conquered, was strangely recalled even now. And each time it seemed to make his chest tighten in a small way. I didn't get over it. He just didn't see it. Belgriff looked down. But hey, both Marie and Duncan will be out, and besides, if I'm going to be in. Are you worried about Tornella? Yeah. After all, I had been out in Bordeaux when Mito had caused a forest mutation. It's a good thing Duncan was there, but it would have been horrible if he hadn't been there. Even though things like that don't happen that often. There's no chance of a demonic beast that would be difficult for the village's youth to deal with alone. Not to mention, if it goes out to orphan at this time of year, it will be difficult to return until spring arrives. Thinking about that inevitably made my legs slow down. Graham was silent for a while, but eventually he opened his mouth. It would be better if I stayed behind. What? Belgriff looked up in surprise. You, Tornella? Indeed, if that's the case, nothing could be safer than this. Even if a demon king or a dragon appeared, there shouldn't be anything to fear. I feel safer than if I were to stay behind. Graham is already accepted by the village. Because of his taciturnity, he is still awe-inspiring, but he has not been treated wickedly. He leaves Graham in charge of his stay and heads for Orphan with Marguerite. We meet with Angeline and her friends and find our former companions to settle the past. Belgriff was elated beyond his years at the thought of such a thing. But, are you sure? I suppose you will continue your journey, too? I was originally after Marguerite. That was a close call. Quote. Graham looked at the people dancing in front of him with a curiously distant look in his eyes. There was Marguerite, laughing and taunting the village youths who came wooing her. But, through your experience here, that should be able to behave like a human being, and should be fine without me following you. I see. Marie's certainly grown up, too. Quote. Graham looked straight at Belgriff, who huffed and smiled. I owe it to you, Belle. I'd like to repay that debt. Quote. Thanks, Graham. I appreciate it. Quote. Belgriff lowered his eyes. His heart seemed to warm in his chest at the affectionate affection of his age-old friend to the best of his ability. Mito, on Graham's lap, looked up at Belgriff with a curious look on his face. Otto-san, outing? Yeah, let's go see your sister. Onesan. Graham pouted as he kept Mito in his lap. I just need to ask one thing of you. Can I keep Mito with you while you're traveling? Do you miss me? Belle. Quote. Miriam came into the guild, and as soon as she spotted Belgriff, she came rushing in with a bodily force, and excitedly took Belgriff's hand and buzzed around. Why? Wow, that's Mr. Bell. It's the real Mr. Bell. Quote. Come on, Millie, it hurts if you swing it around so much. Belgriff chuckled. Miriam let go of his hand, but stomped her foot excitedly. Anessa dropped her sword lightly on his head, as if she was dumbfounded. What are you doing, you? Because it's Mr. Bell. Even Arn is happy with his habit. Quote. You? Anessa looked at Belgriff with a light tint to her cheeks. She bowed her head in embarrassment. Oh, it's been a while, Belle. Belgriff chuckled. Long time no see, Arn. You both look good. Yes. Did you get that letter? Anessa squirmed her mouth as if she was having trouble saying it. Belgriff nodded his head. A letter? No. I've misplaced. Oh, it's a decoration, isn't it? Lord Lionel told me about it. Well, I'm glad it's Estgar. I was wondering what I would have done if I had left for Tornella. Lionel got into a kneeling position in front of Belgriff, who was about to say, I'm sorry. And with a flowing motion, Lionel got into a kneeling position in front of Belgriff. I'm really sorry, Mr. Belgriff, I know you're angry. But I'd be happy to give you any amount of my head. Quote. No. Look up, Lord Lionel. You will be honored to receive a medal from the Grand Duke. As a father, I'm delighted, but what reason do I have to be angry? But your daughter has been really good to you, and instead of returning the favor, she just keeps interfering with your homecoming. Belgriff laughed in annoyance. He crouched down and placed a hand on Lionel's shoulder. It can't be helped. A person with power and a high position is more likely to have a certain amount of responsibility. Otherwise, the value of the position itself would be lost. And the dignity of the adventurers themselves would be further diminished if they did whatever they wanted just because they were S-ranked. I'm glad that she didn't neglect the award because of her father's association. Thank you, Lord Lionel, for properly informing that child. Quote. Mr. Belgriff, there's nothing to thank you for that. The tears were shed by Lionel. Of course, there are those who do whatever they want, even if they have high positions. It is not only adventurers, but many noblemen as well. It's not just the adventurers, but many other noblemen as well. But even so, there is a status. Even if you don't like it, it's not something you can easily ignore. It's a good thing that Angeline is well aware of that area, and Belgriff liked her. And as a parent, I'm honestly happy that my daughter was appreciated enough to receive a medal. Even if the guild was defending Angeline and letting her go to Tornella, there would definitely be problems later on. The Adventurers Guild is a source of livelihood for many adventurers and an organization that takes care of the troubles of the people of the capital. If the guild's operations were to be hindered by the Grand Duke's disapproval, many people would be in trouble. If that happened, even if it was the result of the guild's goodwill, Belgriff must not have felt very good about it. Looking at Lionel, who was crying in admiration, Marguerite gave him an amused look. What the hell, I thought he was a great guy because he's called a guildmaster. But he's not good at all. Quote. Ugh. Hi. I won't deny it. Ellipsis. Quote. Belgriff frowned. Come on, Marie. You shouldn't say things like that. Sorry. No, it's okay, Mr. Belgriff, it's a fact, and it's. Yuri chuckles. The value of the position itself, you know. It hurts my ears, doesn't it, Leo? Yes, I will try. Quote. Lionel turned over. Miriam glanced at Marguerite. So, I'd like you to introduce me to that elf over there. Oh, yes, that's right. Her name is Marguerite. She's been staying at our house for a while, by a bit of luck. Huh, I'm related to an elf. Well, sort of, you know. You said you wanted to be an adventurer, so I'm here to help you out. Marie, this is my daughter's party member. She's a high-ranking adventurer, so she'll be your senior. Quote. Marguerite puffed her chest out. It's Marguerite. Nice to meet you. You can call me Marie, man. Quote. I'm Miriam. You can call me Millie. It's Anessa. They call me Arn, but, well, call me whatever you want. Quote. Oh, you two are adventurers, aren't you? Are you strong? So? Me and Arn are both AAA rated, for one thing. Quote. Hey, that's awesome. But I'll be catching up with you soon enough. Is Marie that strong? Ahem. Strong, huh? With his daughters fussing beside him, Belgriff looked at Lionel and said, That's why I'd like to ask you to register this girl as an adventurer. I know you're busy. No, of course we'll make it our top priority. Quote. That's all right. I'm in no hurry. Quote. Belgriff chuckled. Yuri chuckled and called Marguerite over. Well then, Marie. Let's get the registration done over here. Oh, yes. Bye, Belle. I'll be off in a minute. Quote. Yeah. Yuri was about to turn on his heel with Marguerite. But then he suddenly remembered and turned around. Oh, Mr. Belgriff? Ha. Yuri's cheeks squirmed as he squirmed. I hear you're single, but I'm wondering what it would be like to leave the search for that bride to your daughter. What? I'm sorry, I know it's none of my business. Wow, forget it. Then he ran off with his hands clasped to his cheeks in embarrassment. Marguerite hurried after him. Belgriff furrowed his brow in confusion and looked at Anessa. Looking for a wife is? No, Angie is at. Angier? Anessa raised her voice as if in a panic. Miss Bell. As a matter of fact, I'd like to introduce you to some of the girls over here. Quote. No, that wife-seeking thing. Hey, Millie? Yeah. Quote. Miriam pulled Charlotte and Byaku from the back of the room. When Belgriff turned his gaze to look at them, Charlotte shyly hid herself behind Byaku, only showing half her face to see what was going on. Byaku looked alarmed for some reason. Belgriff narrowed his eyes. You guys are in Bordeaux, I believe? Charlotte's mouth fluttered and her cheeks dyed. I'm that. Charlotte. Oh, thank you for helping me out that time. Quote. Oh, I see. Glad you're okay. You're looking good, aren't you? Charlotte's cheeks shot upward as if her chest was full. And she ran out with a flutter and jumped into Belgriff's chest. Belgriff was surprised, but held on to her. What's the matter with you? Charlotte didn't say anything, she just groped and pressed her face against Belgriff's chest. Belgriff laughed and patted its head. Then he looked at Anessa and Miriam. Ha ha. Well, that's a lot of stuff. Yes, Belle. That's right. I have so much to tell you. Oh, but if I told you, would Angie be mad at me? No, I don't mind. I'm sure Angie has a lot to talk about, and Angie. More importantly, looking for a wife is a good idea. Lionel said refrainedly. That is fine if you don't mind, but if you want to talk about it, you might want to change places. Yeah. Belgriff looked around. This is the guild's lobby. A large number of people were coming and going. These people saw Belgriff and his group and were discussing in secret. Red hair and prosthetic legs. Is that the Red Ogre? He's the father and mentor of the black-haired warrior maiden. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's more powerful than the dark-haired warrior maiden. I've got an elf with me. Who are you? Look at that aura. There's a lot of people with that. The guildmaster was on his knees. Quote. Why are you holding a little girl? It attracted odd attention. Belgriff immediately felt uncomfortable. It reminded me that the name, Red Ogre, has become famous in the Orphan Guild. Thank you, Lionel, for the advice, guys. When Marie comes back, let's switch places. Quote. Belgriff chuckled at that. I can't help but wonder what he means by finding a wife. Hollow circle. It smells sweet and good. There are a lot of medicinal plants, herbs and dried flowers in the water, and the water is light green in color. I have never seen a bath like this before. It is a private bath with a room for guests. And the bathtub is only big enough to hold 2 people at most, but the bathroom is spacious. The bathroom is large enough that you can not only wash yourself, but also put on and take off your clothes in the same room. Angeline found it funny that even though it was a bathroom, there were pots and paintings on display. Angeline was in a daze as she soaked in the hot water. She almost forgot what she was doing here. The temperature was just right, it smelled good, and she was going to fall asleep in it. I took my hands out of the hot water and stared at them. The skin was clumpy and thick due to his continued grip on the sword. It had blistered in the hot water and turned white in places. I wonder if I was getting close to a hand like my father's. With that thought in mind, Angeline dipped her mouth into the hot water and blew bubbles. Her long, unbound hair drifted into the hot water, wobbling like seaweed. It took 3 maids to wash me thoroughly, so I felt more refreshed than I'd ever felt before. I don't think I've ever been covered in so much foam before. Even though it was through the cloth, they mercilessly touched me here and there. So I feel like I somehow lost my dignity as a maiden, but it's not bad. The maids are asked to leave until they have finished washing and warming themselves up. It's uncomfortable to be seen by someone who is wearing clothes. If it's someone who is soaking in the bath as well. Through the hot water, I could see her less than ample breasts and hips. Slender and toned, it might sound better if I said it was slender and toned. Even for sword wielding and fighting, too much swaying chest smells like a hindrance. Still, even Angeline is a girl her age. It's also possible to yearn for a more feminine fullness. Running her hands over her hips and breasts. Angeline's brow furrowed as she thought of Miriam and Helvetica. It never puffs up, why? But there was no point in asking for something that wasn't there. Angeline gave up and stood up. Her hair, which had been drifting in a wobbly fashion, stuck to her body with a weight all at once. She wiped her body with a fluffy towel. It was different from the flimsy, used ones you'd normally use in a bathhouse. It looked comfortable even if I just wrapped it around my body like this. I'm not sure if she heard the sound of water inside, but a maid called out to her from the other side of the door. Are you done? Yes. As soon as I said it, the door opened and the maids came in. They had underwear and dresses in their hands and looked like they were having some fun. Please take these underwear. Quote. Oh, slender and lovely. This is a gem. Your hair is beautiful. What kind of hair do you think looks good on you? And the hairpiece. I'm also worried about the color of my dress. Do I go cold and chic, or do I go warm? You mustn't wear loose clothing if you're slender and tight. Quote. It's more appealing when it's moderately revealing. But even if it's too blatantly, it's still very vulgar. Quote. There's still plenty of time. Come on, Miss Angeline, we'll start here. Angeline was overwhelmed by the momentum of the maids. Viakin, I think I know a little bit about how you feel. Quote. Angeline muttered. Angeline was mortified at first. But it was getting fun as she stood and sat down in front of the big viewing window. And the sun was setting. But even though it's starting to be fun, it's after a trip, it's still exhausting. Angeline breathed heavily. Hey, I'm tired today. Can we continue tomorrow? Oh, I just got on board and I can't help but notice that you have to go to. But we've found a direction. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Quote. I'll bring supper to you. Please make yourself at home, Lady Angeline. The maids squealed and spluttered, but still quickly put their dresses away and left the room. Wearing a simple room dress, Angeline sat down on the soft sofa. As she sat down, she realized that she was somewhat more tired than she thought. Fearful aristocrat. I muttered again. There's still a world I don't know about, I thought. But I'm not averse to dressing up in a beautiful dress. As long as I can get over my embarrassment. Even Angeline is a girl of her age. Besides, if you're immersed in something, you'll drown your sorrows that your homecoming has been wiped out. In fact, the tension and irritation of my arrival at home has subsided considerably. Even the Medal of Honor might be something Belgriff would be happy to praise if I brought it home and showed it to him. The timing is too bad. And although I am not interested in medals and honors, they are not inherently bad to receive. How I feel about it is another story, but we all consider it an honor because it has value. I was sitting on the sofa in a daze when there was a knock at the door. Here's your supper, sir. Quote. Come in. Quote. The door opens and the maids come in with a tray of food on top. There are 4 of them, one more than when they were dressed. The maids arrange the plates on the table with a practiced hand. It's quite a lot of food, just as VR ordered. Angeline, who moved from the couch to the dining room table, watched in a daze. But her eyes widened when she saw the faces of the newly added maids. The maids finished laying out the food and lined up beside the table. We will serve you, sir. No, I don't feel comfortable with you watching me, so I'm fine with having you go to another job, sir, if you just serve the person on the far right of that. The maids looked at each other, but nodded in agreement. Perhaps remembering that Angeline was not a nobleman, and left the room, leaving one of the appointed ones behind. After the 3 of them left, the lone remaining maid quickly locked the door and smiled. Looks like a delicious dinner, doesn't it? What are you doing, Mr. Gill? Dressed in her maid's uniform, Gilmenya chuckled. Work. Does it suit you? Gilmenya curtsied coyly with the hem of her skirt. Angeline felt dumbfounded and relieved, but she was deflated anyway. How did you get in? There's a flurry of people around at times like this. And I was a member of a local theater company before I became an adventurer. So I'm very good at this. Hey, it was. No, you're lying. Here you go, while it's still cold. Gilmenya uncorked the wine and poured it into a glass. Angeline gave up and picked up her fork. I don't know any table manners, so I chewed and chewed appropriately and drank the wine. This is indeed a Grand Duke's meal. All are good. There should be quite a lot of food, but I can't stop reaching for it one after another. It's a good thing that you're able to have a lot of fun with it. It's a good thing that you're not going to be able to have a lot of money to spend on your own. Quote. Yeah, what do you think? I think the menu is a little different from Orphan's. Yeah, but it's good. But it's good. Quote. He ate the boiled vegetables with melted cheese. Then wiped the flat plate of sauce on the grilled meat with a piece of bread and brought it to his mouth. I didn't dislike the smoked river fish, which was apparently cooked, though it had a distinct aroma. There was also a pesto of liver and large bivalves roasted in their shells and topped with chopped herbs, both of which are not familiar to me in Orphan, but are quite good. We ate it right away, and our stomachs were full. It was a happy feeling. Things that may make you angry when you're hungry are not so bad when you're full. I felt drowsy, and my eyelids suddenly became heavy. With a practiced hand, Gilmenya gathered up the empty dishes, stacked them, brewed a cup of tea, and placed it in front of Angeline. Is it to your liking, my lady? Angeline chuckled at the mocking tone. Yeah, do nobles eat this stuff every day? If you're a poor aristocrat, you're still a Grand Duke. You must be eating better than what Angie just ate. Quote. It's a good thing that the Grand Duke is amazing, Angeline thought as she sipped her tea. The food served at the Bordeaux house was good, but compared to this place, the arrangement and the variety of food was not as good as it could be. Gilmenya sat down across from Angeline. So, how do you like it? Do you know a little about how to play the nobles? I found out they're human too, but they live in a world so different. I can't get used to it. It's impossible. Quote. It's the only way to go. But once you've been there, you'll be more prepared for it. Quote. Yes, it would have been easier if Gil had answered the door with me. But I wouldn't have learned much either. Ellipsis. Quote. Maybe, behind Gilmenya's aloof response. I feel like the nobleman was just a mouthful of unpleasantness, after all. Even if it was just to get by, it wouldn't be any experience. Gilmenya loosened the corners of her mouth a little happily. That's auspicious. Good boy. I was watching through the keyhole, and it's a passable grade. If it didn't work, I was going to pretend there was trouble and jump into the room. Quote. Angeline was hollowed out. You've been watching, actually the whole time? I don't know. Gilmenya chuckled and poked her hand on the table. So, you see, I've been gathering a bit of information, and it seems a bit kina-aesthetic. Quote. Yeah. It was somewhat predictable. It would be nice if it had only ended with VR's ridiculous appearance, but apparently there are people who are planning something to take advantage of it. You will be able to get a good idea of what you're looking for. Do you know what kind of people they are? I don't know for now. After all, if we were to suspect them, they would all be suspicious. The brothers of the Grand Duke, the most powerful nobleman, their relatives, and even His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince are invited to this ball. Quote. The Crown Prince? You're the Emperor's son. If all goes well, he'll be the next emperor. Quote. What's so special about this one? Yeah. The Rhodesia Empire, including Estgar, is a major empire in the northwest of the continent. Although Estgar has been granted autonomy as a duchy, it is only treated as having received the Grand Duke's throne from the emperor. Even though he is the king in the duchy, he is a vassal in the empire. Even the Duchy of Estgar is a big deal, even for the majesty of this mansion. But the Rhodesian Empire, which has it as a vassal, is quite large. When even the next emperor of such an empire is invited, you can't help but smell a conspiracy. This time the ball is suspicious to the extent that you can't help but think that it's suspicious. Not long ago Angeline would have thought nothing of it. But since she was so tired of being in the VR, it must be even more exhausting to talk to more amazing people. Angeline shuddered. Is my ordination the highlight of the ball? So it seems. Well, Angie should just stand there and bow at the award ceremony. After that, the noblemen can say whatever they want. Quote. I can't even imagine what it's like. Yeah, be careful. One tilt of your bow and the tomatoes will fly out of the audience. Quote, yeah, lies. But you should at least learn how to bow. Quote, cumbersome. Quote, well, no. Not so fast, is it? Angeline stood up with a mushy mouth and laid down on the couch and looked at the ceiling. Gilmenya chuckled. Do you want to do it now? Oh no. I'm tired today and I'm going to get serious tomorrow. Well, that's possible. Well, I'll support you on the day of the ball, too. Quote, as soon as he said that, Gilmenya stood up and instantly disappeared into the darkness of the room. The doorknob made a chattering noise. But it was locked, so it wouldn't open. There is a knock on the door. Angeline raised her upper body in a cumbersome manner. Who are you? It's me, it's me. It's a girl's voice. But I don't know who it is. Angeline got up and went to the door. I don't know who it is. What, you don't get it? I'm Liselot. Open the door. Quote, who? Angeline looked sideways at Gilmenya. Gilmenya, who had come out of the darkness, smiled and nodded at her. He wasn't a bad person, apparently. Angeline unlocked the door for him. Then a girl, about 12 years old, popped into the room. Her dark brown hair was tied up and she was dressed in an elegant dress. Her face was cute with a juvenile look on it, and she was friendly, but also mischievous. The girl puffed out her cheeks and looked up at Angeline. Already? I don't like it if you don't open it right away. Quote, haha. From behind Angeline, who swept her gaze in annoyance, Gilmenya bowed in a reverent manner. Liselot Sama, you are in a good mood. Quote, hey you, make me a cup of tea, please. Quote, yes, I'm back. Quote, Gilmenya, with an amused look on her face, began to gingerly prepare the tea. The girl, called Liselot, took her place at the table of the dining room table as selfishly as she could. Then she smiled at Angeline and urged her to sit across from her. You're an adventurer, aren't you? Your brother VR called you, didn't he? Yeah, well. Angeline sat down in her chair as she was prompted, puzzled. Gilmenya smirked and put her cup of tea in front of her. In a tone that sounded theatrical to Angeline, who knew who she was, she said, this is the Grand Duke's daughter, Liselot Estgar, my dear Angeline. Ah, the Grand Duke's daughter, Angeline said, and Liselot giggled. Yes. Hey, the dark-haired maiden of war. It's me. I love hearing stories about adventurers. That's why I came to visit, right? Tell me a story, please. Quote, I wondered what I should do. I'm tired and I'm in the mood to just go back to sleep. But this girl in front of me is looking straight at Angeline with sparkling, innocent eyes. It seems to remind me of myself when I begged Belgriff to talk to me a long time ago. And I can't help but refuse. Angeline sighed as if she had given up and gave a small smile. Alright, what kind of story would you like to hear? Is it? You're the Demon King killer, aren't you? What kind of demonic beast was the Demon King? Was it strong? It's the Demon King. Yes, he's strong. It's kind of a wiggly, shadowy figure. That's about the same size as you, I guess. Quote, yes. It's that small. Quote, yes, it's, so I'm afraid I'd be caught off guard. Quote, awesome. Hey, the Demon King has fangs. I've fought dragons before. I wonder who's stronger. Dragons breathe fire, but the Demon King doesn't. But the Demon King moves faster. Quote, despite being a public woman, Liselot comes exuding a genuine curiosity that is not at all great. Perhaps that's why Angeline also unknowingly had a shattered tone. Liselot's eyes sparkled and she reacted with every single exaggeration. And Angeline enjoyed her reaction, and the conversation was all the more exciting. She didn't even notice that it was starting to get dark outside because the yellow glowstone for lighting illuminated the room. Gilmenya chuckled and poured another cup of tea from the pot. By being on good terms. 50. The guildmaster's office remains the same. The guildmaster's office was filled with stacks of miscellaneous documents and other items. But the area around the couch and table for visitors was still empty. Belgriff and the others, who had been guided by Lionel, sat down on the sofa. Since Belgriff was originally an adventurer, he was somewhat nervous and also afraid to enter the guildmaster's room. "I'm sorry for this, Lionel Dono. Thank you for your concern." Quote, "Oh no. Angie-san and Belgriff-san are both great benefactors of the Orphan Guild. So I'm really grateful." Quote, No, I haven't done anything." Quote, No matter how many times I say thank you, I can't say it enough. No matter what I say, she's the one who worked hard." Quote, Belgriff scratched his head. In theory, his own words had been the catalyst for Angeline to save Orphan, but in reality, it was somewhat weird because he didn't really feel like he had done anything himself. And it was only Angeline who had fought. He could be proud of his daughter, but he couldn't be proud of himself or anything he's done. So, there was an odd feeling getting praised for it. "We left the village and left Mito in Graham's hands. Then, we split up with Duncan in Bordeaux. He headed east from Bordeaux. He was going to follow the road along the mountain range to the east. I promised to meet him again at Tornella. Nevertheless, I hadn't been to Orphan in a long time. Although I lived there for only a few years, it was still as dense as it was 20 years ago. The guild and the downtown streets leading to it seemed to bring back faint memories when he saw them in person." Looking around the room, Anessa tilted her head. "Neither Mr. Dortos nor Mr. Shabolg are here today, I see." Quote, "Yeah, I'm having them go visit the lords who loaned us money instead of keeping them here. It's more effective than me going there." Quote, "I see." Quote, Anessa nodded approvingly. Belgriff was a little impressed. Dortos of Shirogane, and Shabolg of Destruction. The two of them were already on top of their class as S-ranked adventurers when he was active. He was told that they were close with Angeline as well, and there might be an opportunity to talk to them while he was in Orphan. They seemed to be elated with joy for their age. Charlotte, who had been squirming, said as if she had made up her mind. What's going on? Oh, can I sit on your lap?" Belgriff blinked in amusement and stroked his beard. "Well," he said, thinking that she was old enough to want to be pampered. "Okay," he said. And Charlotte sat happily, but a little shyly, on his lap. Ehehehe, warm. It's cold today. Anyway, what are you guys doing here?" Charlotte took the lead and explained what had happened, with Anessa and Miriam each filling in the words about the two of them after the commotion in Bordeaux, the organization that had Byaku and the Lucretia papal purgatory, and how Angeline had been taking custody the whole time to protect them from those attacks. "Well, that sounds like hard work. You did a great job." Quote, Belgriff narrowed his eyes and stroked his beard in admiration. He was pleased with Angeline's progress, and felt sorry for Charlotte and Byaku. Charlotte twisted silently and nuzzled her face into Belgriff's chest. She intended to hide her crying face. Belgriff gave her a gentle smile and patted her head without a care in the world. "You're somewhat of a spoiled brat, Charlotte-chan. Char seemed to be hungry for parental love, Mr. Bell." Miriam laughed mischievously and looked at Byaku. "Is it okay for Byaku to not be spoiled? Why would I be happy to be indulged, you stupid cat?" Miriam puffs and puffs out her cheeks. She pointed at Byaku and looked at Belgriff. "He's so twisted. Please discipline him, Bell, please discipline this guy." "Is that what I would do?" Byaku grumbled back at the words he said without asking anyone. "You don't have to do it. It's none of your business." "Ha, I'm sure you're right. Byaku, you've been protecting Charlotte-chan all this time all by yourself, haven't you?" A father like me has nothing to say to you now. Quote. TCH. Quote. Vyaku turned away, his brow furrowed. Miriam and Anessa chuckled. You're embarrassed. You're embarrassed. Quote. I'm not embarrassed. Quote. Vyaku yelled at them. Marguerite frowned and tapped Vyaku on the shoulder. Hey, you don't want to get in trouble, do you? Don't shout when you get embarrassed. Nah, you don't have to care about what I do. It has nothing to do with you. Of course it has something to do with it. You idiot. I'm dying of embarrassment like I'm looking at the old me. Please stop. Marguerite turned over, covering her red, upturned face with her hands. Belgriff couldn't help but laugh. Come to think of it, he thought. Marguerite was trying to keep others at bay by dealing with issues as they came. Vyaku clucked his tongue and fell silent. Anessa looked at Marguerite and Belgriff in turn and tilted her head. Speaking of which, how do you and Marie know each other? Yes. How are you guys so close to each other? We've been living together for a while. You're supposed to be close when you live together, right? Marguerite said casually after recovering from earlier. The way you said it, muttered Belgriff as he held his head in his hand, and as expected. Those present mouths dropped. Do, you live together? With the elves? Ho ho, you shouldn't put Belle in a tight spot. Ellipsis. Marie, isn't Belle a good person? Miriam grimaced and poked Marguerite. Marguerite tilted her head back and scratched her cheek. Yeah, Belle's a good guy. But what's wrong with that? Marie, they think me and you were living together. Belgriff said, and Marguerite thought for a moment, then burst out laughing suddenly. Ah ha ha. No. Me and Belle aren't like that. And then there was my great-uncle, and then there was Duncan, and then we had Mito, right? That was a lot of fun. Quote. Anessa looked dubiously at Belgriff. Mr. Bell, when did you have a big family? Well, there's a lot that happened. I don't know where to start. Quote. Belgriff suddenly remembered what he was about to say. Yes, what's this about finding a wife? Yuri said such a thing. Anessa and Miriam looked at each other and smiled in resignation. It's, I think you should ask Angie. From the reactions of the two of them, Belgriff could somehow guess. It would be an act of filial piety similar to the time of the Red Ogre, alias. Belgriff sighed. From the way Yuri said it, she seemed to have mistakenly thought that Belgriff had asked Angeline to help him find a wife. An orphan. Belgriff laughed bitterly, saying that even though it couldn't be helped because he wouldn't go around telling every single one of them that it was not his own decision. It was troubling if things got out of control. I have got a troubling child. Ellipsis. I should apologize to the people she has bothered. Quote. No. Mr. Bell didn't do anything wrong. Yeah. And if Belle San is actually here, there's a chance. Belle, don't you want a bride or something? Marguerite chuckled. It's no use, Belle has a woman in mind. Quote. Hey? I've told you many times that it's not like that, Marie. Belgriff sighed, but the girls came leaning forward, looking interested. Who? Is it someone from Tornella? Oh, maybe it's someone from your working days or something. Quote. If so, Ms. Bell, you're very single-minded. No, girls love stories like this. Belgriff scratched his head. Sure, there may have been a hint of love when he was young. But that was more than 20 years ago. I don't have this kind of intention of having a girlfriend now. I just wanted to meet her and apologize for leaving without saying a word. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to explain it to them. The story of what happened after he returned to the village and the increased number of housemates was told with Marguerite's words. And that he had come to Orphan to face his past, to meet his old friends. Miriam let out a sigh of sorrow with an oh-ho. You've been through a lot, Belle. So you're going to leave as soon as you see your old buddies? Belgriff smiled at Inessa's lonely words. No, we can't go home until the snow melts in Tornella either way. I'll stay here for the winter. That way Angie will be back by then. Quote. Belgriff laughed, not expecting to end up waiting for his daughter in Orphan instead of Tornella. Inessa, Miriam and Charlotte looked at each other happily. Well, I'll help you find your old buddy, Belle. Quote. Yes, same here. Let me help you as well. Quote. Belgriff laughed and stroked his beard. Thanks, for the help. I'm not sure if they're still in Orphan though. Quote. I wonder if they're still an adventurer? What's their names? Their names? My leader's name is Percival, a good swordsman. The elf's daughter was named Sati. She used magic and was a good swordsman. Then there was Chasm. He was a wizard, and the youngest. Quote. As he said it, Belgriff thought that it had been a long time since he had mentioned Percival and Chasm's names. It had been a while since he'd returned to Tornella after he'd reached his limit, and every time he thought of them, his heart stung and ached. It was too painful, a combination of love and hate. That's why I deliberately kept my mouth shut. And I didn't dare mention the names of my companions when Angeline asked me to talk about the old days. Maybe he was afraid to face the past. So when he asked Graham about Sati, he was surprised himself that it came so naturally to him. That's probably why he was inspired to face the past. He seemed to have reached some kind of closure for himself, and then he was about to move on. Inessa crossed her arms and snorted. Percival, Sati, Chasm, I've heard of. Yes. If you're a guildmaster, you know that because the generations overlap. Hey, guildmaster? And the gazes of everyone fell on Lionel. Lionel, who had been listening to the conversation beside him, was halfway through his consciousness. Angie's father, master of the sword, friend of the elven paladin Graham, protector of the elven princess, and former party member to Percival and Sati. Chasm, Mr. Belgriff, who are you? Lionel? Yes, sorry. Quote. Lionel hurriedly straightened his posture and coughed out a cough. Well, first of all, Percival San, he's an S-ranked adventurer. He's also known as the High King's Sword. Quote. Everyone except Belgriff and Marguerite were surprised. Belgriff stroked his beard happily. Well, I thought he'd be that good, but he did his best, high-spirited, dependable, and pulled us along for the ride. Quote. Belgriff, you were a party member of the High King's Sword. Ellipsis. Quote. Lionel sounded as if he was beyond surprise. Belgriff chuckled. That was long before such a grand alias. That was when me and Percy were both E-rated. Suddenly, he shuddered, and his hallucinatory right leg ached. Belgriff's expression twisted for a moment, but it was back to normal in an instant. Charlotte on her knees excitedly tugged at Belgriff's clothes. I've heard of the High King's Sword. I've heard of it too. Like slaying the Cyclops in the Ketra Mountains. Or the slaying of the true ancestor of the vampires in the old castle. I heard he's very strong. Quote. Oh, so you're one of the founders. Not bad at all. Quote. Marguerite also folded her arms as if impressed. I'm sure Inessa and Miriam have heard of the High King's Sword, even if they don't know the name Percival. They looked at each other as if they were surprised and their eyes were black and white. I'm sure you'll be able to find out more about it. But he left Orphan about 15 years ago already. He was in the Imperial City for a time, but his whereabouts since then have been a bit. Well, thank you for the information. Lionel bowed his head apologetically and continued. And Chasm he is also an S-ranked adventurer. I'm sure you'll be able to find out more about this in the future. He's also known as the Canopy Crusher. Quote. Miriam looked up. Canopy Crusher. Yeah, right. I've heard of him. Quote, is he famous? He's a great magician. He created a new formula for parallel magic and succeeded in increasing the efficiency of the surgical operations by at least 30%. Quote, that being said, Belgriff remembered he was a chump. But he knew that he would accomplish something amazing. Well, yeah, that guy was a real genius, but he always liked to remain in shadows. And he was always a bit nostalgic, and even though he was shy and was always attentive, he also liked to play pranks. Belgriff's eyes narrowed nostalgically. Seeing this, Lionel opened his mouth, looking more and more apologetic. So, he left Orphan to the Imperial City about 20 years ago. I heard that he was promoted to S rank after defeating the Lord of the Void there. That's when he was also known as the Canopy Crusher. After a certain time, his whereabouts also started to. Quote, yeah, right. Belgriff scratched his cheek in disappointment. He didn't expect to see him so easily, but his good fortune was a bit flinty with this. Belgriff looked up. So Sati is. I remember Sati, too, since it was rare to find an elven adventurer of her generation. I've never spoken to her, but it seems she was an A-ranked adventurer in the end. But I'm sure she was gone from Orphan earlier than the previous two. I haven't heard any rumors of her activities since then. Weren't the three of them in the same party? No, by the time I got to know them, they were each already in pieces. I've only heard rumors that they were at a party together, but it was true. Quote, Belgriff sighed. Apparently, none of the three of them were in Orphan. He had left Tornella of his own volition, but this might have been a waste of time. Lionel looked down with a heartfelt apology. That is all I know, sorry. What do you mean, Master Lionel? They are living people, too. They will go wherever they wish. Just as I went to Tornella. Belgriff laughed a little sadly. I can't go to the Imperial capital to look for them, it's not a stone's throw away. Even if you have a guarantee that you will find what you were looking for if you go. There is no way to guess what it is you will find. If I did that, spring will come. Anyway, even if we can't meet them, it is certain that they made full use of their talents and played an active role. It's a good thing to know that for now, Belgriff thought. The only thing that bothered him was the fact that they had fallen apart. I wonder what happened to them. Quote, at any rate, we've only been here a day. It's too early to give up completely. Let's not rush to gather information and look forward to seeing Angeline again for the time being. That's one of the main reasons why I came to Orphan. Thinking about that, he chuckled at the idea that he couldn't laugh at Angeline for looking forward to seeing her again so much, even though they'd only met in the spring. Miriam put her hand to her chin and gave a detective's look. Alright, that elf named Sati is Belle's precious. You are right. Quote, Marguerite said. Immediately the topic of conversation came back to normal. And Belgriff scratched his cheeks as he was troubled by the girl's questions. Hollow circle. Wow. Lissalot leaned back admiringly on the sofa. The sun had long since set outside the window, and an occasional breeze ruffled the window. Stories about defeating demonic beasts, stories of dungeon conquests, and failures that would be funny nowadays. The conversation rolled around all over the place. And Lissalot seemed quite satisfied. Angeline enjoyed talking to her because of her responsiveness and curious questions. Angeline's amazing. You're a girl and you've done so much. Yes. Well, that was fun. Thank you. Hey, Angie. We're friends, aren't we? With that, Lissalot leaned forward. The edges of Angeline's mouth loosened a little bit. That's right, friends, right? Angeline said, and Lissalot happily reached out and shook Angeline's hand. I wanted an adventurer friend. I'm glad to hear that we're friends. Hey, I'll show you my secret. Come. Quote. She was a little sleepy, but Angeline stood up, letting Lieselott's momentum get the better of her. She looked at Gilmenya with a sideways glance. Gilmenya chuckled and winked at her. Lieselott grabbed a bottle of spirits from the room's liquor cabinet and told Angeline to put her cloak on. Angeline obeyed in silence. "It's very cold. You'll catch a cold if you're not careful." Quote, "Where are we going?" "Oh, well, it will be fun to see what happens when we get there." Quote, "I followed Lieselott up and down the corridor of the large mansion and around the bend to the small garden at the back. Unlike the front garden, it wasn't lavishly decorated or tended to by the gardeners. It seemed to be a place where the servants mainly did their work. Outside, the wind and flowers were dancing. Angeline shuddered involuntarily because how chilly it was compared to the inside the mansion, where the heating magic was working. Lieselott crossed the yard and opened the door of the stone wall that rose like a castle wall. Inside, it seemed to be an old armory, with dusty, unkempt old weapons packed in the back and miscellaneous cargo in the front. In short, it seems to be used as a warehouse. At the back, the corridor becomes narrower. Going to the back of the warehouse was a stone staircase leading down. There seemed to be no lighting and it was completely dark. Lieselott pulled out a necklace from her clothes and poked at it with her fingertips. A faint light came on. It seems to be a magic tool for portable lighting using yellow sparkle stone. As they walked down the street with the two of them, a large space soon appeared and suddenly became brighter. There were torches burning on the walls, and the light from the torches made a number of iron bars glint. It seemed to be a dungeon. Angeline was amused by the presence of the cold, dark dungeon, which was quite different from the opulent mansion. But the place was originally built by renovating a fort. Maybe it's no surprise that there was at least a dungeon, she thought. Chasm. Chasm. Quote. Lieselott called out someone's name in a small but shouting voice. Behind the rusted iron bars, a thin man was lying on his back. He wore his hat on his face. Lieselott pouted and tapped the grate with a pebble that had been lying around. There was a light tapping sound. "Wake up already, Chasm. I brought you a drink." Quote. "Shut up, you." The man called Chasm leaned up cumbersomely and put his hat back on. His brown beard was unkempt and his hair was long. "I told you not to come back, didn't I? Duh. The only people who can give me orders are father and mother." Quote. "Well, she's a selfish girl, for sure. Ellipsis ellipsis." Quote. The man called Chasm chuckled. Angeline looked at the man with a blank stare. It was the beginning of winter. It's cold outside, of course, but it's also chilly in the dungeons. Not to mention Lieselott and Angeline, who is wearing warm clothing over her dress, still felt cold. The man is terribly thin and wears only a long-sleeved shirt and trousers. But he doesn't shiver at all. Chasm stared at Angeline. "Are your friends with you today?" "Yes. Angeline, the Demon Slayer. She's an S-ranked adventurer." Quote. Chasm twitched his eyebrows in a twitch. "Hey, rumored, dark-haired warrior maiden." Quote. "Yes. Angie. His name is Chasm. I heard he was a very strong adventurer." Quote. "It was a long time ago." Quote. With that, Chasm lay back down again. Then he looked at Lieselott with a sideways glance. "Oh, leave the booze there. It's cold, so get the hell out of here." Lieselott's mouth twitched and she pushed the liquor bottle through the bars. Still, Chasm refused to get up. "Oh my God, Chasm." Quote. "Why is he here?" Angeline asked, and Chasm shifted his position lazily and said in an aloof tone, "Oh yeah? I was arrested for running away with food. I guess they thought I was dangerous because I went on a rampage. And I've been here ever since." Quote. "Are you kidding me? Are you lying, Chasm? You're Here pretending to be a sinner on a secret mission from the Grand Duke, aren't you? No way. You're a very delusional young girl, aren't you? Chasm laughed and reached for the bottle of liquor as he lay down. Liselott quickly reached out and took the liquor bottle from him and stuck her tongue out at Chasm. I won't give it to you if you're going to be mean to me. Chasm raised himself up and wagged his finger cumbersomely. Then the liquor bottle began to move on its own, slipping out of Liselott's arms and into the bars. Chasm took it in his hand, uncorked it and drank directly from the bottle. Hee hee, this place sure does have some good booze. Quote. Shit. You're mean. Quote. Liselott puffed out her cheeks. Angeline, on the other hand, was a little surprised. Chasm seems to be a wizard, but he's quite skilled. I heard from Miriam and Maria, but I heard that magic that manipulates magic in the atmosphere is quite difficult to control. It's not too difficult if you only launch it as a shockwave or give it mass to crush your opponent, but I heard that detailed manipulation requires quite a bit of skill. Being able to move something as fragile as a bottle without breaking it is proof of considerable proficiency in the manipulation of magic power. I don't understand why such a man is in prison as an adult. Angeline regretted a little bit for not bringing her sword. But so far I can't sense any hostility from Chasm. He is a mysterious man, but she doesn't seem to be in any danger for now. However, Angeline was wary for a moment and repositioned her body slightly so that she could run out with Liselott in her arms at any time. Chasm gave her an amused look and said to himself, "Don't be so frightened. There's no point in fighting you, you know." Angeline scowled. Chasm put on an unassuming face and sipped his drink. "Don't you want to leave?" "It doesn't matter. There's nothing for me to do when I get out." Chasm wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His wet mustache glowed in the torchlight. There's something terribly sad about this man, Angeline thought. It's as if he doesn't even care that he's alive. It's a good thing that you're able to get a good idea of what's going on in your life. It's a good thing that you're not a fan of mine. I don't appreciate your sympathy," Chasm said with a furrowed brow. Angeline lowered her eyes. "I think it's a pity, or rather a waste of skill." "Hey." Chasm took another sip of his drink. "What a waste. Right? Right? But I think it's a waste when I look at you." Heh, heh, heh. Quote. Chasm smiled as he gaped. His eyes were set. "You have a funny way of saying that," he said. "I guess I've lived a very disappointing life." "You have friends, don't you? Treat your friends well, okay?" Liselott looked at the two of them in turn, as if puzzled, and said, "What is it? Is it a story that only adventurers can understand?" "It's not like that. Let's go, Lizzie. It's getting cold." "Yes, Chasm won't even talk to me today, and I'm not bored." Quote. Liselott said and took Angeline's hand in hers. "Wow, Angie's hands are very cold." Quote. "So are yours. Let's go. I'll catch a cold." Ellipsis ellipsis quote. "Yes. Bye, Chasm. I'll be back." Quote. "Haha, I told you not to come." Quote. Angeline looked back over her shoulder at Chasm as she walked. Chasm looked vaguely at the wall. The shadows created by the torches were dancing and swaying. Chapter 51. The hot wine is sweet and nostalgic. The hot wine was sweet and had a nostalgic aroma. The hot wine Angeline had brought as a souvenir before was good. But tasting hot wine like this in the tavern of Orphan was a memory. In reality, it might not taste the same as it did back then. But drinking it in a place that evoked memories made that seem like a trivial matter. After leaving the guild, Belgriff was led to the tavern. It was the usual tavern that Angeline was familiar with. As usual, various people come and go, and I don't stand out from the crowd. So it's easy to feel comfortable. The elf, Marguerite, catches everyone's eye at least once, to everyone's surprise. Belgriff looked around without a care in the world. The buzzing and bustling was very nostalgic. When he was on active duty, he always drank in places like this. Although it wasn't his favorite restaurant when he was in active duty. The atmosphere was similar to all of the adventurers' hangouts and so on. You see, this is Angie's favorite food. Quote, Miriam recommended the roasted duck that was brought in. The skin was grilled to a nice, savory texture and visibly fatty. Sounds good. Ehehe, the roasted bird I had at Tornella was good, though. Are you a white-collared bird? Oh, yeah, that's it. Quote, that bird had a lot of fat, too. Quote, Anessa chuckled. Millie, don't get any grease on your hat, do you? You need a knit hat? Phew, that's right. Hey, Mr. Bell. Quote, Belgriff laughed and scratched his head in annoyance. Don't tease me too much, I didn't know you were doing that. Charlotte tilted her head with a strange look on her face. The hat? What's going on? No, well, a lot of things. Quote, Marguerite, who had been engrossed in the meat, looked up. What the hell, I'm curious. Tell me about it. I'll tell you another time. Oh, Mr. Bell, before it gets cold. Quote, thank you. The meat of the duck was so firm that the fat soaked into the duck as he chewed. Angeline, who loved the white-bellied bird, would certainly like this, Belgriff thought. A couple of men came into the restaurant. Hey, look, there's an elf in there. Quote, wow, that's pretty rare. I've never seen that before. Quote, hey, aren't you having fun? Come on, little elf girl, we'll buy you a drink and you can join us. Quote, what, are you sure? Marguerite beamed with delight. Anessa grabbed her shoulder in dismay. Marie, you shouldn't accept these kind of offers. Quote, oh, really? Tornaraha. This isn't Tornella, Marie. I told you not to follow strangers, didn't I? Belgriff chuckled. Then he spoke to the men who approached him. I'm sorry, but this boy is so naive. Can you give me a break for today? The men giggled. With a guardian? Hey, but still, old man, what do you think you're doing with that sword? What do you mean, carrying a sword with an artificial leg? Can't you shake it right? Hey, it's a bunch of good looks. Hey, ladies, we can entertain you better than you can entertain us. Come on over here. Aura, get out of the way, old man. Get out of the way. Well, just relax. It's in the shop. You don't want to get in trouble. Quote, Miriam, with a thin smile, folded her hands behind her head and jerked her chair beside Belgriff, calming the men. I've got a fight with the Red Ogre. I don't know what's going to happen to you. Red Ogre. The men looked at Belgriff with a pouty, dumbfounded look on their faces. Then one of them pulled a face as if he was horrified. I've heard that before. I think it's the father of the dark-haired warrior maiden, and the master of the sword. Well, when you say, red hair with a prosthetic leg, well, seriously. You're from Orphan. Quote, yay, no, I'm not that big of a deal. Anessa laughed mischievously. If you're going to pick a fight, you've got to pick a partner, don't you? He's strong, this guy. Quote, no, Anessa, no. Once you draw your sword, you won't stop until you've killed all your opponents. How many seconds do you have? Hee. What are you talking about, Millie? Oh, hey. These guys are part of the black-haired war maidens. Quote, oh, shit. It's real. It's the real Red Ogre. Quote, I'm sorry. Quote, wait, I'm not like that. The men ate bubbles and fled, not even hearing Belgriff call them off. The guests, watching the commotion from the side, looked at each other and whispered to each other. That's the Red Ogre. He's stronger than the dark-haired warrior maiden. Ellipsis. Quote, I heard he had the guildmaster on his knees again today. And I heard that he made the guildmaster guy cry. I don't know what you have done. Ellipsis. You're a hell of a father, aren't you? Belgriff shrugged. It seems that something has already been distorted and spread about today. I don't want this kind of conspicuousness to be troubling. And you can't just say one thing and say, ehehe, sorry, but it felt good. Quote, you didn't get into a fight, so why not? Besides, you're actually very strong, Belle. No, it's not. You've got me. I can't imagine what's ahead of me. Belgriff sighed. Marguerite looked at Belgriff with admiration. Belle, you were a celebrity. Quote, no. I feel like I'm getting more attention from the people around me. But it's no use worrying about it now. I regained my composure and returned to my meal. The footsteps of my former companions are not known at the moment. I originally didn't expect to see them so easily. But it's a bit of a pity that they seem to have lost their start. However, it is certain that each of them seems to have played an active role. The fact that they have fallen apart has bothered me, but I have no way of knowing why. I can only imagine, but it doesn't seem to be a positive reason, Belgriff thought. If I'm part of it, I'd still like to find them and talk to them. Lionel said he would gather all the information he could from the guild. Belgriff was horrified and offered to decline, but Lionel, unusually for him, didn't take a step back. Eventually Belgriff broke down and accepted the cooperation, on the condition that it would not interfere with the guild's business. Did this shop exist when you were in service, Belle? At Anessa's suggestion, Belgriff crossed his arms and thought for a moment. The shops that used to be there were gone, or new shops were being built where they weren't. And the capital seemed to have changed a lot since Belgriff's time. The tavern I used to frequent when I was active in the city was gone. I used to walk around town to buy all the tools I could find. So I thought I could remember the roads and such. But it seems that my memories of those days are no longer of much use to me. Belgriff chuckled. I don't know how it was. It was 25 years ago now, so my memory is a little hazy. The streets have changed a bit too. 25 years ago, I would have. Quote, I heard a voice from behind me, and I turned around, startled. The tavern master was standing there. Granted, it was the dad. The master said, and placed a plate of pickled turnips and boiled intestines on the table. Then he stared at Belgriff. Are you the father of that dark-haired girl? Yeah, my daughter seems to be getting to know you better. The master sighed. I don't think you should leave it to your daughter to find a wife, though. I think you should do it yourself. Quote, huh? What wife? Well, that's not my business. Ellipsis. Quote. Leaving Belgriff, who opened his mouth with a pout, the master went behind the counter. Belgriff muttered in disgust. Is it that widespread all over the place? Ma, how did you know that even the master knows? I wonder what that Angie girl was thinking. I wonder what she was thinking when she consulted. Miriam and Anessa also looked curious. Marguerite chuckled. Angie is such an interesting girl. I'm starting to look forward to meeting her. Belgriff sighed. There are a lot of people who have to explain. Byaku chuckled. You raised him wrong, didn't you? I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Belgriff gave up and licked the lukewarm hot wine. He finished his dinner and left the tavern. The winter breeze felt good on his wine-warmed cheeks. Belgriff had intended to meet Angeline and ask her for lodging during his stay in Orphan. But that Angeline is away in the official city. It seemed as if she had no idea who she was. But Anessa and her friends seemed to be keeping the keys to her room. They asked me to keep it because they don't know what's in it. Quote, I'm sure I wasn't expecting this situation, but it's just fine. I decided to let him sleep and wake up there while I was in Orphan. It would be good if I could also manage the room while Angeline returned. Accompanied by Anessa and the others, I greeted the lodging housekeeper, explained to him and entered the room. When I lit the lamp, the room became vaguely brighter. After confirming that they were safely in the room, Anessa and the others nodded to each other and turned on their heels. "Well, Belle, see you tomorrow. Have a good night." Quote, "Oh, thanks, you too. Marie, you need to listen to what you two have to say." Quote, "I knew it. Good night, Belle." Quote, seeing the three of them off, Belgriff looked around the room again. The room was small, but there wasn't much stuff in there. There was a cupboard and food shelf in what seemed to be a cooking table, a dining table and 4 chairs surrounding it, a chest of drawers that seemed to hold clothes, a small bookcase, a shelf and box for storing adventure-related gear, a sofa, and a small table and chair set with a drawer. The bed is wide, perhaps for sleeping comfortably, but it's not very ornate for a girl living alone. "I'm sure that's typical of Angeline," Belgriff said with a small smile. Bayaku and Charlotte had also moved into Anessa and Miriam's house, so it didn't seem to be used until today. There was a pile of miscellaneous items that seemed to be souvenirs of the homecoming piled up against the wall, but overall it was neatly organized and there was nothing to worry about, except for a thin layer of dust due to their absence. Belgriff nodded reassuringly. "Good, it looks like it's tidied up. Your sister is not a person who has so much stuff to begin with, father." Quote, Charlotte said and tugged on Belgriff's hem. Belgriff chuckled and patted Charlotte. "Looks like it, but was Charlotte's right this way? It's better to stay with the girls." Quote, "I want to be with you, father." Quote, before Belgriff could finish, Charlotte hugged her arms. Marguerite went to Anessa and Miriam's house. At first it was a suggestion to split up with the girls and the guys, but Charlotte didn't ask if she wanted to be with Belgriff, so they remained in this room together like this. Belgriff looked at Bayaku as if he was troubled. "What should I do?" "Don't ask me," Bayaku said sardonically and plopped down on the couch. Belgriff chuckled. He took up the bedclothes and flapped them at the window, shaking the dust off. "How did the three of you sleep when Angie was here?" "Bayaku is always on the couch. I was in bed with your sister." Quote, Then the order of things would be that I would be sleeping with Charlotte. I don't mind that, but when I glanced at Bayaku, he was lying on his back in a strange position with an arm pillow. That's what bothered me. Bayaku, I'll sleep on the couch, you'll sleep with Char in bed." Quote, "Huh?" Bayaku turned his face troublesomely towards Belgriff. "Why is that?" "None of your business, old man. Don't say that. You shouldn't sleep in weird clothes when you're young. You'll get bent out of shape." Quote, "I don't know. There's no way you could possibly fit on the couch." Quote, "Oh, that too." Quote, Bayaku gave a small laugh. "You'll know it when you see it. You're a fool, old man." Quote, "Good grief. Then the three of us can sleep together." Belgriff sighed and overheard Charlotte about what was going on, then grabbed a handful of steps to the couch and grabbed Bayaku up in a huff. Bayaku's eyes went black. "What the hell are you doing? It's light. You've been eating a lot of food?" "Oh, shut up. Let go." Quote, "Okay." Belgriff threw Bayaku onto the bed. With a bang, Bayaku plopped down on top of the comforter. Charlotte, holding the comforter, covered it up. "I got you." "Fuck you. What the hell are you doing?" Quote, Belgriff gave Bayaku a peck on the forehead as he struggled to get his head out of the futon. "You can't help but notice that I have a habit of swearing." "Swear words are a habit." Quote, "I don't give a fuck." Quote, Belgriff laughed mischievously and patted Bayaku's head with a crunch. "I mean, shut up and sleep over here tonight." Quote, a figure stood in front of the bars of the dungeon. He was thin, with a rounded back. He was wearing a black robe and a hood. Hey, Canopy Crusher." Quote, a wrinkled voice said. Kasim, who had been lying in his cell, raised his body in a troublesome manner. "One after the other, you're too loud." Shut up. You've been lingering in here for some time now. Get the hell out of here and get the key. Quote. Kasim chuckled. I don't care. I told you I'm done with you guys. Quote. You're kidding me. I tell you, I'm not strong enough. If you dawdle, you'll get ahead of the Schwartzes. I don't care. Quote. Kasim lay down on his back again. The man in the black robe bit his lip, but eventually gave a lurid smile. Are you sure it's okay? Deny the foundation of your own existence. Wasn't there something to do that kept you from being dragged to death? Where's the reason you're alive if you deny them the work they should be doing? Are you going to deny what you've done? Are you going to tell me that being an agent of the nobility here was the meaning of your life? Kasim turned over in a cumbersome manner. What a waste of, That's certainly true, isn't it? Oh, yes. Existence can only be worthwhile because it accomplishes something. It was you yourself who said that. But Kasim muttered without even looking at the man in the black robe. Obviously, it wasn't directed at the man. I don't even know if he's alive. Ellipsis ellipsis quote. Quote ellipsis ellipsis question mark. What? I wonder if she'll forgive me. I thought about it and tried to figure it out. I've done a lot of research. I fought a lot. But still. What are you talking about? Kasim looked at the black robes. I'm tired, too. Just then, he heard the clatter of armor coming from the stairs. The man hurriedly tossed his robe. Anyway, get the hell out of here. I'm not going to let you get away with this. The man in the black robes sank into the shadows at his feet. Kasim sighed. A group of armored soldiers came in to replace him. The man in black armor, who was the captain of the group, gave them a dubious look. Who was there? I was talking to the shadow on the wall. Is that bad? Kasim said, looking aloof. The man in armor narrowed his eyes for a moment. But then he opened his mouth. Your Highness has called you here. Answer. I will not allow you to refuse this time. Yeah? What does an exhausted guy like me have to do with your son? Shut up. Get the fuck out of here. The man in armor instructed the soldiers to open the barred door. One of the soldiers looked at him in surprise. Captain? This guy, Fetters. Quote ellipsis ellipsis. This is not the kind of person you can keep in a room like this. This guy's got his own way of doing things. Quote. The man in the armor gave him a mocking look. Kasim chuckled. Way to go. Well, whatever. Quote. The man in armor urged with his chin, and two soldiers stood with Kasim on either side of him. And then dragged him straight to the stairs. The man in armor chuckled. If you lose sight of the meaning of life, you're no better than a walker than a hero. Well, I'll take advantage of that at best. Quote. The soldiers left and a cold silence enveloped the dungeon. Hollow circle. Morning light streamed into the room through the thin curtains. Angeline fidgeted in her bunk and eventually sat up. Her long hair waved habitually, and the hem of her nightgown was in disarray. I got into my bed, but I couldn't relax for some reason, and while I was tossing and turning, the night had passed. Still, my memory is vague, so I must have slept what I slept. I came to the Grand Duke's mansion, got fed up with the encounter with VR. Dressed up in this and that, talked to Lisa a lot. And then she took me to meet an unknowable man named Kasim. In my sleepy head, they all seemed like they were in a dream. If it was a dream, I at least wanted to see my dad. Angeline murmured and huffed and nuzzled her face into the pillow. I'm sure you'll be able to find out what's going on in the world, he said. Moo, Fluffy. Quote. The bed in the Bordeaux family's mansion was soft. But it was soft enough to be comfortable for Angeline. The one here was ring soft. Too soft to be comfortable. The bed in Orphan's house is hard, and when it comes to Tornella's parents' house, it's a blanket on straw. I'm used to that. So I found it hard to sleep on a bed that was too soft. I wonder if the aristocrats who are used to this soft bed can't sleep on a hard bed. The body's habituation is a frightening thing, Angeline thought. She was just lounging around in her bed, not sleeping twice, when there was a knock at the door. "Good morning, Lady Angeline. Are you awake?" Angeline sluggishly raised herself up and got off the bed. "I'm up." As I answered, the maids came in. There was no sign of Gilmenia. What would she be doing, Angeline thought. Maybe she's still in the mansion, gathering a lot of information. Seeing Angeline's blurred appearance, the maids chuckled amusedly. "HMPH, have you had a good rest?" "Honestly, not so much." "Oh my goodness, can I bring you breakfast?" "Yes, please." Ellipsis quote. "So why don't you get changed in the meantime? I'll have to brush your hair, too." Quote. Come on, Miss Angeline." Quote. As Angeline moved to the front of the figurehead, she was surrounded by maids who made her comb her hair and change her nightgown. She doesn't know what to do, so she does as she is made to do. But she still can't get used to this kind of thing. It's not so much a bad feeling as it is an embarrassing one. After I finished dressing, it was time for breakfast. The breakfast was light, but I still had a noble feeling. The bread was not hard and baked, but soft and fluffy white bread. It was accompanied by a half-boiled egg, hot vegetables, seared slices of smoked meat, and a thick soup that seemed to be from a pumpkin. Having eaten it all without hesitation, Angeline asked the maid as she sipped her after-dinner tea. "Dressing up again today?" "Yes, but we've decided on a general direction yesterday." "So today we're going to go over it further." "Angeline, you have such beautiful skin and hair. It's worth the effort to dress her up. Between you and me, I don't think you'll look as good as the nobleman." Quote. "Yeah, so?" Angeline squirmed and her cheeks stained. It's not a full stop, but it's a little embarrassing to be called that. She was used to being praised as an adventurer, but it was itchy to be praised as a girl like this. "It's not so much because I had a great time with my maid yesterday. But when I'm feeling calm like this, the embarrassment seemed to be even more enhanced. I changed clothes again like yesterday, this and that. It seems that they are going to go with a calm color, not a brighter one. It's kind of interesting to see your appearance change. But it's still tiring to take off and put on your clothes. It's a different kind of fatigue than fighting a magical beast." The maids, who were satisfied with their dresses and decorated Angeline brilliantly, went out to prepare for lunch, crying, "I'm sure you'll be happy to know that I'm not the only one. Aristocrats do this, every day. I wonder if they do this." I mumbled. "Not really, though." "What?" Suddenly, Angeline turned her head to the side, startled by a voice. Gilmenia, dressed in her maid's outfit, was standing beside the couch, scowling. Angeline sighed. "Don't scare me. You must be really tired to be as oblivious as I am, huh?" "Yeah, I'm sure you have the stamina, but why?" "It's because of a higher power. Those of us of a lower rank get tired of being subjected to that power." Quote. "I feel like I can't just say, 'You're kidding.' You're going to have to learn to let it slide, huh?" Gilmenia laughed and brewed a cup of tea and placed it in front of Angeline. "Well, take a breath. Then it's lunchtime. What should we do this afternoon?" "Courtesy?" "Yes. And then we'll have to learn the celebration to the Lord God. It's a ceremony." Quote. Congratulations. There is such a thing." Quote. No. "Well, it's just the way you bow and walk." Quote. "Don't scare me, and the way you walk? I mean, I can't just stroll down the aisle to the Grand Duke's door in my elegant dress. Can I? I'm going to go quietly and gracefully." Quote. "That's not my pattern, though." Quote. "Yeah, I know. Well, they'll cut you some slack if you misbehave. Angie is just an adventurer." Quote. Then you'd rather be dressed like that. Don't talk to me. Just tell that to that little master, Veerer. Gilmenya bowed coyly. Angeline loosened the edges of her mouth. Then it was lunch, and Angeline tucked into another different menu of fluffy omelets. Steamed potatoes, seared chicken thighs, and steamed river fish sprinkled with spices. Angeline was impressed and wondered how they were able to put so many different items together. She didn't need to spend money on this stuff, but since it tasted so good, it would be nice to have the same menu. It's delicious, but feels like such a waste of money. Even the mansion doesn't have to be this big. It's all about power, you know? Power? Angeline nodded her head as she sipped her after-dinner tea. Gilmenya nodded. You can have this many items, or you can prepare such a luxurious one, she said. Of course, financial power is directly related to power. You will find that even Angie's body goes into a tailspin when he enters the mansion. Gorgeousness can be kind of intimidating, Quote. Sure. Quote. And moreover, this is the Grand Duke's house. It's probably a mansion enough to be intimidated against a nobleman. So Angeline is too intimidated to win. It might be more troublesome than a poorly ranked demonic beast of high rank. I'm used to it. It's a matter of the heart. Quote. Gilmenya chuckled. Then she glanced at Angeline from top to bottom. I'm sure you'll find that the dress is quite nice, though. The hairstyle is also good, and it looks much prettier. Quote. Yeah, so. Angeline shyly pinched the hem of her skirt. It was a soft dress in a soothing shade of greenish-blue tones. The decorations are modest, but it's gorgeous enough with accents in key places that it's not disgusting. The shoulders are a bit uncomfortable because they are showing. But it can't be helped. Her hair is partially braided and gathered in the top half, while being arranged to take advantage of its length. It's a good idea to make sure that you have a good idea of who you are. I'm kind of embarrassed. Would your father compliment you if he saw you? Yes. I think Angie's father would have a field day with it. He'd be so moved that he'd probably cry. Quote. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a nobleman will ask you to marry him. What will you do then? No. Angeline puffed out her cheeks. She felt stifled by the idea of marrying into the aristocracy. Anyway, politeness is nice, but I need to change my mind a bit, Angeline said, and decided to walk around the mansion a bit and take a look. Gilmenya chuckled. And if something goes wrong, I'll have to remember the shape of the mansion. Quote. Not really, but, speaking of which, do you have any additional information? The Grand Duke himself is nothing of the sort. I hear he's a dour but intelligent man. But be careful of the Grand Duke's brothers. The eldest son may not be stupid, but you can't be too careful. My second son is a fool, so I don't know what he will do. The third son, a half-brother, is unknowable. Quote. Where's Lise? That young lady is in no danger of anything. Well, you might want to be a little careful with your fiancé, Quote. I see. Ellipsis. Quote. Angeline was relieved. Lieselot was still that innocent. She wasn't worried, but if there was an undercurrent of innocence to that innocence, she wouldn't believe anything. Angeline stretched and turned her shoulders. Well, let's go with the hostile inspection. Ellipsis. Quote. I'll go with you, miss. Is kind of fun. Quote. They chuckled and walked out of the room. Chapter 52. The red-haired boy stomps the ground in a crisp manner. A brown-haired boy chased after the red-haired boy as he stepped briskly on the ground. Hey, wait a minute. Don't leave me here. Quote. The red-haired boy turned around, laughing. That's because you're looking away. You're not getting enough sleep, are you? I can't help it. I found some interesting grimoires. Quote. That's the problem. You need a good night's sleep to get your strength back, okay? Hey, you're too serious, that's the problem. The brown-haired boy's mouth twitched. The red-haired boy chuckled. The two of them had come to buy tools. Yesterday's dungeon exploration had used a lot of tools, so they had come to buy more of them. The shopping was left exclusively to the red-haired boy. With his natural prudence, he thought about what he needed and went to a number of stores to buy what he needed as cheaply as possible. The brown-haired boy, the wizard in the party, had accompanied him, as he was in particular need of magical tools. They went from the front street to the back streets, going down various paths to get the tools together. The magic tools were examined by the brown-haired boy. He seemed to be able to tell the good from the bad when it came to them. The red-haired boy, on the other hand, seemed to know his way around the cheapest and best quality stores. The brown-haired boy looked impressed. You're amazing. How do you know so many stores? Ha, I just wandered around for a bit of time to get cheap, quality goods, and before I knew it, it was in my head. Quote. The red-haired boy laughed. The brown-haired boy laughed along with him. The capital of Orphan is large, and there are shops that don't even have signs posted in places that you wouldn't expect. Even if the shop is clearly illegal, if it is available, adventurers will use it. It would be a waste of time to lose one's life for being naive. The shopping, which had been going on all morning, came to an end around noon. The streets were crowded with people, snack stalls were bustling, and the aroma of good food was wafting in from all directions. The brown-haired boy cleared his throat. Hey, I'm hungry. Quote. You'll have to be a little more patient. This is the party's shared purse. Quote. Isn't using a little fine? No. You should buy it with your own pocket money. Quote. But I used it to buy a grimoire yesterday. You got what you deserved. Or rather, I shouldn't have bought the dungeon escape scroll. Quote. You'll need those things in a pinch, you know. You don't get that often, so you have to get one. Quote. The scrolls one bought at the shady magic shop on the back street were the most expensive. It was a scroll that could be activated simply by spreading it out and letting magic power flow through it. There were various effects, but the one the boys bought this time was a scroll that allowed them to escape from the dungeon instantly. The price was very high for the few they had purchased. The brown-haired boy had examined them, so he knew they weren't fake. But that's why the price was so high. So the contents of my wallet were almost gone. I don't think we're going to be in that kind of trouble. Quote. There are no absolutes for adventurers. Quote. Meh, you're too cautious. Ellipsis. I'm hungry. Quote. The brown-haired boy looked at the red-haired boy with a resentful look on his face. The red-haired boy chuckled. As the person in charge of the party's purse, I don't want to waste too much money. However, I don't think there's any specifics to being too prudent. Besides, I feel a little hungry too. I can move it over here from my own wallet later. It can't be helped. The red-haired boy pulled 2 coins out of his wallet and handed them to the brown-haired boy. Just this once, okay? Great, you have got your priorities right. Then I'll go get some food. Quote. The brown-haired boy looked giddy as he made his way towards the stall. The red-haired boy chuckled and leaned against the wall of a nearby building. Hollow circle. Ha. So that's what I thought Angie was doing. Quote. Yes. It's nice that she is thinking of me, but the idea seems to be a tad unreasonable. Quote. But I'm relieved. After all, Mr. Belgriff is a good father, just like Angie-chan said. Quote. No, I'm not that big of a deal. Quote. No, that's not true. You're a great father. Quote. Charlotte said as she sat beside Belgriff. Charlotte, that's sweet. Quote. Yuri chuckled as she sat behind the counter. When Belgriff woke up the next morning, the first thing he did was clean Angeline's room. He swept out the dust that had accumulated, checked the souvenirs and put them in order. The scarf, which Charlotte had knit herself, was given to Belgriff as a gift. I spent the morning like that, and afternoon. I went to the guild to look up information on past adventurers and talked with Yuri as a way to clear up any misunderstandings. Yuri originally didn't give much thought about Belgriff. But from the way Angeline was talking about Belgriff, she seemed to be concerned that maybe Angie was delusional and might be saying the bad parts were good too. I'm sorry for suspecting you, but I didn't know anything about Mr. Belgriff. That's probably true. Being cautious about things is probably a necessary quality for an adventurer, so don't worry about it. Quote, that's very nice of you to say. I'll try to clear up any misunderstandings on my part about who I know. Oh? Yuri's eyes blinked. Belgriff also turned around, trapped. A muscular old man wearing a military hat came over to him at a great pace. He had a big smile on his face. Oh, here you are at last. Red hair and a prosthetic leg. You're that one. You're Belgriff the Red Ogre. Ha 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 ha. It's good to see you, man. Quote. He took his hand and shook it to 1,000 pieces, and Belgriff was puzzled. But this old man looked familiar. He wasn't this old when I saw him, but I'm sure of it. Belgriff said with a bemused grin. I'm honored to be here, Master Shabolg the Destroyer. Oh, you know who I am? Ha ha ha. Quote. Shabolg happily shook his grip on Belgriff's arm as he shook it a bit. I'm glad that the adventurer I once admired is this close to me. But my joints are sore from the sheer force of it all. Seeing a fluttery look on Belgriff's face, Yuri said. Shabolg-san, don't wave your arms too much. What? Yuri, what did you say? Quote. As Belgriff chuckled, someone grabbed Shabolgi's shoulder from behind. Hey, Shabolg? Your stupidity won't do you any good. Quote. What are you talking about, Dortos? It's the Red Ogre, Red Ogre. Isn't it Finetto? Get excited? Just let go of him. Oh dear, excuse this idiot. My name is Dortos. I can't thank you enough for all the help Angie has given me. It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Belgriff. Dortos said and bowed his head politely. It's a good thing that you're a living legend, said Belgriff, bowing his head in horror at the sight of yet another living legend. It's a great honor to meet you, Mr. Dortos of Shirogane. As it seems my daughter is in your care. Quote. I'm just an old man now. Quote. Dortos laughed afterwards. Belgriff was also tripped up and his cheeks relaxed. It was somewhat pleasing and unrealistic that the two of them, who were legendary adventurers in their youth, were treating him so intimately like this. Charlotte, who had followed along with them, was surprised by the momentum of Shabolg and the others, so she hid behind Belgriff. Belgriff laughed and patted Charlotte's head. It's okay, were you surprised? What's up with those bad guy? They seem to like you a lot. Quote. Bad guy? Belgriff looked dubiously at Charlotte, who was hiding behind him, and Byaku, who stood further back. Dortos laughed and stroked his beard. These guys had a scuffle with Shabolg and Lionel once. It's not that the guild doesn't care about it anymore. But Shabolg doesn't seem to be very good at it. Quote. I'm not the one being friendly. Hey, Belgriff. Angie is a very nice girl. Tell me your parenting tips and tricks. My little bastards think I'm evil. My great-grandchildren tell me I'm too picky these days and I'm not, which makes me sad. Quote. No, there's nothing special about it. Dortos shook his head in disgust. Shabolg, that's probably because you're so picky. Quote. What? Dortos, what did you say? Quote. I told you not to shout at me because you have trouble hearing. Quote. Belgriff chuckled at the breathless exchange between the two old soldiers. Talking like this, neither of them seemed unfriendly and conceited. He wondered if the intimidation and magnitude he had felt from them when he was young might have been an illusion he had harbored when he was inexperienced. Suddenly, Dortos raised an apologetic eyebrow. However, even though we have come all the way to Orphan, I am sorry that we couldn't keep Angie from leaving. We were not strong enough to do so. Yes, that's right. The Grand Duke is really bad. I was about to pick a fight with him. That Lionel guy's finally got to be in the spotlight. Quote, No. Belgriff's eyes went wide. I don't care about any of this, sir. It's just that what Angie did is an acknowledgement of what he did. Dortos and Shabolg looked at each other and laughed, though they were a bit giddy. Ha 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 ha. You are way more mature than we are. Quote, Absolutely. Isn't it amazing how upright Angie would be when she grows up? Ha 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 ha. Quote, Shabolg laughed and put his hand on Belgriff's shoulder. I'm liking you more and more. Hey, come on, man, show me some moves. I can't help but be curious about the Red Demon's sword skills. What? I ask you to do the same. A sword that can repel even Angie. I want to see it as a souvenir of the underworld. Quote, No, it's not that big of a deal. And Belgriff shrank back in horror. But he was surprised to find welcomed it deep in his heart. He had always wanted to try out the breath he'd learned from Graham. And the swordsmanship he'd learned from him. And to top it all off, he would be able to compete with Destruction and Shirogane. You can't get any better than this for a swordsman. Belgriff's eyes were slightly downcast, but he looked up. I understand. I'm not sure if I'll be able to meet your expectations. Ha 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 ha. Alright, let's go to the training grounds. Quote. Belgriff chuckled as Shaborg pulled him along. Charlotte, who was hurrying to follow him, grabbed the hem of his clothes with concern. Father, are you alright? Ha, it's okay. Maybe. Some adventurers who seemed to be interested after overhearing the conversation around them were also following along. Belgriff felt nervous as it was getting kind of crowded. Hollow circle. Gilmenya said with a smirk. See, you have to walk with your skirt or you'll step on the hem again. Gunu, it is so hard to move in, dresses are. As she left the room, Angeline struggled with her unfamiliar dress. Every time she walked, she stepped on the hem and almost fell down. So she had to lift her skirt, but it seemed that she shouldn't lift it too much. And she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable walking around in it. In addition, she was wearing high-heeled shoes. So she felt like she was going to sprain her foot. It was nice to be dressed extravagantly, lavishly, Angeline thought. But she couldn't wear something like this on a regular basis. She was too used to the adventurer's attire that was easy to move around in. A guard stood at the corner of the corridor, glancing sideways at Angeline as she walked by. But he remained upright and unmoving. To be able to stand all day unmoving, Angeline is impressed. Don't those guys ever get tired of standing around? Gilmenya, following behind me, chuckled. It's a good thing that they have hidden supports that span from their legs to their backs so that you can't see them. I'm sure that's why they don't move like that, because their center of gravity is resting on it. Quote. I knew it. Quote. Nope, I lied. Quote. Angeline's cheeks puffed out and she quickened her steps, almost falling again. Just then, someone coming from across the corridor helped Angeline stay upright. Ooh, are you okay? Sorry. Ellipsis. Quote. Angeline looked up. He was a tall man with neatly trimmed ash-brown hair. He was about mid to late 20s in age. He had a well-kept face with a neatly trimmed mustache, a long face and nasal bridge. But his eyes were sharp and gave the impression that he was somewhat on guard. The man chuckled and made Angeline stand as she had. Which way will you be going, beautiful young lady? Unu, and everywhere else. Ellipsis. Quote. Gilmenia pinched Angeline's waist as she was about to say bluntly, "Without a care in the world." Angeline hurriedly straightened her posture. Gilmenia bowed her head condescendingly. "Your Highness Fernando, you are in a good mood." Quote. Angeline's eyes narrowed. Apparently this gentlemanly-looking man was Fernando Estgar, the heir to the Grand Duke's family. Angeline bowed her head softly too. Fernando laughed and stroked his mustache and looked at Angeline. "I've never seen this face before. A beautiful person like you would not be unknown to me. If you don't mind me asking your name, I'd like to know your name." Quote. Angeline replied in a whispered tone of voice, shyly and awkwardly looking at Fernando, who turned his gaze straight down at her without embarrassment. "Angeline, sir." "Ho." Quote. Fernando loosened the corners of his mouth in amusement. "This surprises me. Such a pretty young lady is the black-haired war maiden, the slayer of the Demon King." As he said this, Fernando took Angeline's hand in a natural motion and put his arms around her. "I can escort you, if you like." "Which way were you planning to go?" "Well, you know, I mean, for a walk." Quote. "I see. It's a beautiful day. It's better to be out in the garden than inside the mansion. Come on." With that, Fernando walks off with Angeline in his arms. She couldn't shake him off, so she had to walk with him. She was surprised to find that it was much easier to walk now than it was before. Probably because she had someone to put her weight on with his arms around her. Angeline looks up at Fernando hesitantly, surprised at the man's good manners. Fernando looked forward with a blank expression on his face, but suddenly glanced sideways at Angeline and smiled at her. Angeline looked away in a hurry. Behind her, she could see that Gilmenia was holding back her laughter. They made several turns down the hallway, down the stairs, and eventually outside. The sunlight was warm, but the air was cold, perhaps because of the morning frost. Her bare shoulders bothered her, but it couldn't be helped. Angeline raised her arms and took a deep breath. The cold air seemed to be discomforting, but now she was inside the warm mansion where the heating magic was working. Fernando chuckled. "That's a bold thing to do. It's rather tempting too." Angeline huffed and dropped her arms. "Sorry about that." "No, I don't mind. You can rest assured that we don't expect adventurers to follow all the etiquettes of a nobleman." Quote. Fernando smiled at that. "I see," Angeline agreed. "Fernando is very different from VR and others. He knows how to win people's hearts and minds." That's why Angeline was a little wary of Fernando. It would be displeasing to be drawn into someone else's pace. Also, it was quite unfavorable for Angeline, who didn't understand the selfishness of noblemen. Looking at the mortified Angeline, Fernando chuckled. "Don't be so scared. I won't bite." Quote. But I don't know what VR is doing, leaving his precious guests unescorted and unattended. I'm fed up with my poorly behaved brother." Quote. Fernando urged Angeline to a chair placed in the yard. It was beside a neatly arranged table and surrounded by a well-maintained garden. The trees were in bloom with crimson flowers. There was a faint sweet smell in the air. Angeline sat down as she was prompted. Fernando, sitting next to her, looked at Angeline with interest. "How do you like it, the nobleman's house? When you're an S-ranked adventurer, do you get a lot of invitations?" "No, such a lavish place. Well, you know, I've never seen one before." Quote. "I see. Haha, I guess that's what you call it. And it keeps the prestige of the Grand Duke's family intact." Quote. Fernando laughed with amusement. "You look a bit like Lieselot with your eyes when you smile," Angeline thought. "Excuse me." Then a nondescript-looking Gilmenia comes in with a cup of tea. She glanced at Angeline and winked at her. Angeline gave a small smile. Fernando took the cup of tea and said, VR is my poorly behaved brother, but it was a wise decision to invite you here. If you are as beautiful as this, it will make the investiture ceremony a grand affair. Haha. I feel like I'm being complimented, but when someone calls me beautiful or praises me, my expression relaxes a little bit even if I didn't mean to. Angeline looked down to hide it. But I also wanted my father to praise me that way as well. Yes, my father has never seen me in a dress like this. I'm sure the chest and waist are thin, but it seems my body is slim and charming. It's a good thing that people are not able to get a good idea of how someone would look by imagining it. I wonder if he would praise me for my beauty. I hope he'll be happy that I've grown up. Angeline smiled at the thought and relaxed her cheeks. Angeline? Angeline, are you listening to me? Fernando looked dubious. Angeline looked up with a huff. Sorry. Ellipsis quote. You look tired, huh? Well, here is your tea. This is the tea we got from Tildis. It has a slightly different aroma. Quote. Smells good, doesn't it? Angeline enjoyed the tea, which smelled different from the tea served in her room. Somehow, it seemed like everything in the world could be found in this house. Suddenly, there was a sign of someone approaching. Well, brother. When I looked at the source of the voice, I saw a slender man of about 20 or so years of age standing there. His dark brown hair, slightly darker than Fernando's and VR's, was long and bunched behind his head. Behind him was a group of armor-clad soldiers waiting for him. Fernando gave a thin smile. Francois? You're looking well, brother. What are you doing in a place like this? I was escorting the main guests to the ball. Quote. Fernando said and glanced at Angeline. Angeline gave a small bow to the man called Francois. Angeline, this is... Oh, the dark-haired warrior girl, is you? The man called Francois put a hand to his chin and narrowed his eyes. I'm Francois. He's mine and VR's brother. Quote. You can say hello. Ellipsis quote. Angeline's eyes narrowed a little. So you've met all three brothers of the Grand Duke's family now. Fernando chuckled. Don't be so frightened, this guy is guarding the house on his own. And he looks a little suspicious. Francois, you don't think there are any trespassers breaking in, do you? Well, what do you think? This is how many people there are. I wouldn't be surprised if there are one or two weirdos in the mix. Quote. Francois then looked at Angeline and laughed with his mouth only. Gilmania looked amused. Fernando chuckled and sipped his tea. But you're so pompous in the daytime. What do you think you're doing with so many soldiers in tow? As I said, there could be some strange things in the mix with all these people. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. Quote. I see that too. But don't scare the guests too much, okay? Your father won't give you any credit, will he? You're the one who needs to stop chasing women's asses. Quote. For a sibling, there was something thorny between the two of them. Perhaps Francois was Fernando and VR's half-brother. Angeline thought that it was disgusting that they were somehow bickering like this because they had different mothers. Francois looked at Angeline and laughed somewhat mockingly. Well, Angeline, don't get so carried away just because you were invited. You might get the wrong idea, don't you think? Francois doesn't have a favorable impression of her, Angeline thought. But this is the normal attitude of a nobleman. If you think about it that way, well, it's not hard to put up with it. As she was sipping her tea in a deceptive manner, Angie. A voice said, and someone came running up. I can't believe you're here. It's so good to see you. Lizzie, Lot Sama. Cute, but you're my friend, so don't be so distant. Quote. Lisa Lot ran up to him and happily hugged Angeline's arm. Fernando chuckled. Come on, Lise, you're not supposed to frolic like that. You're a noble, not a flirt. Quote. Oh, Brother Fernando, Brother Francois, how do you do? Liselot bowed gracefully with the hem of her skirt. The arrival of the only person she could feel comfortable with, apart from Gilmenia, made Angeline feel more than a little better. Liselot sat down next to Angeline and flapped her legs happily. That's great, Angie. You're really beautiful when you dress properly. Quote. Thank you, thank you? She glanced to her side at a frowning Francois and then reiterated. Liselot puffed out her cheeks in a puff. Anyway, I told you to stop being so distant. Quote. Lizzie, appearances are a thing, you have to listen to them. Quote. No. Even Brother Fernando would like to have a beautiful woman get comfortable with him. Quote. Oh, man, we're screwed. Quote. Fernando chuckled. Then the figure came again. He seemed out of breath and poked his hand on the table. Please, don't rush off ahead of me by yourself. Quote. Oh, Ozzy, I'm not that fast, isn't it because you're slow? Oh, my goodness. Ellipsis ellipsis. Oh, brother-in-law Kamagata, you look great. Quote. The man called Ozzy straightened his collar and bowed. He had reddish blonde hair. He must be 18 or so years old. Francois chuckled. Yes, I'm fine. Are you okay, Oswald? Ha, Master Francois is a joke. The man called Oswald chuckled and looked back at Francois with only his eyes glaring at him. Liselot said in her usual tone. Ozzy, that's Angie. She's a great adventurer. Angie, this is Ozzy. His name is Oswald, and he's my fiancé. Quote. Oswald looked at Angeline with a dubious look on his face. Angeline gave a small bow. Oswald seemed momentarily taken aback by Angeline's appearance, but quickly snorted with a sour expression. You're the one who spouted this and that nonsense to my Lizzie. She's an aristocrat, remember? I don't want my mind to be misled by unnecessary talk. Quote. Sorry. Ellipsis ellipsis quote. Hey, you can't say that, Ozzy. Quote. Fernando chuckled. That's not going to keep Lizzie's mind occupied. It's your job to keep your fiancés entertained, isn't it, Oswald? You're the one who's pathetic if you can get away with it. Quote. Mew, it is, but... Well, Oswald has a point. Don't let her adventurous spirit get too carried away. Quote. Francois said, and Liselot puffed out her cheeks and patted the table. Hey, Angie is going to get a medal. It's not like your father would approve of that. If you're going to mock Angie, you're going to mock your father. That's wrong. Well, sure. Quote. Haha, you're the unreasonable Lizzie. I can't help it. Quote. Apparently, even men who have high pride can't compete with Liselot's unreasonableness. Angeline smiled softly. Then they exchanged a few pleasantries. And the assembled people dispersed to their own duties. Angeline, who was noticeably tired, also accompanied Gilmenia back to her room. When she returned and sat down on the couch, she felt the strength leave her body. All these crooked people, fearsome aristocrats. Fernando and Francois, and even Oswald, seem to have a bit of history with each other. The exchange of words between them is tense, even if you listen to it from the side. It's no match for VR. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make it work. You did a good job. It's a good idea not to speak badly of them. Well, I guess that's your face-to-face with what looks like a bad situation, Quote. Gilmenia pulled the wine from the shelf and poured it into a glass, setting it in front of Angeline. Angeline drank it in one gulp and then breathed heavily. And then there's the Grand Duke himself, and the Crown Prince, I guess? That's what I mean. Well, it's better to avoid causing a commotion. As long as we can get through the ball, we don't have to worry about all the problems inside the Grand Duke's household. Quote. Yeah. A glass of wine calmed Angeline down a bit. Her body was tired in a strange way, with her uncomfortable clothes and shoes. Angeline frowned and picked at the hem of her dress. The ball means we're going to dance, right? Dressed like this? Yes. That's right, Angie is quite pretty now. I'm sure she'll get lots of invitations to dance with the nobility. Quote. Angeline leaned back on the couch as if disgusted. What a pain in the ass. Give me another glass of wine. Gilmenya smirked and poured her a glass of wine. Angeline took another big gulp and lowered her eyes. The image of Belgriff flashed through her mind. She sighed. I miss you, father. Now, are you comfortable? Maybe I should start the etiquette training. Quote. Angeline frowned. Can't we just start getting serious tomorrow? No. The performance is tomorrow, you know. You have to be able to walk without tripping. Quote. Gunu. Angeline sat in silence for a while, but eventually she stood up as if she had given up. 53. The floor of the training ground is made out of dirt. The floor of the training ground is made out of dirt. But as many adventurers had repeatedly walked on this training ground over the years, it felt sturdy and solid when they stood on it. Belgriff tested the feel of the ground with the sole of his left foot several times, and then gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. He remembered using the teaching grounds here a few times before back when he was in active service. For a modest fee, they could teach you the basics of adventure and battle. When he was just starting out, he remembered desperately trying to learn skills and tricks to make ends meet. Now, he doesn't know if that helped him or not. Still, he thought he worked hard at that time. He wondered if he felt the same way as he did before when he was younger, when he was taking Graham's lessons at Tornella. At least he thought he tried his best. I thought I had calmed down a bit as I got older. Belgriff chuckled and closed his eyes. He breathed in slowly and let it out slowly. As he inhaled, he sucked the energy of the earth from the soles of his feet. When he exhaled, he let the energy of the sky steadily come down from the top of his head. Each time he did that, magic power swirled inside his body and he felt as if there was blood flowing through his right prosthetic leg, which was supposed to be inorganic. Shabolg, who stood across from him, had an amused look on his face. Hey, your sword chi is visibly rising. It's amazing. Quote. Ha ha ha. Shabolg laughed and clapped his fists together in front of his body. With a bang, his magic power exploded and spread throughout the training grounds. Dust danced in the air and the onlookers gathered around them for the exciting battle about to unfold. Belgriff felt a shiver run down his spine. It wasn't fear. It was the joy of meeting a powerful opponent. He thought he had mellowed out when he returned to Tornella. But he can still feel this kind of joy otherwise. I'm not sure if I'm to be thankful or not. Belgriff chuckled and drew his sword. The used and sharply honed steel sword tip seemed to flicker thinly. Dordos nodded and raised his spear. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Quote. Anytime. Dordos quickly swung his spear down. At the same time, Shabolg kicked the ground. He closed the distance between them with fierce momentum that seemed like an explosion. Take a look at this. Shabolg unleashed his fist like a cannonball. It pierced the air, moving so quickly that it produced a booming sound. Belgriff quickly raised his sword to meet it. He stepped forward with his right foot and placed his left foot firmly on the ground. The sword and fist clashed with each other. The magical power of both sides collided and gushed out. Belgriff connected a single line of magic power from the tip of his sword to his left toe. The impact of Shabolgi's fist was channeled by his magic power, finally escaping from the soles of his feet to the ground. The floor of the training ground shook loudly. The crowd throbbed. Shabolg laughed with amusement. Oh, taking it head on, you're doing it. Quote. There's more to come. Quote. Belgriff frowned at his numbing arm. If he was more proficient, it was possible for him to neutralize the impact completely. He managed to catch it, but Shabolji's fist was so strong that his body creaked as it couldn't take the impact head-on. It seemed a bit reckless to receive it up front. He kicked his left leg and spun around the axis of his prosthetic leg to catch Shabolg by surprise. Shabolg, who was about to approach, dodged downwards, then poked his hand into the ground and lightly spun around once to land on his feet. "Isn't Angie's father quick? How about this one?" Quote. As soon as he said so, Shabolg launched his fist. The magic-type tattoo carved on his arm glowed and a shockwave was produced. Belgriff put magic power on his sword and released a sharp vertical flash. The shockwave collided with the magic power of the sword and bursted out, creating a gale of wind in the training ground. He thought it was not a good idea to think of going easy on your opponent, especially when they're higher ranked. It's just a matter of time before you're able to get your hands on it. He's sure he'd be able to find the right timing. His blood seems to be boiling. He's surprised at how long he's been able to trade blows with a S-ranked adventurer. Was this the result of training with Graham? If it hadn't been for that, he might not have even been able to take the first blow. Anyway, the thought dulled him for a moment. Belgriff clenched his sword harder as he catches Shabolji's fists that came for him one after another, parrying them away with no wasted movement. In between, he looked for an opening to counterattack. But he didn't have enough time to attack from his current situation. It was as expected of an S-ranked adventurer. But even then, he felt comfortable. Right then, he wanted the exhilaration of the battle wash over him. The battle between the fiercely attacking Shabolg and Belgriff, who correspondingly fought to his opponent's movements, was fierce. But in the end Belgriff fell to his knees. It was no good as his breathing was disrupted by tension and fatigue. There were many times where his magic was disrupted. "I'm not quite there yet." Belgriff chuckled. It's not that he wasn't happy that he was able to stand up to the legendary adventurer for a while. At least he seemed to have enough skill to still be considered active. He's not going to return to adventuring, but as a person who has lived with the sword, he was honestly happy that he didn't suffer a crushing defeat against a superior opponent. "It's just a matter of time before I'll get better at this. I'm not even sure I have any power left." Quote. He muttered softly. It was an exhilarating fact that he had stepped into a territory he hadn't imagined to reach. And he hadn't thought he would be taken off his feet by something unexpected. The battle with Shabolg seemed to be evenly matched. But the other party hadn't caught a single breath. As an S-ranked adventurer, Angeline is ahead of himself, standing shoulder to shoulder with this old adventurer. Have I reached the point where I can see my daughter's back? I need to get more comfortable with this sword technique in my body. If he could do that, he should be able to see a little further. Somewhere else. Quote. Suddenly, he remembered the silver hair of the elven girl. Belgriff breathed heavily and stood up, sheathing his sword. Shabolg walked over happily and smacked Belgriff on the shoulder. "Gah! I've thoroughly enjoyed your swordsmanship, Red Ogre. There aren't many guys that could take me to this level. That's the father of Angie for you." Dortos walked up to him. "That was brilliant. Your movement seemed to waver at the end. But I was surprised that you were able to fight so well with minimal movement. But it was a defensive sword style. It didn't seem like the kind of swordplay Angie uses." Belgriff laughed as he caught his erratic breath. "I only taught that girl the basics. I'm sure that girl has learned her own style of using her sword while working here. But your sword has certainly inspired me a great deal. It's a good thing that you have this much skill buried in a backlogged place like Tornella." "Is that your sword style?" "Yes, I've learned tips from having a good teacher recently. To be honest, I thought I was reaching an impasse with my sword, but thanks to you, I think I can still see a little further. Quote. Then Belgriff recounted his experiences recently, and when he mentioned Graham's name, Dortos and Shabolg were greatly surprised. Oh, come on, you learned the ways of the sword from the Elven Paladin. Ha 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 ha. That guy is very strong. Quote. I didn't know he was still alive. Our admiration to you, Sir Belgriff. Ha ha. Isn't it a good memory when you asked for a hand match and it was twisted without a hand? Quote. Graham seemed to be more than a generation older than these old adventurers. Belgriff felt a strange connection with them that spans across their own corresponding age group. Shabolg put his arm around Belgriff's shoulder. Let's have a drink and hear all about it. I'll buy you drinks. Quote. Let's give you a good night's rest. You'll be with me tomorrow, in perfect condition. Quote. Haha, go easy on yourself. Char, Vyaku, come on. Quote. Belgriff called out and Charlotte ran up to him excitedly. Amazing. Father, you, so strong. I was really surprised. Quote. Ha, I'm just mirroring Lord Shabolgi's resolve. Vyaku crossed his arms and sighed with an uncluttered look on his face. I thought that dumb bitch was just exaggerating, but, was it true? Around them, onlookers are making a lot of racket. Hollow circle. After dinner, Angeline plopped down on her bed. It was unthinkable for her to get so tired just from bowing and walking. Good thing I'm an adventurer. She mumbled and rolled over onto her back. The decorations on the ceiling gleamed. Beyond the window, the sun is setting. The house is bustling with preparations and entertaining guests since the ball is scheduled for tomorrow, but this room is strangely quiet. It's not only because of the tiredness of the body, but also because of the somber atmosphere. I'm not sure if Lieselot is with another guest or not, but there is no sign of her coming. Gilmenya also went out to check on the situation. I'm full, but I'm not ready to sleep. People seem to be coming and going in the hallway beyond the one wall. It sounded even more lonely to hear the small noise. It's not until tomorrow anyway. Quote. Angeline got up and went to the couch. She picked up the sugar candy on the table and chewed on it. It's not the rough, grainy, large gritty stuff of orphan, but the kind that melts in your mouth the moment you eat it. This kind of candy is also really high class. Being a nobleman is boring for all the hard work, Angeline thought. Angeline couldn't imagine what it would be like to be busy, though. Still, the quality of work is completely different from the adventurer's work of grabbing a sword and fighting demonic beasts or hiding in dungeons, or plowing fields in Tornella, spinning wool, or chopping wood. I prefer it that way. Angeline stood up, saying that physical activity was more in line with herself. She decided to go for a little stroll. There was nothing to do anyway, and everyone was busy moving around. Angeline alone couldn't be blamed for wandering around. She didn't feel comfortable when Fernando caught me in the middle of the day and sat with his brothers, who seemed to have history with each other. This time she'll hang around at her own leisure, alone. There would be no more opportunities to walk around the Grand Duke's mansion anyway. When she left the room, she found maids and servants coming and going. There were also a few people who looked like nobles accompanying them. The ball is also a social gathering. It seems that to the aristocrats, expanding their network of contacts is quite important, as some of the noblemen who came and went seemed to be scrambling for souvenirs in order to befriend influential acquaintances. Having practiced a lot, there's nothing wrong with the way Angeline walked, as she was a fast learner by nature. However, walking elegantly was completely unfamiliar to her. And that's why it took so long. After a full afternoon of practice, she could now walk without the risk of tripping. The Grand Duke's mansion was grandiose. that she could look at it extensively without being distracted by her feet. When she first arrived, she was overwhelmed and uncomfortable. But now that she'd gotten used to it enough to properly observe the decorations and craftsmanship. However, Angeline's feet unknowingly led her towards the backside portion of the mansion. The back portion, which seemed to have been originally a stone structure that was once used as a fort, had a ruggedness that was lacking in color. Unlike the glittering ornamentation of the front. This is more comfortable for me. I stepped down the cobblestone corridor and looked into the boisterous kitchen. There were many cooks running around, the sound of clattering plates and utensils. Steam from the pots and pans and smoke from the fireplace were all over the place, and I couldn't understand what was going on. However, this kind of noise is far from the refinement of the aristocracy. And it is somehow calming. Excuse me, please move to the side. Quote. A panicked-looking caterer slipped past Angeline, holding up a large tray. Angeline turned on her heel and was just about to walk away, so as to avoid being in the way. But an older man who looked like the head chef approached her anxiously. My lady, was there something you disliked that brought you here to this place? It seemed he mistook Angeline as a nobleman's daughter. Angeline shook her head in a hurry. No, thank you for the delicious food. Quote question mark exclamation mark. Is that so? Ah, well. While Angeline was stuttering, the cook was very happy to receive the compliments. He suddenly bowed and rushed towards the kitchen. Everyone. A noble lady has come to pay her respects. Thank you. The people who had been working stopped and placed their hands on their chest while bowing. Angeline panicked. Well, I know that you're busy. I won't take your time further, excuse me. Angeline hurriedly left the kitchen, not even listening to their response. She felt strange that she was mistaken as a noblewoman. Aimlessly wandering, she found herself in the same familiar path where they came from last night. She sees the very same staircase that leads down to the dungeon where they met Chasm. I wonder if that man is still there. Angeline looked around. It seemed busy in the mansion. But no one seemed to have any business here. Slowly descending the stairs, her shoes made a clacking sound every time it hit the steps. The further down she went, the louder it seemed to get from the sound bouncing off the walls and ceiling. Eventually she made it down to the bottom. The light of the torches still wavered in the same dim, fuzzy glow. The iron grating glinted in the cool air. But there was no sign of the man who was supposed to be on the other side of the grate. Only able to find a few rusty shackles extending from the wall and others scattered around on the ground. Where have they gone? Angeline stood in front of the bars for a while. But eventually she shrugged and turned on her heel. As she made her way up to the corridor, she could see that the dungeon was cold. Maybe it would be cooler in the summer, she thought absurdly. Let's go back. It wasn't that she had left the room with the intention of seeing Chasm. But if she couldn't see him, then there didn't seem to be anything else to do at the mansion. Not that there's anything particular to talk about, but Angeline muttered. Still, Chasm was truly an oddly curious man. Is this love? It couldn't be, Angeline chuckled. Just then, I heard the clatter of armor from across the hallway. With a huff, she looked and saw Francois walking up with a group of soldiers. Francois looked at Angeline and narrowed his eyes at her. Oh, look, one little rat. What are you doing here? Got lost. See, it's a big place. At Angeline's mumbling words, Francois let out a crooked and mocking laugh. Let's just leave it at that. Ha ha. Angeline bailed and turned to leave, but before she knew it, soldiers had taken up positions at both ends of the corridor. A soldier who apparently is the captain with his blonde hair cut short, stared at Angeline with sharp eyes. Francois opened his mouth. Hey, you don't have to glare at the lady that rudely. Quote. HMPH. Quote. The soldier lowered his head. Angeline thought she would still have won even if they came all at once. She had no weapons, but that wasn't anything to worry about. Francois chuckled at the sight of Angeline, who was still so composed. Don't be so guarded. I don't expect to win in a fight with you. Quote ellipsis dot. What do you want? Well, it's not like I personally came to see you. But oh well. Quote. Francois put his hand on Angeline's shoulder. I figured you'd be annoyed to be called out by my idiot brother, too. Quote. A familiar voice. But it sounded as if it was unacceptable. Angeline was tempted to brush her hand away, but she managed to resist the urge. She looked back at him sharply and said back in a low voice. Thanks for your concern. But it's over tomorrow. Quote. Well, how about? Do you like the Grand Duke's house? Or, if you're an S-ranked adventurer, this level is nothing to it. Quote. No. Suddenly, Francois put some strength to his hand. Angeline quickly grabbed his wrist and pushed his hand away from her shoulder. The soldiers put their hands to the hilt of their swords. But Francois raised his hand to stop them. Amazing, as expected, an S-ranked adventurer sure is a different league. Quote. Angeline put his hand away with a deadpan expression on her face. Francois shook his hand. I don't know what you're up to, but please stop it. Quote. Hoo-hoo, don't be so angry. Quote. Francois chuckled. It's very hard to be related to a concubine. It's the outcast of the house. Do you know of it? Adventurers are probably just like that, the outcasts of the world. Quote. No, don't lump us together like you. Yeah, of course, an S-ranked person is an elite. It's different unlike the other adventurers in the woodwork. Right, miss? Do you have any idea what it's like to be a stumbling block? Phew, I don't like it. Quote. Francois looked into Angeline's face with a menacing smile. Angeline squinted her eyes and glared back at him. Francois smiled with satisfaction. I've prepared an entertainment for you. You can look forward to the ball tomorrow. Quote. Francois spun on his heels. The soldiers quickly straightened their posture and followed suit. Eventually, when their footsteps were far away, Angeline sighed heavily. A horrible noble. Angeline wandered off, feeling disgusted. What was the entertainment, she wondered. It's not like there's going to be a band or a street performer coming for Angeline. It's not that I don't care how many soldiers there are. Even if they are planning to attack us. It doesn't matter how many soldiers they have, they can retaliate as much as they want. Even if they are attacking us. If it was in self-defense, there would be a good excuse. And even then, Francois is a bit of a mystery. You will find a lot of people who have a lot of experience in this field. There is nothing more troublesome than being a Grand Duke. If you're going to have a fight at all, it should be between the nobles. Quote. I was walking around muttering to myself, and when I looked up with a huff, I didn't know where I was. Oops. I'm lost. Quote. What do I do? Angeline said, putting a hand to her forehead. I can't seem to keep up the pace since I got here. She looked around. It seems she was already back on the front end of the mansion. With the beautifully decorated ceiling, vases and other ornaments. The backside is vaguely recognizable because of the atmosphere of the place. Depending on the purpose, but the front side is dazzling and is difficult to distinguish. I'm not sure if I've passed through here once. But this place looks like I've never been here before. As Angeline crossed her arms, wondering what was going on, there was a hint of someone approaching at a quick pace. Well, beautiful young lady. What have you done to yourself in such a place? Angeline nearly erupted when she saw the person who had come. VR was standing there with a big smile on his face. Good evening, I'm impressed that someone as beautiful as you is walking alone. Even in my house. I shall take the liberty of escorting you. No, what? No, you don't have to. My name is VR. VR Estgar. Do you know who I am? Ha ha ha. Peef. Ha 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 ha. Quote. Angeline finally erupted and shook her shoulders. She tried to stop it, but she couldn't help it because she was so full of laughter. VR popped his mouth open. Oh, miss? Was there something on my face? Cuckoo. Because. Are you sure you don't know who I am? What? VR looked at Angeline dubiously, but his eyes suddenly widened. Oh, come on. You. That adventurer. Quote. Cuckoo. Hitting on an adventurer. You're a noble, right? No. Hey, don't look. No. VR yelled at the servants behind him in some unintelligible language. Their faces were red and they were squirming and rattling off something. But I had no idea what they were talking about. No, it's not. It's not like that. I was just trying to tease you a little bit. No, I wasn't. I wasn't trying to. I was just trying to tease you. Oh, God. Quote. VR turned red in the face and pointed at Angeline. You're not supposed to be too beautiful, you know. With a strange parting line, VR left, his shoulders angry. The servants followed with a thin smile. Angeline couldn't stop laughing for a while, and she held her stomach alone. But finally it subsided and she took a deep breath. Ah, no good. He's weird. He's no match for Fernando or Francois. If he's that stupid, I feel like I might be able to get along with him. I still don't like him though. Quote. I muttered and huffed. Shucks, I should have asked him where my room was. Chapter 54. Orphan's Liquor. The next day, Belgriff sighed as he held his slightly aching head. As expected, Orphan's drink seems to be stronger than Tornella's. After all, it seemed that he had drunk a little too much yesterday while accompanying two old adventurers. Because the two daring adventurers dried their cups one after another. He doesn't remember whether he was knocked out or fell asleep drunk. But he was sure he drank quite a bit. The same amount of Tornella's apple wine doesn't cause any hangover the next day. That's why it was too weak according to Graham, but that's another story. After all, the quality of the capital's alcohol is high and so is the alcohol content. However, that doesn't mean that the drinking session ended just because we were drunk like this. There was no shortage of topics to talk about, starting with martial arts. Former SRank adventurers who had once been his friends, and Angeline's exploits in Orphan. If anything, it could be said that it made him drink too much. The next morning when he woke up he found Charlotte who was lying on her back beside him. I'm not sure if she's dreaming or not. But she looks strangely happy as she mumbled in her sleep. Vyaku, who was supposed to be sleeping on the other side, was already awake and sitting on the sofa reading a book. Belgriff put a hand to his forehead and shook his head. It seems like he had a hangover. Phew, good morning, Vyaku. NN. Vyaku looked up with a frown. You drink too much, old man. Quote. I'm sorry about that. I think I got a little carried away. Quote. Belgriff chuckled as he put his prosthetic leg then stood up to wash his face in the sink. He felt somewhat refreshed after that. It seems that the sun was already up on the other side of the window. There were many people walking down the main street, and even in this boarding house. Located a little further down the street, you could hear the hustle and bustle. I've overslept. Ellipsis. Well, whatever. Quote. It's not noon yet. Today is also my scheduled mock battle with Dordos. But with a mild hangover, I don't know if I should do it. It's a habit of mine to admonish Angeline for drinking too much. But even I couldn't drink in moderation, Belgriff thought, as he scratched his head. Vyaku made a cup of tea in silence and put it on the table. Here you go. Oh, thank you. Belgriff sat down across from Byaku. Byaku looked down at the book he was reading with a frown on his face. What's that you're reading? Nothing special. Is it interesting? Not really. Belgriff lightly raised himself up and peered through the table at the book. It seemed like a story of some kind. I wonder if this is a book Angie left behind. Quote. Doesn't matter. Quote. Ha, don't be so rude. Also, if you frown too much, it'll stay stuck like that forever. Quote. Belgriff reached out and flicked Byaku's forehead. Byaku brushed his hand away with an exasperated expression. Don't do that. Okay, you're so grumpy. Quote. Belgriff chuckled and patted Byaku on the head. Byaku frowns, but he does as he is told. Well, you must be hungry. Do you want me to make something? Hey, there's nothing to cook with. You didn't even go shopping. Quote. Come to think of it, Belgriff thought. I was going to go shopping yesterday on my way to the guild. But I didn't have time to do so because of the mock battle with Shabolg and then the drinking session after that. I never thought I'd have to eat out all the time, but it was unavoidable. I'll go out to get a meal and do some shopping after that. Belgriff woke Charlotte, who was lying on her bed. Char, wake up. It's morning. Quote. Charlotte rolled over, grumbling a bit, before burying her face into the pillow. Moo. Char, the sun is already up. Belgriff laughed and put his hands under Charlotte's arm to pick her up. I stayed up late due to last night's drinking party, and Charlotte still looks sleepy. I feel sorry that I have to wake her up, but she can't sleep until noon. Or else she won't be able to sleep later tonight. Charlotte, who was lowered to the floor, rubbed her eyes and looked up at Belgriff in a daze. Good morning, Odo-sama. Yes, good morning. Sorry, but too much sleep will be bad for you. Charlotte walked up to Belgriff and hugged him tightly. It seems she's still drowsy. Belgriff picked up Charlotte and carried her to the sink. Charlotte washed her face, swaying cutely from side to side. While preparing Charlotte's clothes, Belgriff made some plans in his head. First, he would go to the guild and ask Dordos to postpone the mock battle to the evening or even the next day, since he's not in his best condition. Then we'll go have some breakfast and lunch somewhere. And then go shopping since we need to buy enough food to cook our own meals. Living in Orphan is different compared to Tornella. After all, we can get by just with the food from the fields in Tornella. While he was getting ready, he remembered the conversation he had last night. Dortos and Shabolg seemed to remember the Supreme Sword, Percival. They didn't seem to know much about Chasm, who became S-ranked after he left for the Imperial capital, or Sati, who disappeared before that. According to the two of them, Percival was not very friendly and rarely interacted with other people. It seemed that he was hastily traveling from place to place like dungeons in search of something. They've never seen him smile, and he was always expressionless, giving off an unapproachable atmosphere. He used to be lively and used to laugh a lot. Quote. The fact that he was no longer lively had somehow made Belgriff sad. It felt as if a thorn was piercing his chest. He thought he was the only one who had suffered, but in reality, they were probably the ones who had suffered the most. Belgriff took a deep breath. Couldn't things have gone differently? Belgriff was inconsolable, as he felt he had made a terrible mistake when he was a young, insensitive person. But he couldn't dwell on the past. You can't live in the past, no matter who you are. You can't just throw it away, you have to get back up and carry on. I'm not going to be able to get rid of this gloomy feeling. After washing her face and changing her clothes, Charlotte grabbed Belgriff's hand. Ehehe, I'm ready, father. Let's go. Quote. Oh, yeah. Come on, Byaku. I wonder what sister is doing right now. I'm sure she's wearing beautiful clothes right now. Because she's very pretty, I'm sure it would look good on her. Quote. Well, Angie in a dress? Come to think of it, I don't remember buying Angeline a single piece of clothing for her to dress up in. I've been a bad parent, Belgriff thought. It is difficult for a single father to raise a girl to be a girl. Even though they didn't have the opportunity to see such clothes in Tornella. I wonder how she is doing. Quote. Belgriff muttered as he opened the door to leave the room. Hollow circle. I'm tired. I want to go home. Quote. Angeline propped her chin with her elbows on the table and sighed heavily. It was the day of the ball and a lot of people have been entering the mansion since that morning. Everyone was dressed lavishly, walking with grace and dignity. A ballroom was set up from the large hall of the mansion to the garden, with tables here and there, food and drinks, and a large band that was playing music, which was far larger than any group of gypsies she had ever seen. Angeline was going to stay in her room to catch her breath until the award ceremony. But the maids came at dawn to bath her, dress her, fix her hair, and even applied her makeup. The maids repeatedly stopped her from unconsciously rubbing her face with her hands. As Angeline, who has never wore makeup, had difficulty getting used to the sensation of having something applied to her face. It would have been better if that was all, but after lunch, VR came over and took Angeline out. For some reason, he was in a good mood after being so angry last night. VR seemed to be proud of being the one who suggested summoning the ever-so-beautiful Angeline for her award, so he dragged Angeline along and went around bragging to various nobles about her. Having done that repeatedly, Angeline was tired and now sitting on a chair in the corner of the hall. Gilmenia, still dressed as a maid, brought a bottle of wine and poured it into a glass. You look tired, I see. Quote. Gil, aristocrats are troublesome. Of course. But it's very impressive to see you bowing. It's magnificent. Quote. I'm not happy about that. Angeline accepted a glass of wine and took a sip. Each time she was introduced by VR, Angeline curtsied in a ladylike fashion with her skirt, as she had been taught. The men admired her and invited Angeline to dance, while the ladies snorted and huffed. It was terribly tiring to deal with such people. Angeline managed to escape and was now watching the ball from a distance. The music is beautiful, but not as rhythmic as music made by gypsies. I can't dance like this, Angeline thought. When she was a child in Tornella, she used to bounce around to the rhythmic music of the gypsies during the fall festivals and other events. As she relaxed languidly, a lively voice called, Angie. Oh, Lise. Liselott came running over happily and grabbed Angeline's arm. What's the matter? You look kind of tired. Quote. Yeah, I'm a little tired, because I'm not used to these places. Quote. Really? You're an S-ranked adventurer. So I figured it would be easy for you to deal with this stuff. That's not true. S-ranked or noble, we're human too, you know. Angeline patted Liselott with a small smile. There were several small footsteps again. 3 or 4 girls, who seemed to be the same age or a little younger than Liselott, arrived. Oh my God, Lise, stop running off by yourself. Quote. Oh, I'm sorry. Look, this is Angeline. She's a great adventurer who took out a demon lord. Liselott said, and the girls gathered around Angeline in awe. Wow, you're so beautiful, yet you were able to take down the Demon King. Quote. How did you do it? With a sword? Spear? Yes, with a sword, but I don't have it right now. Quote. Wow, but your skin is so smooth. Are you using lotion? No, I've never used it before. Quote. Liar. Quote. Does being an adventurer make your skin look better? I wish I didn't have freckles, says one of the girls. It's okay, it's very pretty as it is. Quote. Hey Angie, tell me a story. What happened to the fight against the lesser dragon in the swamp? Angeline chuckled and began to talk about her adventures to the girls, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity. Even if they are nobles, this is a lot less tiring. I almost wished all the nobles were this innocent, but she was reluctant to imagine VR. Francois and Fernando's eyes shining like this. That would be disgusting. Quote, the world doesn't work out that way, Angeline thought. As they talked about her adventures, someone came across the crowd and called out, Lise. It was Oswald, Liselotte's fiancé. I was wondering where you went. What are you doing here? Oswald was about to say that but gulped instead when he saw Angeline. Yesterday, she was only wearing a dress and had her hair done, but today she even wore makeup, which made her look even more beautiful. Angeline tilted her head slightly, but quickly huffed, stood up and gave a small bow. Hello. Liselotte with her cheeks puffed out hugged Oswald's arms as his gaze swam around. Oh my God, Ozzy. No matter how beautiful Angie is, you can't cheat on me. No, I only think about you, Lise. Oswald chuckled and patted Liselotte. The girls giggled and poked at each other. Even if they are still girls, they like to talk about this kind of thing. Angeline was not happy at all that Oswald was enamored by her, as she was disappointed. Liselotte still wanted to hear the story, so Oswald joined them. Angeline told the rest of the adventure story over a glass of wine while everyone listened in earnestly. Awesome. Adventurers are a lot cooler than I expected. Quote, seeing Oswald's look of admiration, Angeline chuckled in irony. It's an honor to have a nobleman say that. Don't be so formal. A simple aristocrat like me has to at least show some aristocratic pride to keep himself together. Oswald sighed with his eyes down. Liselotte chuckled. You're going to be my husband soon, so don't be such a wimp. Quote, I'm sorry Lizzie. I feel like I can see the future, Angeline said, loosening the edges of her mouth. Suddenly there was a cheer on the other side, and the tune changed. The voice of a strong, cheerful woman could be heard singing. One of the girls stood up, her eyes sparkling. It's Canta Rosa. Quote, wow. As expected of the Grand Duke. Lise, let's go. Quote, the girls ran out and Liselotte stood up. Ozzy, don't get separated this time, okay? See you later Angie. Quote, and with that, she ran off giggling. Oswald was about to get up in a hurry. But when he saw the girls weaving through the crowd and disappear in the blink of an eye, he sat down again as if he had given up. Oh dear, I'm in trouble. Quote, hey, you're engaged because you like Lizzie, aren't you? You know, your formal language is kind of weird. Of course I love her. Quote, I see. Okay then. Ellipsis. Quote, did you think it was political? Oswald said with a sullen look on his face. This man, who was around the same age as Angeline or only 1 year younger than her, still had a boyish innocence about him when he looked like that. Angeline shrugged her shoulders. I don't know much about nobility. I see. Maybe you're right. Well, it's not entirely free of politics. I'm sure my whole family is excited about the engagement to Lise. Since my family are nobles of robe and we do not have any territory, they're simply happy to see you getting married? Right? Haha, you're the only person who said that. You really don't know anything about the nobility, do you? Yeah, I'm not even interested. Quote, there's no point in being respectful about it. Oswald laughed in disgust, looked at the bottle of wine on the table, noticed that he had drunk it earlier, and stopped a nearby boy. He took 2 bottles of wine and offered one to Angeline. You must be thirsty after all this talking. Thank you, but you don't seem to have that much confidence in yourself. Quote, it's in my nature. That's partly why Lise and I got along so well. Quote, Do you have a habit of fawning over people? It's human nature to fall in love with beautiful things, but the only one I love is Lise. She's lovely and yet, she's so innocent and devoted to me with all her heart. Quote. Oswald muttered ecstatic expression. I see, Angeline was convinced. When she met him in the courtyard yesterday, he was strangely pretending to be arrogant, but this seems to be his true nature. The fact that he seems to be getting drunk seemed to reveal his true nature. Oswald drank his wine and chuckled. The adventurer fights bloody battles with magical beasts. In a way, that's easier to understand. It's not all that easy. That's not all there is to it. Quote. Haha, maybe. But you know, it's not only adventurers who get into bloody fights. Aristocrats among the nobility are bloodthirsty. In some cases, causing fights even between families. Quote. Are you talking about your brothers? Oswald twitched his eyebrows. You're perceptive, aside from brother-in-law Villard. I don't think I can compete with brother-in-law Fernando and brother-in-law Francois. I'm not a fool. Quote. Families need to get along. Quote. Of course. But you know what? Aristocrats are. Quote. Angeline pinched Oswald's cheeks with both hands, cutting him off mid-sentence. You can't. If you get into a power struggle with your brothers, the person who will suffer the most is Lise. You care about Lise, don't you? You have to take care of what's important to you, no matter what. Quote. Vumu. Oswald's eyes swam around, and his cheeks began to redden. Angeline let go of his hand. What is more important to you? Family background? Power? Money? No. Then go. Go be with your beloved fiancé. Quote. Lise. Oswald stood up unsteadily and disappeared into the dancing crowd. Angeline breathed and leaned back in her chair. Dealing with nobility is such a hassle. Oh really? Quote. Wah. Quote. Angeline turned around in surprise. Gilmenia was standing there. Come to think of it, you've been there since you first gave me the wine, Angeline said, patting her chest. Don't hide your presence. That was pretty good. Maybe Angie has dispelled one of the dark clouds that was supposed to hang over the Grand Duke. You're exaggerating. Ellipsis ellipsis quote. Angeline sighed and propped her elbows on the table. The music of the orchestra still resonates in the ballroom. The sun was turning red, and the shadows were getting longer and longer. She's wondering if the award ceremony is still on. At that time, a tall and slender figure appeared. Hi, aren't you bored being by yourself? Would you like to dance with me? Angeline looked up in disgust at the invitation to dance again. Then she looked up a bit. He's a man in his mid-20s, but he's surprisingly beautiful. The strong yellow blonde hair is neatly trimmed, his neutral face has a straight nose. And his eyes are kind, but his gaze is penetrating. There are not many men who look so good in pure white clothes. I was reminded of Oswald's words, it is human nature to admire beautiful things. And she felt vaguely frustrated. The man smiled and took Angeline's hand. I'm impressed that someone as beautiful as you would be in such a place. Let's dance. Quote. No, come on. I'll take the lead. Quote. Hey, wait. Despite the forcefulness, the man's gesture was so natural that for some reason Angeline was forced to stand, as she took his hand, and held him by the shoulders. Then she had to take an unfamiliar step. Angeline missed the timing to shake off the man, and so she desperately moved her feet to match the man's steps. The man watched Angeline with a cool smile on his face. Angeline only looked at her feet. Because every time she looked up, their eyes would meet, which made it very difficult for her to do anything. Still, she didn't want to be left on her devices, so she managed to match her movements. And it gradually became more and more like a dance. The man made up for Angeline's unfamiliarity with the dance. When she noticed, they were already in the middle of the dance floor. The combination of the beautiful man and the well-dressed Angeline couldn't help but attract attention, and the people around them let out a sigh of admiration as they watched the two dancers. How beautiful. That dark-haired girl, she doesn't look like she's used to dancing. But she also has a wild and mysterious charm. Quote, but that guy, I've seen him somewhere. Eventually the music of the band stopped. Angeline stopped and breathed in a relieved breath. The man smiled and patted Angeline on the shoulder. I had a good time. Ha ha. Not for me, Angeline muttered, a little annoyed. Then Fernando came over, laughing. Ha ha ha. Brilliant. I thought you wouldn't see her, you caught a smart one. Quote, hello, sir. It's good to see you. I like how she doesn't even try to flirt with me. The blonde man then laughed at Angeline. I like you. What's your name? Angeline. Angeline bowed bluntly. Fernando laughed with amusement. And the blonde man smiled with satisfaction and turned to Fernando. So, when is the award ceremony? It's almost time. I'm getting ready to go. Quote, as Angeline tilted her head, VR came rushing over, looking impatient. Your Highness. Did she do something rude? Hello, Mr. VR? I was just having her as a dance partner. Quote, ha, 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 I see. No, she's rude, but also very pretty, in fact. I was the one who called her here. VR, don't be rude. Quote, yes, yes, brother. Ellipsis ellipsis quote. Fernando refended him for trying to brag, and VR grudgingly stepped back. Angeline spoke to VR with a dubious look on her face. Hey, who is this guy? Why, you idiot. You don't even know who this man is. He is the legitimate son of His Majesty the Emperor, His Royal Highness Prince Benjamin. Sorry. Your Highness. She is, after all, a lowly adventurer. Quote, the Crown Prince. This guy? Benjamin smiled and looked at Angeline. It's nice to meet you, Angeline. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Gather towards the hall for the beginning of the ceremony. Quote, Fernando shouted. Chapter 55. The ceiling of the hall is high with several chandeliers. The ceiling of the hall was high, a number of chandeliers were hanging. And the marble floor glistened in the light of the yellow sparkle stone. There were a lot of people buzzing around in there. At the back of the room, the floor was slightly raised with several chairs lined up. And on the wall behind it, the imperial and duchy flags stood crossed. In the middle sat an elderly man, who looked like the Archduke. His brown hair was already mixed with white, and a deeply sculpted face that looked a little pale, as if he is suffering from some kind of illness. Even so, his back was straight and his eyes were sharp, giving him the dignity of a Grand Duke of the Empire. To his right sat Prince Benjamin, Fernando, and Liselotte. Across from the Archduke was a woman who looked like the Archduchess, followed by VR and Francois. Angeline is seated on what seems to be the guest seat on the right side facing the raised floor. It seems that there are powerful aristocrats, people related to the Grand Duke's family, or those who were personally invited. Oswald was sitting next to her. He seemed to be under the influence of alcohol, swaying from side to side, his eyes fluttering sleepily. Even though he was Liselotte's fiancé, they are not formally married yet, so he didn't seem to be able to join their ranks yet. Angeline looked vaguely at the members of the Grand Duchy. While doing that, she met eyes with Benjamin. Benjamin smiled coolly and winked at her. Angeline looked away with a pout. It's true that if I look at him closely, I can tell he's very beautiful. So much that it would make me feel embarrassed. But that's why I don't feel an ounce of familiarity with him. Hey, what kind of person is the Crown Prince? When Angeline spoke softly to him, Oswald raised an eyebrow. You have to put, Your Highness, after it. As you can see, he's a very beautiful man. Not only that, he's also very literate and charismatic. He is such an outstanding man that there is no succession battle. Brother-in-law Fernando is amazing, but the crown prince is at a whole different level. Quote, he's like a perfect superhuman. Yes, there are some great people out there. But, Oswald softly whispered into my ear, I can smell the alcohol. To tell you the truth, a few years ago, he was considered a colossal fool. In fact, he spends lots of money on women that are attracted by his beauty. Quote, has he changed? Yes. All of a sudden. Now nobody says he's stupid anymore. Quote, Angeline looked at Benjamin again. He's talking to the Grand Duke about something. His behavior is elegant and refined. He's like the pinnacle of aristocracy, Angeline thought to herself, oddly enough. When the hustle and bustle of the hall died down, Fernando stood up. Gentlemen, thank you for coming here today. It is a great pleasure for us to see you all here in good health. I hope you all enjoyed the ball. If so many people could come to visit us, I think it's safe to say that the prestige of the Grand Duke's family is still preserved. Quote, Fernando greeted them with a cheerful voice and smooth tongue, and introduced the members of the Grand Duke's family and the Crown Prince, Benjamin. As the heir of the Grand Duke, he behaved with great elegance. But his voice and gestures made the viewers feel familiar to him. After that, various people came forward to greet him. There were those who sought the Grand Duke's blessing, and those who, after greeting him, turned to the audience and said something or other to make a speech. But all were in praise of the Grand Duke and the Empire. It was an obvious pleasantry, Angeline sighed, leaning back in her chair. It was tiring to listen to this stuff on and on. This is how ceremonies are, I guess. As she closed my eyes and slumped over, she was nudged by an elbow from next to me. When she looked up she was surprised. Instead of Oswald, there's woman sitting next to her. Wearing a purple dress, she exudes an exotic charm. Huh? Angeline tilted her head, but her eyes immediately widened. Gil? Do I look good? The aristocratic-looking Gilmenia chuckled. Angeline was stunned and relieved, but at any rate, she was exhausted. Where's Oswald? I had to ask him to leave because he was falling asleep. You're very handy, Gil. Oops, now I'm Countess Clementine. Don't get it wrong. My apologies for that. Angeline chuckled. Gilmenia bent down. Well, it's time to get your medal. I'm sure that stupid second son will make a speech and then call you. But just do it at your own pace. Quote, is something going to happen? Well, I'm not sure. But there is something fishy about the third son. The eldest, as you can see, is a man of principle. And he won't dare to spoil his brother's success. Quote, he doesn't need to do that, but wouldn't VR be able to beat Fernando? Gosh no. But the third son is different. He's worried about being a child of a concubine, and dark thoughts burn in his heart. His mother died when she gave birth to him. It seems that the Grand Duke family itself has something to do with it. Maybe he's a bit paranoid. Quote, Angeline frowned as she remembered her encounter with Francois last night. I'm not sure what he was planning to do. When he said he had prepared a sideshow. What is he planning? Is he trying to make me a laughingstock by accusing me of something? Angeline thought. If so, it would ruin VR's reputation as the one who offered her the award. If that happens, does that mean it would increase Francois' authority in the house? It's too roundabout and too forced. It's just too much trouble, Angeline sighed. If you're going to be a pessimist, don't involve other people. Gilmenia looked a little more serious and said, Angie, I can't help you when you are in front of the Grand Duke. I know it's a lot of work, but no matter what they do to you, you mustn't lose sight of yourself, okay? Everyone in Orphan knows your good point better than the nobles who don't know anything about you. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Gil. Yeah. Why should I care about what people say about me when they don't know me well? When Angeline nodded, Gilmenya smiled and poked Angeline in the face. You're a countess, right? I was. It seems that the sun is gradually setting outside, as the garden looks very dark when you look from inside the brightly lit hall. The servants were setting up lamps and yellow pyroxene lights here and there. Eventually, the greetings seemed to be roughly finished. Fernando returned the greetings and then glanced at Angeline. Angeline's was taken aback and straightened her posture a little. Fernando smiled and opened his mouth, looking forward. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know we've invited a very rare guest today. There are many heroes, but not many bear the name of the Demon King Killer. Well, I'll let my brother VR explain it to you from here. When Fernando stepped back, VR stepped forward at a fast pace. He speaks in a different, fast and rumbling tone than Fernando. There is nothing dignified about the way he was delivering his speech which caused Angeline to cross her arms in disgust. He's really no good, that guy. Don't say it like that, he's still trying his best. She and Gilmenya were smiling together at each other, when VR turned to her. Then let's call her. Hey, Angeline? Quote. Angeline looked at Gilmenya with a sideway glance. Gilmenya gave a small smile and gently patted Angeline on the back with the palm of her hand. Good luck. Angeline stood up quickly and strolled out as she had practiced yesterday. The nobles in the audience admire her for her graceful but dignified movements. VR looked around the hall with pride in his chest. Behold! The sight of the beautiful, dark-haired warrior maiden, Angeline. Despite her dainty appearance, she is the one who slaughtered a demon king. A hero who's worthy of a medal. Quote. Angeline bowed her head in silence. There was a round of applause from the audience. A happy-looking Lieselot at the edge of the stage gave a small wave to Angeline, who in turn responded with a small smile. Angeline then picked up her skirt and bowed politely towards the Grand Duke. The elderly man, the ruler of the duchy and a great aristocrat of the empire, gazed at Angeline with sharp eyes. From a distance he looked powerful, but up close it felt strangely sad. I'm not sure if it was because he was too noble, but a strange sense of loneliness seemed to surround him. At VR's urging, Angeline took a step toward the Grand Duke. Come on, father. Please give this hero the medal she deserves. Quote. The Grand Duke nodded and was about to get up when another voice rang out. A moment, please. VR looks at the voice with a scowl on his face. Then, as he looked at the person, his face turned red with anger. Francois, cease this at once. You are in the presence of your father, the Grand Duke. Quote. Brother, there's no need to be so loud. Quote. Francois chuckled in a relaxed manner. Fernando also frowned a little. Francois, you are interrupting the progress of the ceremony, aren't you? Of course. Quote. Francois walked towards the middle of the stage. He said, she has defeated the Demon King. I see, it's a great achievement. If only that were true. Quote. What? You think she's lying? Quote. VR angrily confronted Francois. But Francois put on a cool face and ignored Villard. I would like to confirm that, according to the story, it was more than a year ago when she defeated the Demon King. It's not surprising that the story has been distorted as adventurers sometimes exaggerate their stories, he said. Saying so, Francois looked at Angeline. Angeline looked back in silence. It is true that some adventurers will exaggerate their achievements in order to gain work or fame. A good example is the thug adventurer who called himself the Thunderclap, who harassed me and the others in a tavern in Bordeaux. But being a high-ranking adventurer is a position that can only be attained with true skill. And there is no reason for an S-ranked Angeline to do such a thing. Francois was not ignorant of this, but he probably knew and was making it difficult for her. Many of the nobles in the audience seemed to look down on adventurers, and many of them murmured in agreement with Francois' words. VR opened his mouth as if in a panic. Don't be a fool. I did my research and called her, okay? You're going to make accusations and rub my face in it. Quote, brother, please calm down. I'm not telling you to stop because it's a lie. I'm telling you to see if it's true. Quote. Francois then turned to the audience. If it is a tale of the adventurer's success, how can it be proven? Yes. The quickest way would be to actually see her skills in action. However, a half-hearted opponent would not be strong enough for someone who claims to have defeated the Demon King. So, I've brought someone who is good enough to see her skills. You all know him, don't you? The nightmare that struck the Empire. The hero who defeated the Lord of the Void, Canopy Crusher. Quote. The auditorium was in an uproar. There was a rattling sound of armor hitting each other. Lieselotte said, ah, I said. Angeline looked over and saw Chasm walking towards her, accompanied by a soldier. He was dressed as dirty as ever in a soggy shirt and pants and a mountain hat. Chasm looked at Angeline and grinned. Yo, what a surprise. Quote. VR snorted in contempt. You call that vagrant the Canopy Crusher? Haha, you're drunk, Francois. Do you want to humiliate me with your delusions? Francois ignored VR's words and gave the soldiers a nod. The soldiers accompanying Chasm suddenly drew their swords and slashed at Chasm from both sides. There were screams from the audience and some of them stood up involuntarily. But the sword stopped in midair before it could reach Chasm. The soldiers seemed to be sweating profusely and pushing their sword with all might. But the sword did not move even a little from where it stopped. Chasm waved his finger in a cumbersome manner. Then the soldiers suddenly floated in the air, spun around several times, and then fell to the floor. The soldiers' eyes were spinning as they moaned, unable to get up. Chasm sighed. Don't waste your time. It's a small test. Quote. Francois chuckled. Villard was dumbfounded for a moment before shouted. You've got to be kidding me. Don't be silly. That's not how you can prove that he's really the Canopy Crusher. Quote. Yes, you're right. Now we will look at the proof. The great magic that is said to have killed the Lord of the Void, the Spear of Halt Lenga. Chasm scratched his head tediously. But eventually he turned his hand in the air and twirled his fingers. The thread, strung between the tips of my fingers, will bind together to form a cord. And will break the jaws of the distant jewels. Then the space began to shake as if distorted, and it gradually began to swirl. Like a tornado, the center extended out to Chasm's fingertips and gradually took shape in a cone. The strong wind shook the curtains, causing the nobles in the audience to cry out in surprise. Chasm shook his head and looked at Francois. You want me to shoot? The ceiling will be blown off though. Quote. Wait. Well, what do you think, brother? VR was in a state where he couldn't answer anything. Fernando shook his head in disbelief. Alright, Francois, we get it. Canopy Crusher, we can't have you destroying the hall. Now that we know you're the real deal, you can put that magic away. Quote. Chasm lowered his hand. Then, as if nothing happened, the whirlpool of magic and the raging wind stopped instantly. People were dumbfounded, as if they had been dreaming all this time. Then an amused laughter. Crown Prince Benjamin was laughing. This guy is funny. Actually, I was wondering if such a beautiful young lady could really defeat a demon king. I'd love to see what she can do. Quote. Francois laughed. That was my intention. I see that His Highness has given his consent. Now, dark-haired warrior maiden, this is your chance to show us what you're made of. Struggle with it to the best of your ability. Quote. When Francois urged her, the blonde captain stepped out and held out his sword to Angeline. Angeline stood there without saying a word. It was a terrible farce, she thought. What was the point of doing this? The reason I fight as an adventurer was not to entertain the nobles or to show off my power. As father said, I became strong enough to defend the powerless and laugh with my friends. That's why my father praised me. That's what I'm proud of. It seemed like an insult to all of them to be treated like a freak show. She felt a burning sensation in the depths of her stomach. Francois looked at her dubiously. What's the matter with you? Are you scared? Was your so-called demon king killer a bluff? Take it. Quote. The captain sneered and shoved the sword at Angeline. Angeline raised her eyebrows and took the sword. It looked like she was going to pull it out and wield it. But Angeline didn't pull it out of its scabbard, instead she threw it to the floor. This is pointless. Quote. Angeline stomped her foot, her whole body radiating a fighting spirit. The air vibrated and the heel of her shoe cracked the marble floor. The captain pulled back involuntarily, and everyone, except Chasm, gulped. Their eyes wide with astonishment. Angeline glared at Francois. Francois shrugged, but stubbornly stood on his feet, closed his mouth in a straight line, and glared back at Angeline. You. Listen up. My sword is not for entertainment. It's a sword that protects the powerless and kills the evil monsters. Quote. Angeline glanced at the Crown Prince and the Grand Duke before continuing. Even adventurers have pride. It's the pride of those who hold the sword and risk their lives. If the pride of a nobleman is to lead the common people, then the pride of an adventurer is to help them. You can't make a spectacle of that. What's the point in this farce of a power struggle? Quote. As if to cut the air, she swung her fist and the wind seemed to rise. You call me fake. If you want to ridicule me as a coward, go ahead and laugh at me. I don't care if the slayer of the Demon King is real or not, I don't care about anything. There's no honor in the medal you get for this. I don't want to be part of this. If you're a noble, why don't you be more proud? Quote. The whole place froze. Francois clenched his teeth and trembled. VR also panicked, looking alternately between Angeline and the Grand Duke. Only Chasm was laughing merrily. With a sharp thump of his cane, the Archduke stood up. Fernando hurriedly supported his shoulder by his side. That's right. His voice was hoarse, but powerful. This is pointless. Francois, what did you intend to find out after this battle? Was it to take pleasure in the fact that the man you brought crushed her? No, father, I just want the truth. Francois tried to say something, but he couldn't seem to find the words. So he gave up and closed his mouth. The elderly Grand Duke looked at Angeline with loving eyes and bowed his head a little to express his gratitude. The aristocrats groaned. Angeline, you are very proud indeed. And I hope you will forgive my sons for their rudeness. Angeline bowed her head in silence. He smiled, stretched his back and turned to the nobles in the audience. It is a pleasure to have an adventurer teach me what it means to be a nobleman. But this must be a lesson. It seems that we nobles must continue to ask ourselves what we should be proud of in all our splendor but not in our pride. I hope you will receive this medal. It's only fitting for your noble heart. Isn't that right, Your Highness? Benjamin laughed and shrugged. I've learned that it's not the skill of the sword but the heart that shows the real thing. That means killing the demon lord is not a lie. I have no objection. She deserves a medal, sir. Angeline, will you accept? Angeline quietly kneeled. Respectfully accepted, sir. Quote. Lieselot stood up with a look of admiration and clapped her hands. One after another the audience began to follow suit. And immediately the hall was filled with thunderous applause. The Grand Duke personally walked over to Angeline. placed the gold medal around her neck and smiled. I'm glad to have someone like you in my kingdom. Ellipsis ellipsis. Sorry to have made you come all this way. Thank you. Tell me something. Where did you acquire this pride? Have you found a good teacher? Angeline replied proudly. I learned it from my father. Quote, I see. You have a fine father. Quote, yes. My dad is the best in the world. Quote, the Grand Duke smiled, tapped Angeline on the shoulder, and turned to the audience. Well, let's finish the ceremony. You may go and enjoy your feast for a while longer. Fernando, who was supporting the Grand Duke's shoulders, waved his hand and the band began to play. The nobles left their seats with a look of relief and began to chat and dance with each other. The Archduke left, accompanied by Fernando and the Grand Duchess, while Francois, whose face was red with disgrace, strode out of the hall. Chasm also disappeared before long. Lieselot came running as if in flight and hugged Angeline. Angie, you're really awesome. I'm so impressed. Quote, Lise, I'm tired, VR came running up to Angeline with an impressed look on his face. Well done. You've saved me from losing face. Quote, haha. Oh, my god, Big Brother. What's with all the well done? Wasn't Big Brother the one who got saved by Angie? Quote, no, Lizzie, but there's no such thing as a but. You Big Brother is a fool. Go away. Quote, VR was shooed away by Lieselot and reluctantly went somewhere else. Angeline chuckled. Thanks, Lise. It's okay. Big Brother doesn't know what he's talking about anyway. Lieselot puffed out her cheeks in anger. Angeline smiled, saying that this youngest daughter is much more intelligent than that stupid second son. Hollow circle. In one of the rooms in the soldiers' quarters. Under the lamp, Francois banged the table with his fist. What pride of nobility. Adventurousness is cheeky. Quote, the blonde soldier-in-chief said. Your Highness, please be careful. It's not over yet. Quote, shut up. Damn you for embarrassing me. Don't think you can get away with it. Quote, don't give up now. Quote, Francois stared at the source of the voice. Chasm was sitting on the ground and leaning against the wall. His expression relaxed in amusement. I'd love to see you provoke the Grand Duke like that. But you're no match for him. Quote, Francois walked up to Chasm, his face twisted with hatred. Don't talk like a know-it-all. What do you know? The pain of not being acknowledged for your abilities just because you are the son of a concubine. What pride. Quote, you say you hate the Grand Duke but you still cling to your position as a nobleman. I don't know if you are a child of concubine or not, but if you hate them, you should just get out of here. Shut up. Damn it, if this is the case. Quote, I should have let him shoot the spear halt Lenga, Francois muttered. He felt inferior because of his own origins. Just because he was not the son of a legitimate wife, he would be seen as lower than the mediocre VR. However, birth is the only thing that cannot be changed by effort. Before he knew it, his sense of inferiority turned to hatred, and his family, with whom he was supposed to share blood, became an object of his hatred. His mind became completely twisted. His pessimism grew, and rather than desiring power, he thought about how to give them despair. He even recruited the commoner soldiers and put them in a situation where they could stage a coup d'état whenever they wanted. But it still felt like it wasn't enough. He'd like to take the most gorgeous place in the world and plunge it into the depths of despair. The ball was the perfect place for it. There was also the powerful force of Chasm. If the battle between Angeline and Chasm had started there, he would have had Chasm fire his great magic to obliterate the venue. In response, he would occupy the mansion with his soldiers. He thought that if the abominable Grand Duke and the noblemen who supported him all disappeared, Together, it would be a little quieter. After that, he would sit on the Grand Duke's seat. He had no interest in power, but he had a human-like desire to use his talents. A commoner doesn't care if the head above him is replaced, as long as it doesn't cause them trouble. But it ended up failing because, quite unexpectedly, Angeline did not take the fight. It was a mistake to underestimate her as an adventurer. But that fact made him even more annoyed. "Adventurer's pride," said Francois, biting his lip. "Hello, Francois?" Suddenly there was a refreshing voice. When Francois turned, he saw Crown Prince Benjamin standing there. Benjamin walked into the room with a friendly smile on his face. Francois hurriedly straightened his posture and bowed to him. This is the Crown Prince. It's a shame, because you had a great idea." Quote. Benjamin pulled out a chair and sat down, chuckling. Francois looked at him dubiously. "What do you mean?" "I wanted to see the battle between the dark-haired warrior maiden and the canopy crusher." Quote. Benjamin shrugged his shoulders. "I know it's all pretty neatly put together. But actual strength is important, right? I know it was all wrapped up in such a neat way, but actual strength is important. Isn't it? What you're saying is right." "Oh." Francois' face broke out in joy. "Do you think so too, Your Highness? Of course, you don't see S-ranked adventurers killing each other very often." Quote. Benjamin looked at Chasm with a laugh. "You know what? If you're going to do something, you do it for real, right?" "I don't care." Quote. Chasm said cumbersomely. "Well, I'm sure she'll kill me." Benjamin looked at Francois with a satisfied smile. Francois gulped as he looked into his unnaturally beautiful eyes. "What do you think? Why don't you take care of that little girl who embarrassed you? You have the canopy crusher with you. You can do whatever you want. I'll be right behind you. If that's what Your Highness wants." Quote. Benjamin stood up. "I'm counting on you, Francois. I hope you will entertain me." Then he laughed and walked away. Francois bowed his head and watched him go, but when Benjamin was out of sight, he looked up and smiled ferociously. "If it's with Your Highness's approval, you don't mind?" "Yes." The captain chuckled. There was a flurry of activity in the soldiers' quarters, and the sound of armor and weapons touching each other. Chapter 56. Take off your dress, remove your hair ornaments, remove your makeup. I took off my dress, took off my hair ornaments, removed my makeup, and changed back into my original adventurer's outfit, feeling somewhat refreshed. Gilmania laughed in annoyance. "Seriously, you gave me a fright. I was wondering what was going to happen." "I'm sorry, Gil, but I couldn't resist, so." "Yeah, you're right. It's easy for me to tell you to endure, but you did a great job, Angie. And it made me feel hot-headed for my age." "No, maybe it's because I'm old?" Foo. "Well, I can't go back to Tornella soon, so I'm going to write him a letter. I wonder if Father would appreciate it." Angeline fiddled with the gold medallion around her neck, and Gilmania chuckled. "That's right. I'm sure he's going to tell you that he's proud of you. I'd be happy to welcome him to Orphan if he did come." Foo. Moo. Wishing that were true, Angeline folded her arms. Gilmania laughed and moved on. "Well, I'll go ahead and set up a room at the inn. But you don't mind, do you? We can stay another night and depart in the morning, okay?" "Nope. I like Lisa, but I'm still not good around any other nobles." Angeline stuck out her tongue, and Gilmania laughed in response before leaving the room. After the ceremony, Angeline went straight back to her room, waving off the nobles who were flocking around her and asking her hand for a dance. As long as she received her medal, she had no further business in the house. The soft bed was nice, but she felt uncomfortable. It was just the beginning of the evening, and the music was still echoing in the hall and courtyard. It would probably go on until midnight. She didn't mind the lively atmosphere. but she preferred the lively atmosphere of adventurers drinking together. Gilmania left, and Angeline, now alone, sighed and looked around the room. It had only been a brief moment, but it felt like an awful long time. As she picked up her bag to check her few belongings, someone peeked out from the entrance of the room. Angie? Angeline smiled as she saw Lizelle looking at her from behind the door. Lisa, you're here. Are you leaving? Thank you for everything. You've been a big help. Lizelle came squirming into the room, then rushed out and hugged Angeline. Don't go. You have to stay longer. I have so much more to tell you. Angeline smiled and crouched down to pat Lizelle on the head. I'd love to, but I'm still not comfortable in a noble's residence. I also said some bad things about the nobles at the ceremony. That's not a bad thing. Angie said the right thing. Even my father praised you, so don't worry. That's why. Stay with me longer. Lizelle tearfully nuzzled her face into Angeline's chest. She was innocent and curious, and Angeline couldn't help but love her. But she didn't want to stay here any longer. The longer she stayed, the more emotional she would be. And in turn it would become more difficult for her to leave. Ah ha ha. Hey, take good care of your father, okay? Come visit me at Orphan if you have the time. Angie. Look, a crying face doesn't suit you. I'll see you again. Okay? That's right. I'm a nobleman. I shouldn't cry so easily. Lizelle smiled and hugged Angeline again, who hugged her back. After a while, Lizelle seemed to have an idea and talked. She pointed to the dress that was folded roughly on the sofa. Oh, yes. That dress is for Angie. You can take it home. No, I'm sorry. And I wouldn't have a chance to wear it again. No problem. It's a token of our friendship. See? You looked so good in it. Although she was not used to wearing a dress, she was certainly complimented by many people wearing it. She also wanted to show it off to Belgrave. She wondered if he would be happy to the point of tears, as Gilmania claimed. Okay. I'll take it then, thank you. Lizelle happily brought the dress from the couch and handed it to Angeline. Angeline folded it neatly and put it away in her bag, then patted Lizelle on the head. Then, I'll be going. Take care. I'll talk to you again. I promise. They hooked their pinkies together and smiled at each other. After parting ways with Lizelle, Angeline headed for the front door. The front door was located on the other side of the hall, so it's quiet around the entrance. No one seemed to be leaving yet. There were a few guards standing around, looking bored, and when she went outside, she saw a lot of carriages. She weaved my way through the carriages towards the gate. As she followed the rutted tracks, the number of carriages became fewer and fewer. The servants' and guests' quarters were empty and deserted, though the windows were lit. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the wind blew coolly against her cheeks. She could hear the music of the orchestra in the distance, but it made her feel lonely. It's so quiet. The hustle and bustle from earlier seemed to be a lie as Angeline let out a breath and drifted white into the air. As she approached the gate, the presence of people suddenly thickened. Angeline took a quick look around. There were armed soldiers surrounding Angeline. What do you want? You know what I mean, don't you? You lowly adventurer. The blonde-haired chief soldier twisted his face into a scowl and grabbed his sword. Angeline put her pack on the ground and put her hand on the hilt of her sword. I suggest you to stop this. I won't forgive you even if you tell me that this is just a joke. Ha, you seem quite confident, aren't you? Francois emerged from the darkness. He wore a ghastly smile on his face and glares at Angeline without trying to hide his hostility. Angeline sighed and spoke. Do you want revenge? Only a kid would think about such things. Shut it. You don't even want to know the reason. Nobles have nothing to be proud of. All they have is obsession with wealth and power. What can they do with pride alone? All they do is talk nonsense. You hypocrite. You, calling me a hypocrite. You know that there's nothing real or fake about doing something good. Are you stupid? I didn't ask for your recognition. In the first place, you do not even like the aristocracy. Do you? What's the point of being proud when even you are thinking they have nothing to be proud of? I'm not going to deny that I don't like the nobility. However, there are also those like Lisa and your father who were proud of their nobility and can be proud of their actions. How can even someone like you have such a distorted view? Didn't your father ever show you any love? My father does not love me. Francois shouted. What are you talking about, parental love? You're so proud of your father, all you do is talk about how wonderful he is. It makes me feel sick. Your Highness. The head captain stepped forward with his sword at the ready. Your orders, sir. Ah, I'm telling you to stop this nonsense. Do you really think you can beat me? Angeline narrowed her eyes and looked around. Kashim was standing there. He still looked as disheveled as ever, but he was perfectly composed. Kashim scratched his head and sighed heavily. Sorry, I don't really know why this is happening. That's my line. Ellipsis ellipsis. Are we going to do this? I don't have any choice, you know. A buzz of magic swirled through the air. Angeline shuddered, remembering the great magic she had seen at the ceremony. She wasn't sure she would be able to stay safe after being hit by that. It's been a long time since she's seen anything like this, Angeline spat. The fact that he is a member of the Grand Magisterium means that Kashim must have the same level of skill as Maria. On top of that, Kashim was unpredictable. And the atmosphere seemed to be overwhelming. She looked around and saw that Francois' soldiers had surrounded Angeline, blocking her way. There was no way she could escape. Angeline drew her sword and readied it. I don't want to fight you, Kashim-san. I see. I think you should be able to kill me, You want to die? Why? I'm a coward, you know. I'm afraid of dying. But living is also troublesome. The best thing to do is to be killed by someone stronger than yourself in an all-out battle. Hee, I'm making a lot of excuses, aren't I? Let's not do that. Lisa will be sad if you die. Then will you just shut up and let me kill you? Which would the little fella be more sad about, me or you dying? Kashim laughed, and Angeline bit her lip as she thought about it. Why do you even need to follow these people? Hey, why do you think? People, when they're desperate, act out of character. Maybe they feel sorry for themselves because they're in a sad situation. Maybe I'm just trying to atone for my sins. Even though you have the power? Oh no, don't bother pushing yourself. Kashim laughed and stroked his beard. You're young, huh? What? You know, there was a time when I thought that, too. If you're strong enough, you can do anything. You can't. No. There's a lot of things you can't do even if you're strong. Like what? Well, Kashim narrowed his eyes. Let's say, you have a friend who is overwhelmed with grief. But he's such a good guy, he's trying hard not to make you feel that way. But you can see it in him. It hurts, and you feel bad about it. After saying that, Kashim stared at Angeline. At a time like that, no matter how good you are with a sword or how well you can handle magic, what's the point? It's not power that you need. It's something else. Angeline remained silent and looked down. Indeed, it was not a matter of defeating a demon beast. She didn't know who Kashim was referring to. But the sadness in his words sounded awfully painful. Kashim spoke in hushed tones as if he was thinking of the past. But still, I couldn't think of anything else but being strong. I was young, and I was stupid. I thought that if I got stronger, if I went higher, I'd find some answers. But that was just a lie. I just wanted an excuse to say I was doing something. That's not Angeline tried to say something, but could not find the words, so she kept her mouth shut. Kashim shook his head in frustration. He was smiling, but his face was full of sadness. In short, I don't care about many things anymore. I'm more comfortable doing bad things than doing good things. Angeline's mouth tightened in a knot as she glared at Kashim. You're wrong. She wanted to say something like that, but it seemed terribly difficult to explain it in words. Kashim was too resigned to let that convince him. The torrent of magic gained more and more momentum, swirling like a tornado around Kashim. Plants and flags swayed wildly, and Angeline's long black hair fluttered wildly. This is one of the strongest people I've ever faced, Angeline thought as she gripped her sword. There were not many people she could imagine losing to. But against Kashim, she could easily imagine herself lying down in a pool of blood. Kashim didn't care if he died. Daredevils with nothing to lose are the scariest. That's why Angeline was also scared. It's okay, I'm not as bad as your father. Angeline took a deep breath. She stared at Kashim with sharp eyes. I don't care anymore. I can't just die here. I don't mind dying. Come on, I mean it. Kashim raised his hand in an aloof tone. One hand held down his mountain cap, while the other moved smoothly through the air as if he were conducting an orchestra. The magic swirled even more, tingling and stinging her skin. Francois lets out a laugh that seems to have been captured by madness. Ha 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 ha, that's fantastic. That's what they call the Sky Crusher. Francois spat at Angeline. Don't worry. When you're dead, I'll send your friends from Orphan and the world's greatest father to the same place. The words struck Angeline in the opposite direction. Angeline's face twisted in anger as she yelled at Francois. Don't be silly. My father can't lose to you guys. What do you mean by Sky Crusher? You will be defeated by Belgrief the Red Devil in no time at all. Immediately, the magic that had been raging in the air stopped. A flurry of dust and leaves came settling down from the trees. Angeline, Francois, and the soldiers all looked at each other in disbelief. Angeline paused and looked at Kashim. Not only did the magical power disappear, the hostility had evaporated. And it was a rather creepy feeling. What? As soon as she was about to say it, Kashim came at her with great force and grabbed Angeline by the shoulders. She was surprised by the force, but there was no hostility, so Angeline did not swing her sword. Kashim shook Angeline's shoulder. Oi. What did you just say? Did you just say Belgrief, girl? Nah, what? That's what I said. You did, right? I'm sure I didn't mishear you. I don't know if I've been hearing that right. That Belgrief, isn't he missing his right leg? Kashim grabs Angeline's head and looks into her face until the bridge of his nose brushes against hers. His long beard tickles against her chin. Angeline lowered her arm holding her sword and nodded her head. Yes, but do you know? Of course I know that. He's one of the best adventurers I've ever known. Is he your father? Yes, but. Ha ha ha. Ooh. Kashim patted Angeline on the head. You should have said something important like that earlier. You too. How's Bel doing? He's alive, isn't he? How is he? He has a daughter, so does he have a wife? Who's the wife? What do you mean, Red Devil? Hey, I don't know what to tell you if you ask me all at once. Ellipsis. But my dad is fine. He's been living in Tornella for a long time. Tornella. I see. Kashim took a step or two backwards and fell to his knees. Tears beginning to spill down his face. He was crying, but smiling with genuine joy. It's a far cry from the pathetic expression on his face just now. I see, he's alive and well, that Bel. He even has a daughter now. Angeline put her hand on Kashim's shoulder, confused. Kashim-san, do you know my father? How? Of course I know him. He's my friend, my friend. If that's what he thinks of me. After saying that, Kashim looked at Angeline, smiling a little sadly. But you haven't heard anything about me from Belle, have you? Could it be that the friend you were using as an example? Well, yeah. I don't know if Belle has forgiven me yet though. Angeline patted Kashim on the head in exasperation. I don't know what happened to you. But my dad is not the kind of little man who will hold a grudge about the past forever. Haha, you're right. I get that feeling from looking at you. Kashim chuckled as he stood up and ruffled Angeline's hair. We don't have to kill each other. Yeah, let's end it here. Hey, tell me more about Belle. Who did he marry to have you? Ha ha ha, you don't look anything like him. No, well I'm an adopted child. Francois yelled in frustration. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Kill her now. Do you hear me, Sky Crusher? Shut up. I'm having an important conversation right now, so don't interrupt me. Kashim waved his hand angrily in the air. Immediately, a fierce torrent of magical power surrounded Francois and the others. Oh, ooh. Francois and the group of soldiers rose into the air and then disappeared. Blown into the sky as if launched by a cannon. Angeline was dumbfounded. Hey, is that okay? I threw them in a river. If they die from the cold, they didn't train hard enough. Hey, oh, that was close. I almost killed my friend's daughter. I could have won too, you know? You bet. You look pretty strong, but I won't fall that easily, surely you know that? Kashim laughed cheerfully and clasped Angeline's shoulders. You're leaving the place tonight, aren't you? If so, I'm coming with you. Yeah, but it's okay. Just tell me about Belle. In exchange, I'll tell you all about his past, too. Okay, Angeline? Kashim gleefully placed his tall hat on Angeline's head. Who giggled and held the hat by the brim. Okay, if it's about your father, I can talk about him all day long. I'm so glad Belle is alive. Let's bring back the past we left behind. Hollow Circle. On the grounds of the Grand Duke's mansion, where Angeline and the others had left off. There was a figure on the roof of the guest house. The figure was watching the fight in front of the gate. And when it saw that it was over without a fight, it shook its head. The figure with beautiful blonde hair and white clothes was Crown Prince Benjamin. Benjamin shrugged his shoulders in a boring manner and gave a thin smile. What a disappointment. You've made me think twice. And both times you've stopped me in my tracks. That's a hell of a rush play, isn't it? I didn't expect that. I thought I'd get a better test sample using Sky Crusher. Behind Benjamin stood a man in a white robe. He wore his hood pulled tightly over his eyes, and Benjamin grinned. It's just that Ball, who has fallen out of love with me, was killed so easily. After all, Solomon's original design was very clever. If something that seems unnecessary is missing, it still won't work. It can't be helped. There's a lot of things that can't be deciphered with today's technology. But is it really a success? I held it up close to my shoulder, but I couldn't make it out. Well, I don't know, but if it's a success, then there will be no sign of the homunculus. On the contrary, I can't really tell. Benjamin shook his head in exasperation. Oh well, I can't help it if I can't even tell if it was a success or not, but I've never had a girl not fall for this face of mine. It's interesting, that girl. You must have a very strong ego base. It would be interesting to look into it. If you are dependent on it, you might find something interesting if you can break that dependency. But first, we need to find the key to see if it's a success. There's no rush. The people who had the Sky Crusher have already failed us. He'll be erased by the purging agents soon enough. Benjamin laughed in amusement. It's not very exciting not having any real competition, is it? It's okay. I'm not interested in competition myself. Well, you're not being very playful, are you? I don't know what fun it is to be the crown prince. Haha, it's pretty good, isn't it? Well, Francois, I think I'm going to have to ask him and the others to leave the world. I don't want people talking about how the crown prince inspired them. The man in the robe turned on his heel. I'm going. Don't get yourself in trouble. You too, Schweizer. The man in the robe disappeared in a flash of light. Benjamin stood there for a moment, but then disappeared. Chapter 57. Smack their back with the palm of your hand. Smacking his back with the palm of his hand, Byaku opened his eyes. And Belgrief called out to him. Are you getting the hang of it? A bit. Byaku stood up. He took a deep breath and looked at the palms of his hands. He clenched and opened them, trying to get a feel for his fingers. It had been almost half a month since Belgrief had arrived in Orphan. It was getting colder by the day, and if he was in Tornella, it would have been snowing already. Belgrief thought that if Percival and the others were still active, there would be some rumors and information that would surely be floating around. So every day Belgrief went out to the guild to find out more about the adventurers and traced their footsteps through the documents of past requests. He also walked along the streets of the town, talking to tavern owners, adventurers, tools store owners, and even to vendors. But so far so good, he couldn't get any good information. Though it couldn't be helped since it had been more than 10 years since he had left Orphan. In between times, he accepted mock battle requests from adventurers and braggarts who had heard rumors of the Red Demon. Belgrief himself was not averse to fighting with others. And he was happy to see his fighting moves gradually refined as he crossed swords with opponents of various tactics. Originally, Belgrief's prowess with the sword was solely for protection. Belgrief chuckled at the irony that the sword-fighting skills he had been forced to develop after losing his right leg had suited him much better in return. However, it is still a self-taught sword-fighting mastery. His initial trial and error had been fruitless, and his mastery stagnant and plateaued. But with Graham's guidance, he was able to take it to the next level. When that happens, even my former defensive sword style seems to have a lot of useless movements. He felt a strange sense of wonder at the various directions his fate had taken him as he refined his sword. The practice of circulating magic power through breathing techniques is naturally effective for wizards as well. After learning that Byaku had the Demon King in his body and depended on it for most of his magic power, Belgrief made time every day to teach Byaku how to use breathing to circulate magic power. This way, Byaku's own magic power, which did not belong to the Demon Lord, could be used more efficiently, and he would not have to force himself to limit his magic. Belgrief patted Byaku on the head. I'm sure you're much better at handling magic than I am. Once you get a feel for it, you'll get it in no time. Don't pat me every time, Byaku said with a scowl, but he didn't try to brush it off with his hand. This was Angeline's room. After half a month of living here, she's gotten used to it. And there's a lot of stuff in the food cupboard. He even bought a simple bed since Byaku was complaining about it. Now Belgrief and Charlotte sleep in the wide bed and Byaku sleeps in the small one. It's hard to be old, Belgrief thought. At the same time, he liked Byaku, who was rebelling against Belgrief with such human emotions. Belgrief's cloak was a little too tight for him. Belgrief put on his cloak and wrapped the scarf Charlotte had given him around himself. Well, let's go to the guild. Are we going to make any progress? I don't know. Well, it's better than nothing. Belgrief laughed, stroked his beard, and walked out of the room. Angeline's room was on the second floor. Once outside, there was a wooden deck that led down a flight of stairs to the street. After Belgrief descended the stairs, He took off the cloth that was wrapped around the end of his prosthetic leg. When he walked without it inside the inn, patrons staying in the room below his room often complained about the floor banging noise that the prosthetic leg produced. There were clouds in the sky, and it looked like it was going to snow. Even though it was not as cold as Tornella, the weather was still chilly. Belgrief nuzzled his mouth into his scarf. Would Angeline be back soon, he wondered. It would roughly take half a month by carriage to Astogar, the capital. By the time Belgrief arrived at Orphan, Angeline would have arrived at Astogar. So if there was no trouble, she should have been on her way back to Orphan by now. Anyway, there was no point in getting impatient. So Belgrief sped up and entered the guild building. There weren't many people in the lobby. As the weather gets colder, the number of job requests seems to decrease a bit. Instead, there were more menial task requests like shoveling snow, shopping, and other miscellaneous tasks. If you are a full-fledged adventurer, you won't even look at such things. But for those who are just starting out and are in need of money, or children who are still in their early teens, they will mainly take on such job requests. Adventurers are indeed plentiful and varied. Yuri smiled at him as he went to the reception desk. Hello, Bel-san. Thanks for your help, Yuri. I'm sorry to bother you again, but... No, it's nothing like that. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. No, you've been really helpful. Thank you very much, Belgrief said, and Yuri's cheeks flushed as she smiled. Father. A voice called out from behind him as Charlotte came plodding over and scrambled to her feet. Belgrief patted her on the head. Oh, Char. Have you been a good girl? Of course I did. I've bought another ball of yarn. Now I'm going to knit you a sweater. Haha, that'll be fun. Byaku, did you get all the practice you needed? Of course I did. I don't need you to worry about me. Come on, you're talking like that again. Belgrief poked Byaku in the head, and Byaku turned away, his mouth agape. Oh, it's Bel-san. Bel-san, are you done practicing with Byaku? Belgrief looked up and saw Anessa and Miriam coming from behind Charlotte. Yeah, we're good for the day. Thank you for taking care of Charles, both of you. No, it was just something we did on our own. Yeah, and Char is quite a bit more discerning than I am. The two of them had taken Charlotte shopping with them. Meditation is quiet and boring. Belgrief had thought it would be better for Charlotte if she had formed companionship with other girls, and his hunch was spot on. Belgrief smiled at Charlotte's innocent frolicking. He hoped that Charlotte, who he knew was being targeted by others, will eventually learn magic one day. After hearing about her and Byaku's history, and thinking about the pressure that the tender young girl of just under 10 years old had been under, Belgrief wanted to let Charlotte play freely as much as possible. It was true that she would eventually have to learn how to fend for herself. But after losing her parents, believing in Solomon like a madman, and wandering like no child should, he couldn't bring himself to let her train in magic right now. It's also the role of adults to protect children, you know. He muttered to himself. He can at the very least shoulder the weight of her burden for now. Then Margaret came rushing in. Oh, what's going on? Everyone's here. Margaret chuckled as she placed the basket in front of Yuri. It was piled high with winter medicinal herbs and berries. I've been collecting materials. Give me a good evaluation. You know, Marie-chan, I've told you many times that this is a counter for high rankers only. So please go over there to the reception. It's fine, I don't mind. No, if you want to use this place, you'll have to work hard to get promoted. Dang, it can't help it. Margaret's mouth twitched. Belgrief peered into the basket and stroked his beard admiringly. You're doing good, Marie. Hee, aren't I? It's just too easy and unsatisfactory for me. Maybe so. But you must not learn to cut corners until you learn how to loosen up well, okay? I know. I'm doing it seriously. Margaret puffed out her cheeks, pouting. After registering as an adventurer, Margaret immediately received a number of requests. From killing low-level magical beasts to gathering materials and exploring dungeons. She herself wanted to skip over the tedious process and take on stronger monsters and more difficult tasks, but Belgrief wouldn't let her do that. It was his belief that if you don't learn the basics of adventuring step by step, it will lead to arrogance, and you will surely get tripped up somewhere along the way. Having been in a crisis once before due to pride, Margaret grudgingly took on the introductory tasks. But it seemed to be getting more fun for her these days. She seemed to have discovered that everything can be done with a certain amount of fun. As long as you are willing to discover something by yourself. Then, I'm going to go over there to have it assessed. Yeah, you go ahead. Margaret walked to the lower-rank adventurers' reception area with her basket. While Belgrief turned to Yuri. I'd like to continue my research from yesterday, if you don't mind. Yes, that's fine. Please do. Then I have some more research to do, so. Yeah, I'll be waiting for you with Arnie and Millie, and Byaku. Charlotte replied cheerfully, while Byaku remained quiet and visibly annoyed. Belgrief walked into the counter and started looking through the materials in the back. It was situated just right in a blind spot from the front. So there was no need to worry about attracting attention. What he was looking at were the documents of old requests. Belgrief's eyes narrowed as he looked over and over again. And then he moved on to another document. It seemed to have started to snow outside. Fluffy snow clinging to the heads and clothes of the people coming in, melting here and there. The cold wind blew in, and with the snow mixed in with the wind, forming water droplets everywhere. After examining some materials, Belgrief did some physical stretching as there was still no progress. He's not bad at this kind of work, but it's been a while since he's done it. So it's kind of tiring. When he listened carefully, he noticed that there was a lot of noise out front. He peeked out and saw Angeline standing there with a tired look on her face, talking to Anessa and the others. She was accompanied by a woman with reddish-brown hair and a thin man sporting a mountain cap. Angeline languidly raised her hand and said, "Oh, I'm tired, but we're safely back home." Haha, you must have been tired. Good work, Gil-san. I'm not tired at all, you know. Hey, Angie, I've got some really big news. Not now. I want to go home and sleep after I report it. No, you're really going to be surprised. Yes, sister. You're going to be so surprised. Okay, I'll see you later, okay? Well, I'm glad you made it, anyway. Welcome back, Angie. Thanks, Anne, but I'd rather have my father say welcome home. Belgrief slunk out the front door. Yeah? Welcome home, Angie. Yeah, I'm home, Dad. Dad? Angeline looked up, her eyes wide, and Belgrief chuckled. Yeah, how was a Stoger? I can't believe you got a medal. Oh, Daddy. Angeline jumped at Belgrief like a rabbit. Belgrief stomped his foot and held Angeline in his arms. Daddy. Haha, what the heck, you're a needy child. Dad. Okay. Dad, so you're Belgrief-san? Yes, I am, but who are you? Dad. My name is Gilmenya. I'm very happy to have your daughter in my care. Oh, you are? Well, thank you for looking after my daughter. I'm sorry for all the trouble she must have caused you. Dad. Angie, you need to calm down. Dad. Angeline planted her face into Belgrief's chest and giggled. It was as if she needed to do that or her face would just move on its own. Belgrief chuckled and patted Angeline. Really now? You're overreacting, Angie. Miriam giggled. Because I thought I could go home, but I couldn't, and I thought I couldn't see you. But now I could, so I really can't help it. You're like a dog that's been let off the leash. Byaku said with a light grin. Belgrief scratched his head. Can't help it. Angeline clung to Belgrief and nuzzled his face for a while, but then she looked up. Why? Why are you here in Orphan, father? I thought it would be nice to go see Angie from my side. I'm glad. Hee hee, it's daddy, it's daddy. Bonfires and straw. I can smell Tornella. Angeline rubbed her cheek against Belgrief's chest, and her face lit up as she remembered. You know what? I met an old friend of father's in Astoger. Huh? He said he wanted to see his father. So I came with him to Orphan to go with him to Tornella in the spring. Well, Angeline scanned the area and tilted her head. Gilmenya pointed at her with a grin. Ahead of her, crouched in a concealed position, was a man in a mountain-high hat. Curled up with his head held down. Angeline grabbed the man by the shoulders. What are you doing? Because you didn't tell me he was in Orphan. I'm not ready to. Oh man. What are you talking about now? Angeline forced the man with the tall hat to stand and pushed him in front of Belgrief. Belgrief squinted his eyes and looked the man squarely in the face. Kasim, huh? Hey, hee hee. Kasim scratched his head raggedly. His eyes were moist, and his shoulders were tense. His mouth was trembling slightly, but he didn't know what to say. Eventually, however, he made small talk. Your beard, it's grown so long, Belle. Ha ha. You too. Belgrief smiled in resignation. This room seemed to be a break room for the guild's staff. There were a number of chairs and tables. However, no one was taking a break. Probably because they were still busy or engaged at the moment. Belgrief and Kasim sat at the table, facing each other. They wanted to converse with each other. Belgrief was a bit confused as to what to say, and Kasim also seemed to be the same. His eyes darting around restlessly, but then he meekly opened his mouth. I don't know how to talk about this, do I? Haha. Well, how are you? Yeah, I'm okay. And you? Kasim's eyes were downcast, and Belgrief scratched his cheek awkwardly. I heard you quit being an adventurer, even though you made it to S rank. Yeah, I just felt so depressed. Kasim looked up and chuckled in response. Do you think it's rude of me to say this? No, not at all. Hey, can I ask you something? What happened to Percy and Sati? What's happened to you guys since I left to return to Tornella? Kasim was silent for a bit, but then opened his mouth. Me and the others, we were trying to get stronger back then. We were trying to get much stronger, to achieve higher ranks. To be able to take on more difficult requests. I was hoping we could find a way to fix your leg. Don't laugh at me, okay? We were young and stupid, too. We knew you were hurting and still trying hard to smile. But we didn't know what to do. I was afraid that if I said something bad to you, you'd completely shut down. I see. So I was desperately working my way up the ranks. I figured if I got stronger at that and found a way to fix your leg, you'd come back to us. More than anything, Percy believed that. He was the one who, Kasim's words trailed off. Kasim was about to continue speaking his mind, but Belgrief interrupted him and shook his head. No, it wasn't. That was just a bad combination of various events. No one was at fault. I see. Kasim tipped his mountain cap lower, to close his eyes. Anyway, we were looking for a way to heal your missing body part. If only there was such a way. Ah, yes, there is, Belle. In the end, we couldn't find a proper remedy to do that. Even if there was one, it was classified as a forbidden method. Even if you got your legs back, you'd end up going crazy. The legs would corrupt other parts of your body and turn you into something else. That's all there was to that forbidden method. Kasim continued with a sad, pathetic smile. With you gone from orphan, Percy, who was smiling less to begin with, finally stopped smiling. Sati also started to look away more often. The three of us, you see, were all the strong-minded type, weren't we? You were always there to mediate, so we were able to get along. That's not true. Belgrief was about to say, that's not true, but Belgrief held his tongue. What's the use of being modest now? While I was looking for you, we had more and more fights over trivial things. One day, Sati walked out. That was the clincher. So Percy and I split up. I never heard from them again. It's ironic. We all wanted to help you. But each one of us got sick of each other. Kasim? It's okay. Belle, listen. I still couldn't give up on it. Neither could Percy. He became an S-rank adventurer in Orphan. I felt the limits of what I could find in Orphan, so I migrated to the Imperial capital. That's where I became an S-rank. I had to hang around with some dangerous people to learn about forbidden arts. There were times when I was utilized in a good way. There were times when I fooled myself with a misplaced sense of superiority. Like I was letting them use me. But when I was doing something, it was good to take my mind off it. When I succeeded in something, I foolishly imagined that you or Percy or Sati would come out of nowhere and congratulate me on a job well done. Kasim smiled with a hint of insanity. The irony is that because I was so talented, things just fell into place. I created a new magic formula, and I became a great magician. But his fingertips rapped on the table, scratching. I didn't become what I wanted to be. The more I was praised for what I accomplished, the emptier and hollow I felt inside. The more I was absorbed in something, the more it only served to distract me. I had completely lost sight of what I was looking for. My heart was in turmoil all these while. Before I knew it, I was in a place I couldn't get out of, like a snowball rolling down a hill. When I came to, I realized that I had almost nothing left. As Kasim spoke, tears trickled down his face. Time had stopped for me. I'm physically aging older and older. But deep down I'm still a kid. Inside, hee. Kasim smiled sadly as he wiped away the tears with the palm of his hand. Angie is a good girl. That's Belle's daughter, you know. After talking to her, I now know that everything you've done wasn't a mistake. You're still amazing. Belgrief stood up and took Kasim by the shoulders across the table. I'm sorry. I've given you guys a hard time because of me. Oh no. You're the one who had it the hardest. You lost a leg. People talked about you behind your back, made fun of you. And yet we couldn't stop them. Kasim scoffed. You're amazing. We were saved because you unraveled the scrolls even though your leg was bitten off. If you hadn't. Hey, Kasim. Belgrief interjected calmly. I've got to admit, I've been a little jealous of you guys. Huh. Your talents were far superior. I didn't feel like I could match Percy or Sati with a sword. And I didn't feel like I could beat you either. Belgrief kept his eyes downcast and finally continued. You guys were so confident, and I felt like a coward. I had to remind myself that no matter how hard I tried, there were some heights I'd never reach. So I kept stumbling down. I couldn't accept my own worth. No, that is. But you know what? Losing my leg was the only thing that allowed me to move on. Belgrief stared straight at Kasim. I got to meet Angie. If I hadn't lost my leg, I would have continued to be an adventurer in Orphan. Then I wouldn't have picked up Angie in the mountains of my hometown. Ha, ha ha. Yeah, I guess so. She really is a good girl, isn't she? Right? I'm proud of her. She's brought me a lot of luck. It's because of her that I was able to meet you today. So I might even be grateful for the loss of my leg. Belgrief gently looks down at the sword on his hip. And my sword, you know, it's gotten better since I was an adventurer. At my age, I might still be able to grow. He, really? That's amazing. I can't believe it either. You know, Kasim, I've often wondered what it would be like if there was another way. But we can't live in the past no matter what we do. We have to carry the past with us and look to the future. Yeah. You guys are too focused, too engrossed, dwelling too much on the past. I've been trying not to look at the past. I need to reckon with that. That's why I came out to orphan. That's exactly what I did. I also wanted to get back the past I left behind. Belgrief smiled and held out his hand. It's good to see you again, Kasim, and I'm sorry you had to go through that. Thank you. ! Sorry. I'm sorry, Bel. Thank you. Kasim tipped his mountain cap to his face with one hand to hide his tears, and gripped Belgrief's hand firmly with the other. They remained silent for a while, but eventually laughed at each other and stood up. Kasim wiping away his tears and exclaiming happily, I knew Bel is still the Bel I knew. Ha, well, but you look a little too different, don't you think? I didn't reckon who you were. Ha, I'm used to that now. Kasim laughed and tugged on his beard. Belgrief laughed as well. Right? If you get into the habit of stroking and fiddling with that beard, you won't be able to shave anymore, will you? Yes. Kasim let out a small sigh of amusement and patted Belgrief on the shoulder. Hey, Bel, you have to let Percy off the hook. He's the one who really felt responsible. Of course I have. I want to see him and talk to him. And Sati, of course. Can you help me find them? Hey, of course. I'm so glad. I wonder if the four of us can talk again. Oh, I wonder what he looks like? Will he be growing a beard or something? I wonder if he's balding. Ah, that's right. Kasim frowned slightly and patted Belgrief on the back. I'm telling you, Bel, you're one of the best adventurers I know, okay? The value of an adventurer is not only in the strength of the sword. I've been in parties and fought with a lot of people. But I've never seen anyone who can do what you can do in terms of observation, casual consideration, and careful preparation before going on an adventure, you know? Oh come on, that's an exaggeration. Belgrief chuckled and scratched his cheek. Kasim chuckled and shook Belgrief by the shoulders. Hee, you can't be serious with all this stuff. We're going to have a good drink today. As I left the room, Angeline came flying in, apparently waiting for me. Are you done? Yeah, thanks Angie. Hee, Angie, your dad is the best dad ever. Hee. Hey Dad, I have a lot to tell you too. Yes, you probably do. Dad has a lot to tell you too. Belgrief smiled mischievously and grabbed Angeline by the shoulders. What's this I hear about finding a wife? You see, I was told off that I should not let my daughter find a wife for me. I mean, that is. Belgrief chuckled as he watched Angeline slump. I was joking. But I really did go around apologizing. Don't do that anymore next time, okay? I'm sorry. Belgrief patted Angeline on the head. Good girl. Now, let's go get some food to celebrate our reunion. A gust of wind blew in, and the snow that had come in with it whirled and whirled. Volume 4 End.